Right. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So let's get started. So welcome to this session on Next Gen Forest Solution. My name is Chetan Kumar. I'm the head of the IUCN's Forest and Grassland team. And it's my pleasure to moderate this very exciting and interesting session, which we have lined up for you. Let me begin by asking a question to all of you. Have you ever considered how the clothes you buy, particularly those made from viscose or rayon, could have an impact on deforestation and biodiversity loss? Seems to be, a long connection, but often we don't think about this. And it's just not about the clothes. All the increasing demand of the material, paper packaging materials, the tissues, the hygiene products, it's ever increasing, and they all put pressure on wood, forest, and there is that link which affects our ability to protect, conserve the not just intact forests, but also sustainably manage other forests. We have made several progress in the last 3 decades on sustainable sourcing, certification, etc. But there is still need to think about what the title says, next gen. What are the other options out there? And in this session, you will hear later today how billions of trees are harvested every year for these packaging and tissues and textiles, etc. And we are still trying to see or find solutions which are, I would say, more or less business as usual. We need to think different as well. And this is what this session is about. Because this undermines our ability to, what we have been discussing here in terms of achieving target 2, target 3, and all the other related targets. So the next gen forest solutions. The solutions that combine technological innovation with circular economy principles and nature-based approaches. That's what we are talking about. And an important component of that is material substitution. How do we replace or displace wood-based pulp, wood-based fiber to reduce the demand, improve forest conditions, habitat, biodiversity, as well as achieve these goals? And this is not something as a concept. This is already being implemented. But often in these discussions, particularly as we get together in conservation organizations or at the COPs, we don't pay much attention to it. So the aim of this session is to highlight how material substitution, how fabric from alternative sources could help contribute to achieving biodiversity goals. The other part, which is in the title, is the systemic financial solution. Here at the COP, we are talking about plugging in 700 billion annual gap, only 100 billion in being invested, and then we're talking about 2.6 billion of harmful subsidies. This certainly requires to think, there are several approaches being discussed, but again, as I said, business as usual will not do. And that's where we need to talk about how we can scale up these next-gen forest solution, and they are not just kind of isolated interventions here in one place, one location, one country, but scale them up across different countries, different suppliers, different companies. So we are here to discuss and learn more about and raise awareness about the next-gen forest solution, and also to get inputs from a diverse range of stakeholders who are not just interested, but also bring in different and diverse perspective of how this could contribute to biodiversity conservation. So we are very pleased to collaborate with Canopy to explore this further and raise awareness about this. And it is my pleasure to welcome Nicole Rycraft, the Executive Director of Canopy. Canopy works with over 900 companies to eliminate the use of ancient and endangered forest fibers in fashion, paper, and packaging industries. In today's session, what we are going to do is to have setting the context or providing an overview of the importance of the alternative fibers by Nicole. And then we have a stellar panel for you to discuss the different dimensions of how this would be relevant and useful from a country perspective, what the countries are doing from a company perspective, as well as from a development bank perspective. So let me take the opportunity to also introduce you to the panelists. So we have Luis Coloma, Head of Care for Life and Nature at Inditex, the parent company of Zara, the fashion brand maybe most of you know. Fabiola Zerbini, Director for Forest Environment, Ministry of Environment of Brazil. We have Timo Schenfield, Senior Economist for Biodiversity and Forests at the KfW Bank, and also Stuart McGuinness, Deputy Director General of IUCN, who would provide the final overview of these discussions. So with that, the format that we are going to follow is we will have a presentation by Nicole to provide the context, highlight the effort they are doing to engage with the global brands, to eliminate the risk for the primary forest, and of course, improving, catalyzing the scaling of the 60 million tons of alternative fiber goal they have. And then I will invite the panelists on the stage after the presentation. We will have questions for them. We will spend about 50 to 60 minutes for direct questions to them as panelists, and then we'll open the floor to audience for further questions, and then we'll have Stuart to wrap up the session. So with that, let me invite Nicole on the floor.
Thanks, Chetan, and thanks everybody for being here. I know it's a busy morning. So Chetan's given you a kind of a little bit of I guess the teaser or the spoiler alert, but I'm going to be providing a little bit of context on the role that material substitution can play, and the fact that it's actually one of the best kept secrets at the moment in the climate and nature impact space. It's a new view on investment, one that on face value doesn't necessarily seem to have anything to do with forests at all, but is actually fundamental to us reducing the drivers behind deforestation and forest degradation. Because unless we actually reduce the demand for paper, for packaging, for wood-based textiles like rayon and viscose, we will erase all of the benefits that are actually sought for and designed for with conservation initiatives and investment. And so diversifying the fiber basket to reduce the pressure on forests is actually fundamental. Quick introduction to Canopy, and thank you, Chetan, for doing part of that. Canopy is maybe I'm pressing the wrong button, these things that you should check ahead of time. Anyway, Canopy is a solutions-driven, not-for-profit organization. We work to protect the world's forests, species, and climate, and we do that by transforming supply chains that currently drive deforestation and forest degradation. We work with more than 1,000 brands that represent about $2 trillion in annual revenues. So bring significant market muscle to the supply chain transformation that we're working to transform. And they range from companies like Inditex, and thank you, Luis, for being with us today, to Walmart, H&M, Penguin Random House, Ben & Jerry's, and pace setters like Stella McCartney in the luxury space. And those brands are motivated by the fact that 80% of their carbon footprint is attributable to the raw material sourcing that they have. There's currently fantastic, smart people with more tech prowess than I would ever hope to have in my little finger working on this. Great, thanks very much. So there are currently more than 5 billion trees that are cut down every year to make paper, to make packaging, to make wood-based textiles like rayon and viscose. It's that soft, silky fabric that's inside your suit jacket, in your socks, your underwear, your little favorite black dress. 25 to 40% of that is coming from high carbon, high biodiversity value forests and landscapes. And so every year, this has a cumulative effect on critical habitat, on our climate, and on frontline communities. And parallel, as we're mowing down forests to make pizza boxes and t-shirts, we are also burning hundreds of millions of tons of agricultural residues. We are seeing hundreds of millions of tons of industrial food waste turn into methane. And of the 100 billion items of clothing that are produced every year, 60% are in landfill and degrading into methane within the first 12 months. And so packaging and textiles and paper are actually made from cellulose, which isn't just found in trees. It's found in all plant matter, which is really fantastic news because it means that we have an alternative pathway forward rather than continuing to rely almost exclusively on forests to provide the fiber for these papers, for these products. And so Next-Gen Solutions, as Chetan mentioned, is actually substituting these low-impact alternative fibers that are byproducts of other industrial processes into these supply chains to replace and displace forest fiber. And in doing so, alleviating the pressure off forest ecosystems. Now, we can keep forests standing if we don't have to mow them down to provide the fiber for next season's clothing and the packaging it gets shipped in. That clearly brings significant biodiversity and climate benefits. But when we utilize straw as an input or discarded textiles as an input, there are also significant manufacturing benefits, up to 60% less water, less chemicals, less energy. And so ultimately, when you use 1 ton of next-gen textile or packaging, as opposed to a ton of virgin wood fiber product, you save 4 tons of carbon per ton of product and have 5 times less impact on biodiversity. And in addition to the ecological savings, there is a myriad of co-benefits. Socially, you are valorizing waste streams. You're helping municipalities with waste management. You are providing and sparking, catalyzing value-added revenue streams for farming communities, for waste collection, and 40% of the particulate matter in Delhi, an incredible health crisis every year, is attributable to the burning of stubble. And so there's an alleviation of pollution associated both with landfills and the burning of agricultural residues. Significant investment opportunities as well with really competitive IRR. And there's a lot of, I think, talk at the moment and kind of grappling, really important struggle with investors trying to work out the metrics mitigating risk of nature investments as a parallel investment space to those really important and ongoing discussions. This is an infrastructure, an industrial supply chain investment strategy, which financial institutions know how to measure impact IRR and to mitigate risks. And so Canopy's vision is to, within the next 10 years, is to catalyze and kickstart 60 million tons of next-gen pulp production. That is to have no new wood pulp mills being built, to actually diversify a significant amount of the existing wood-based infrastructure, and as a result to displace a full third of the forests that are currently being cut down to make these products so that they can actually be conserved and kept standing for planetary targets. That will replace all high carbon, high biodiversity value forests that are currently being logged to make day-to-day commodities and enable us to protect at least 60 to 90 million hectares of forests around the world. I'm a visual person, so please kind of just indulge me with this just graphically. There's about 415 million tons of pulp produced globally. Just over half of that is recycled content, and about 3% is from agricultural residues. That's kind of the current flow that we see. Now, if we conserve an area of forest over here without actually concurrently reducing the demand for forest fiber to make paper or packaging or textiles, then what we do is we displace the pressure for that fiber to another forest ecosystem in the world. as we can see here, right? We've moved from, we protect a forest here, but the pressure for fiber just gets displaced to another forest ecosystem. In climate terms, it's called leakage. We often call it waterbedding. What NextGen, diversifying the fiber basket with material substitution and introducing and really aggressively scaling NextGen does, is that it helps actually alleviate that pressure altogether by diversifying the fiber basket and reducing the demand for forest fiber to make the day-to-day commodities that are part of modern life and modern society. And so that is the essence of the concept that we'll be speaking about. And you know, the elements that are the market dynamics that are currently at play. I think I won't sort of tease too much of what's going to be discussed in the panel, but there's strong market pull through, and what we need now, there's a strong technology pipeline. There are regions around the world with an abundance of alternative materials. And what we need to do to scale 60 million tons of next-gen production within the next decade is to actually have a massive mobilization of capital and investment into this space. In the big scheme of things, it's not actually that much capital, $78 billion for the mill infrastructure within the next decade. And it's a blend, like there's a need for all forms of capital. The 80 innovators that we work with, some are at Series A, Series B, so venture and growth capital. Obviously, equity will be about 30 to 40% of this stack. The rest of it will be debt. We are working with an impact investment firm to establish a private equity fund that is focused on being a commercial proof of concept to incentivize and buoy the confidence of kind of more private capital into this space, which is currently just not on the radar. But in regions of the world like Brazil, South America more broadly, Southeast Asia, India, Africa, the price of capital is too high at the moment. And so we need to get creative about the kind of blended capital stacks that we're bringing to the table to be able to mobilize investment at scale and on the timelines that are needed. We're often told that supply chains change over years, over decades, and 60 million tons within a decade can seem ambitious. I believe that given the ecological juncture that we're at, it's exactly the scale and pace of change that we need to actually be moving towards. And the pulp and paper industry has already done this. In the 1990s, they brought on 60 million tons of new recycled capacity. They did it again in the 2000s. And so this is an industry that has already done it. It's primed. And so this is really an opportunity space that I think at Canopy and in partnership with the IUCN, we're really looking to how do we actually mobilize capital in the various forms that need to be mobilized into this space. We know that low impact, that materials are actually 30%, a third of the climate solution and more of the biodiversity solution. We also know that less than 3% of impact investment is going into the low impact material space. And we have a marketplace that is primed for these solutions. And so the opportunity for us to work out what those levers are, what the blended finance vehicles, whether it's green bonds or a private equity stack or municipal bonds or kind of just blended finance. I think that's where we're here really interested from the conversations we've had so far over this past week and are looking forward to what lies ahead. So that's a little bit of context for the conversation that Chetan is about to lead us through. Thanks very much.
Great, thanks, Nicole. I would like to invite all the panelists now on the stage. So Louis, Fabiola, Kai, and Stuart, please. Yeah. Great, thanks, Nicole. Thank you very much for setting the context. As you know, I was also taking notes of some of the numbers. I was, certainly very interested in them. So let me start the discussion with a question to you, Nicole. So you effectively framed the broad fiber alternative capacity need for biodiversity and forest conservation. And you mentioned a little bit about brands. So can you elaborate a little bit more about your brand engagement work, how you're expanding on that?
Yeah, so I think at the Canopy works in a myriad sort of intervention points within the supply chain. We work with the really big conventional producers of pulp, of paper, packaging, and wood-based textiles. We are now increasingly working in the investment space and with the innovation pipeline. But at the very foundation of our work is our work with brands, the large corporate customers of these products. We recognize that, our model of change, I guess, is based on the business adage that the customer is always right. And the larger you are, the more money you spend, the more influence you have within your value chain. And that corporate customers have a uniquely positioned to leverage their purchasing power, their purchasing spend, to help create the value proposition for the conventional supply chain to change business as usual. I think we're all aware that business as usual is no longer an option, but there has to be an economic incentive for conventional producers to actually change what they have spent decades harmonizing and investing in terms of production systems. And so brands provide a very important market signal, and then with their purchasing contracts and prioritization of preferred suppliers actually play a really important role in creating that value proposition for conventional producers to prioritize R&D for next-gen solutions. And we've seen that to very good effect in the viscose supply chain. We work with 550 large fashion brands. And 10 years ago, the viscose supply chain was very opaque. It was almost impossible for any brand to know exactly where their rayon and viscose materials were coming from. And today we have 550 brand partners. We have more than 89% of the viscose supply chain or viscose producers engaged with Canopy, with formal commitments to shift away from sourcing from ancient and endangered forests and to prioritize next-gen solutions. More than half of global viscose is now verified at low risk of coming from critical forest ecosystems, and we now have close to 10 commercial product lines of next-gen on the market. I think that's the kind of power that a signal and brands really leaning in and creating a pre-competitive space for that, because no single company, no matter how big they are, can do it by themselves.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks. And again, it's, as said earlier as well, it's greater recognition, but we have to keep building that momentum. And that's why we are very excited to have Luis in the panel as the representative of one of the major fashion brand. So Luis, can you share some, for the audience as well, background of Inditex and also why focusing on next-gen material and circularity is becoming key part of your business strategy?
Yeah, sure. And well, first of all, thanks so much for inviting us to participate in such a wonderful panel. Thanks so much for the introduction as well. Well, from our perspective, talking about nature and especially in our business requires to have a holistic approach, no? And taking into consideration every stage on our value chain, from the raw material production to the manufacturing processes and the end of life of the garments that we produce. It's true, we have many impacts in all of these stages, from impacts on water, impacts on soil, air, and of course in biodiversity. Mm-hmm. And through different pressures, no, that are going from the use of chemical products or the sustainable agricultural practices or even the carbon emissions, no, the contribution to climate change through the emissions generated with the production of energy, no, as any other industry. So from our perspective, to protect nature and address all of these impacts, no, it requires to have a transformational approach, and this is not only to fix the problems, no, to solve our problems, is to reach out the whole industry. And this transformational approach is based on maybe three drivers. No, first of all, science, innovation. Second one, third, collaboration. No? And nothing new. We are in every panel talking about these three drivers, almost every day. But it's really important not to point out the importance of all of them. Science, because we need guidance. We need a guidance for all of our efforts. We need guidance to understand our impacts, to understand even the effectiveness of the solutions that we are proposing. And of course to have reliable data from all of that, and this is one of the most challenging issues that we have in the industry. Second, innovation. It's clear we don't have all the solutions that we need to face the challenges that we have. Innovation, we need to be creative to get the technologies and the tools that we need to face some of these existing challenges and the new ones, and referring, for example, to the microfiber generation during the manufacturing processes, and also even during the washing, the domestic washing at home, and this is an emerging issue that is really concerning for us, but also and we are going to talk about it, the availability of technology to recycle some specific kind of materials. Collaboration is also key. This is the third driver, and of course it's collaboration with our peers, other brands, other sectors, with our suppliers, with NGOs, with scientific community, to have these solutions that we need. And I'm always using the same example, Nicole, the Canopy Style initiative. It was a magnific example of a collaborative action in the industry. It's changing, definitely changing, and hopefully forever, the way that we are using and producing the man-made cellulosic fibers. And well, this is having I think a successful impact in decreasing the use of ancient and endangered forests in the production of textiles. So we think also that with all of that, we have to send a strong message regarding the importance for the whole industry to address the nature-related and biodiversity issues. And to do that, we have set targets in one of the areas that has maybe the most important impact on nature, that is raw materials, the raw materials production. So with this target, we want to use exclusively textile fibers with lower impact by 2030. And probably you are asking, what does it mean? 40% of these fibers in our portfolio must come from conventional recycling processes. 25% of these fibers have to be from organic or regenerative agriculture production, and 25% we want to have this coming from next-gen materials. That is the topic that we have today. And well, setting these targets for us is really important because, well, it's obviously an internal signal in the company. It's a way to align everyone in the company, designers, commercial teams, buyers, with the priorities. But also we are sending a strong message outside the company. It's for the investors, for attract talent, to stimulate innovation, and of course, to try to get all the resources that we need to face this challenge that we have. And finally, of course, we are absolutely committed to adopt a circular model in our business. But at the same time, we know that there is very, very strong limitations in the recycling processes that we have to recycle textiles. So, and here is where the next-gen materials can play an essential role in the transformation in the industry. They allow us to use waste streams like agro waste or textile waste to produce the new materials that we need for the future of the industry.
Great, thank you, Luis. Thank you. There were several elements that you touched upon, right from the transformative approach, the three pillars of it, science, innovation, and collaboration. Certainly, those critical elements, and of course, sharing the strategy and where the next gen material fits. And as a leader, certainly that would be really important to, as I said, communicating and engaging with outside and sending a message that you are leading with this, and there's several other brands to follow up on that. Great. That's a good segue to move to a country context. So we heard from Nicole, we heard from Louis. I'd like to invite
You're sitting here, presumably? Sure.
Hola. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start the next again immediately. Please take your seats. Well, hello everyone. I think we're going to get going because I'm sure there's another event coming up right after ours. Bienvenue tout le monde ici à Cali, notre session. Welcome everyone today. My name is Jim Brennan. Welcome to today's session on fostering partnerships and innovation in land and water conservation. I'll be your moderator for today's session. I'm the National Director of Industry and Government Relations for Ducks Unlimited Canada, which is one of Canada's very largest land trust, land conservation agencies. So since our founding in 1938, we've been Canada's leader in wetland and waterfowl habitat conservation. For over 85 years, Ducks Unlimited Canada has worked to conserve, restore, and manage wetlands and associated habitats. To date, we manage over 13,000 projects representing more than 9 million acres, which is, for those of you thinking in the metric system, that's over 3.6 million hectares of vital habitat projects right across the country. That contributes not only to nurturing biodiversity and supporting climate resilience and improved water quality and sustainable agriculture. So as a part of our mission, we've long believed in the power of strong partnerships, ones working across sectors, geographies, and communities to protect landscapes that Canadians and our wildlife depend on. So these invaluable partnerships with actors such as government, industry, nonprofit organizations, Indigenous peoples, and landowners enable us to effectively work together to conserve habitats that are critical to our mission. So we're delighted to have you here, join us here today as we discuss the critical role that collaboration plays in shaping the future of our planet's biodiversity. In this session, we're fortunate to be joined by accomplished leaders and innovators who are driving these efforts. Representing the Nature Conservancy of Canada, World Wildlife Fund Canada, the Centre for Agri-Food Benchmarking, the Dairy Farmers of Canada, and the Métis National Council, and my own organization, Ducks Unlimited Canada. Our panelists each bring valuable perspectives on land and water conservation. Their innovative solutions not only contribute to biodiversity, but also support the people and economies most closely tied to these ecosystems. The focus of today's discussion, as I mentioned earlier, is partnerships, specifically how multi-sector collaboration is key to addressing the complex challenges of conservation, from closing knowledge gaps to scaling up efforts that restore and retain natural habitats. Partnerships are critical in advancing sustainable business practices and integrating Indigenous-led conservation practices into mainstream strategies. Together, these actions are paving the way for global solutions that can be adapted and replicated in different regions worldwide. So in today's session, we're going to begin with some introductions from our guest speakers. We'll then have a moderated panel discussion by yours truly, followed by audience questions and answers. So to conclude our session, we would certainly invite you to participate in an informal networking opportunity to connect with the panelists and other attendees, although I suspect we may have to vacate this space for the next session shortly thereafter. So our objective today is that you'll leave here with a deeper understanding of the scalable strategies and partnerships that are helping to conserve biodiversity and how these approaches can be adapted and replicated wherever you live and work. So, without further ado, let's meet our distinguished panelists. So, I'd like the panelists to introduce themselves, and we'll start off with, and just tell us your name, your role, organization, and a little bit about how your organization fosters partnerships and innovation in land and water conservation. So, we'll start off with David McInnes.
Okay. Okay, here we are. We're all ready to go. Thanks, Jim. Hello, everybody. My name is David McInnes, and I'm the founder of an initiative called the Center for Agri-Food Benchmarking in Canada. And it is a collaboration with 151 private-public partners in Canada's agriculture and food sector about how we can measure and how we can leverage value from understanding the sustainability of the entire agri-food sector from production through to retail. And we produced our first index, the National Index on Agri-Food Performance, Canadian first, and I believe global first, in May of 2023 as a pilot, and we're looking to improve upon that with version 2.0. So we can talk about that a little bit later.
Perfect.
Thanks,
Thank
Jim.
you. All right. Okay, we'll keep going down to Dawn.
Thank you. My name is Dawn Carr. I'm the Director of Strategic Conservation for the Nature Conservancy of Canada. The Nature Conservancy of Canada is best known for its work in private land conservation. And over the course of the past 10 years or so, we've really expanded our efforts to accelerate conservation by having a single goal, which is to increase or maintain landscape resiliency across Canada from coast to coast to coast. So I look forward to speaking about some of those impacts and the work that we're doing, and it's only possible through partnerships. So this is a great panel to be on. Thanks a lot, Jim.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. And over to Jordan.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jordan York. I'm the conservation manager with the Métis Nation of Alberta, or as we're now called, the Otipemisiwak Métis government. I lead a team that focuses on establishing Indigenous protected and conserved areas in Alberta, particularly on behalf of our Métis citizens there. And we have about 70,000 Métis citizens scattered across the entire province. So meeting the needs of providing access and conserving land on their behalf is really the honor that I get to take in doing some of the work that I do. And as Don kind of alluded to here, a lot of our work is also done through these partnerships with organizations like the ones here today.
All right. Thanks very much. Fiona, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me today. I'm Fiona McNeil-Knowles, the Sustainability Manager with Dairy Farmers of Canada. And in 2022, we set a net zero target. So part of that was the development of a sustainability strategy. And one of the key pillars within this strategy is partnerships. Partnerships that we'll be touching on later today with ducks, and really driving innovation and projects and on-farm adoption of best management practices to further enhance biodiversity and also climate change mitigation.
Thank you. All right, you can pass the mic down to Liz.
Good morning, everyone. Liz Hendricks, I'm the VP of Restoration and Regeneration at WWF Canada. And my program is national in scope, and we have priority regions where we focus on restoration goals across the country. We deliver a nature and climate grant program focused on both restoration of biodiversity and carbon, and then where we focus on large-scale complex partnerships and restoration initiatives, we also focus on individual action and how individuals can deliver on conservation goals as well. Two key points I just want to bring up in my introduction, because I'll circle back to them later, is our partnerships are focused on how we can be in service, especially when we work with our Indigenous partners and Indigenous nations across the country. We focus on how we can be of service to those communities and nations, and how we can support priorities that are matching. And then also I want to stress, when we speak to restoration, we speak to complex ecosystem restoration, so really focused on that relationship building both with the land and communities.
All right, and last but not least, James.
Hi, good morning. I'm James Patterson. I'm a research scientist in biodiversity at Ducks Unlimited Canada, and my role is to help develop planning tools around biodiversity conservation and also help with evaluation of our habitat conservation programs to make sure that we're maximizing return on investment and conserving habitat where we're going to benefit the most species. In terms of fostering partnerships, I'll bring, instead of some of the examples Jim talked about from Ducks Unlimited Canada, more of a scientist perspective. I kind of see there's kind of two main roles that I see from a science-based organization and our science team in terms of helping bring people together, because we've all probably heard whole of society like 1,000 times in the past week. But to me, that really means that every individual, every organization has a role and a responsibility to play in biodiversity conservation. And science is a really powerful tool to help bring some of those people together in terms of convincing skeptics that investing in these sorts of programs for biodiversity conservation can have benefits. The other major kind of role I see science in playing is helping invest in the next generation of conservation leaders. So investing in fellowship programs, training the next generation of scientists that are going to go on. Maybe they'll stay in academia, maybe they'll stay at Ducks Unlimited Canada, maybe they'll be at one of our partner organizations or in government helping lead initiatives. So I think investing in the next generation of scientists is something that we see as really important.
Perfect. Okay. All right, we're going to hear from our panelists now. We'll do a bit of a round table here on ask a few questions. So I'm going to start off with David. So David, the Center for Agri-Food Benchmarking plays a critical role in collecting and disseminating data while bringing diverse stakeholders to the table. So maybe for the audience, explain why data is so important to, quote, reconnect people, societies, and economies to nature.
I think at a high level, I hope we would all agree that if we don't have common measures, there's really no way we can have an adequate response to have an understanding around how we might value nature and understand how it may be vulnerable. And if we don't have that, then I don't think it's possible to adequately scale up what's required to address the nature crisis that we're facing. So I think that having a common set of understanding of metrics and doesn't mean we have to perfectly align, and there's so many data points and so many metrics, but if we're not working to at least have an element of commonality, I think it may undermine that capacity to speed change. And in fact, during our work with the Center for Agri-Food Benchmarking, and if you can imagine, with 151 partners, and dairy farmers and Ducks Unlimited are two of our partners, so I hope I'm going to say the right thing. But a lot of our dialogue was trying to isolate what is common to us all. That is the players in the agriculture and food sector. And what is common is that everybody needs good, suitable, quality data. Now, there's a ton of data out there. There's proprietary data. There's data that's for all manner of purpose. But if we don't work on that common set of data points and metrics, we can't have proper dialogues on any number of sustainability issues and matters. And so how the partners actually came together to isolate what was material, to decide what was or should be in scope versus out of scope, took a tremendous amount of effort over 2 to 3 years to really come in and clarify. And just as an aside, the pilot index, Canada's first agri-food sustainability index, was published in May of 2023 with 20 indicators and well over 130 individual metrics representing a holistic view of sustainability, including on biodiversity. And so I think as a result of that, it can show how a coalition can come together. A coalition that represents business, farmers, governments, retailers, food processors, academia, NGOs, indigenous organizations, innovation organizations, and so on. The list really does go on. And I think that opportunity to clarify what is common to all, I think really was part of this desire to isolate what is a common intent when everyone is there for proprietary reasons, and that's legitimate. And so it's isolating that commonality that I think is critical for any sort of collaboration to properly proceed.
Thank you. You may have answered my second question, but I'll ask it in any case. So, what is required to ensure that diverse organizations along the lines of which you just explained, representing broad societal interests, whether it's environment, communities, indigenous producers in business, academia, government, can work together to help get the data that they need to deliver on this objective?
I believe that what we have done is echoes what many are saying, the need for greater collaboration and coordination. And certainly the IUCN's Nature report emphasized that element of coordination. The COP15 report and the recommendation that came out of that 16.9 talked about encouraging countries to coordinate and cooperate to strengthen national monitoring. Business organizations have all echoed essentially the same thing. So I truly believe that there's momentum around the need to coordinate and cooperate. The issue is, how do you actually translate that desire into a model that you can retain the trust of 150 or whatever number of players to stay around a table, to keep their bias parked at the door? They're always going to be there to protect their self-interest, which is perfectly legitimate. And so it's the collaborative model of transparency, of trust, essentially a bottom-up driven process to allow everyone to have access to the information around what data they need, or what metrics need to be developed, or how to interpret those metrics. And it's through that constant process of defining the scope and intent that I think it is possible for collaborations to actually come up with the data that is required in order to help, in this case, address the biodiversity crisis.
Perfect. Thank you very much. All right, let's move over to Don. So Don, throughout your career, you've worked to bring people together in conservation. So based on your experiences with similar initiatives to the KMGBF, what are some common themes that have been successful at fostering partnerships to achieve ambitious conservation goals?
Thanks, Jim. I'm going to speak a little philosophically, because I really like this question, and a number of us on this panel are bringing with us experiences that we've had in different work experiences, relationships that we've had with people in the conservation sector and elsewhere. So I just want to touch a little bit on that, because my past experience has been working within public governments in Canada, but that experience has enabled me the privilege of being involved in some processes that have been intentionally diverse. And it's that idea of intention around processes to try and ensure that those people around the table that are diverse, that are able to contribute a voice and perspective, are heard. So the examples that I was going to bring, it's not related to the work of the Nature Conservancy of Canada, but those teachings and learnings are completely transferable, and they're very much being incorporated into our work in the Nature Conservancy of Canada. One, and here we are at COP16. So previous to the 30 by 30 goal, we were all working toward actually target 11, which is 17% protected by 2020. In 2015, it was a shift in how Canada was trying to manage its intention to bring diversity to the table. And a process was formed where we brought together Indigenous governments and nations, those voices, all levels of government, from municipal up to federal, perspectives brought from NGO communities, and just a broad, diverse, and we were strategically looking around the table to say, who needs to be here? That was different. And what I just want to mark with that process, which began less than 10 years ago, is that it's had a monumental impact on how we think about conservation in Canada. For those of you that are here and you've witnessed some of the other sessions that have been shared, Indigenous-led conservation is a real and important thing. It's something we all embrace and want to better support, enable, work in partnership, which is incredibly important, but that was only because there was intention behind the partnerships that we were trying to create a little less than 10 years ago. So intention's big. And I also say, and this came up because we spent time with the UK delegation yesterday, I'm part of the Canadian government's delegation for these 2 weeks. That was also intentional. And I can say other delegations here at COP16 are not looking to bring in other voices onto those delegations beyond the federal government state negotiators that are here. So I'm really proud. I'm super proud to actually be here on part of the Government of Canada's delegation, because we're able to help inform the negotiations that are taking place. And that is the whole of society, whole of government perspective that is being heard here at COP, which I think is unique. And I think there are lessons learned that can be taken from that in how partnerships should be nurtured.
Super. So I guess with that in mind, how can partnerships continue to play a pivotal role in driving success towards these long-term objectives?
When I was thinking about this question, Jim, there are a couple different ways I felt that this could be approached. But what keeps coming up time and time again in these past couple of weeks is that idea of putting yourself in a vulnerable situation, because hard things are hard. I have a mentor that has said that to me before. Like, hard things are hard. And when different sectors are coming together with different reasons for wanting to engage in the biodiversity conservation agenda and bringing in climate change as well, it takes time to figure out how to bridge that the interests of the different parties, and that can be difficult. So the time that it takes to build relationships and trust, and just being able to get to know where people come from, their families, why they're in this, field of work, is so important. That really does take time, and I can see it here. People feel like here at COP16, it's a safe place. And so bringing different, businesses, private sector together with the conservation sector and all of everybody in between, I think is, a sense of vulnerability to put yourself in a conversation that can be difficult and give yourself time to figure out where does that intersection occur, where mutual benefit can take place. Because I think we're all here knowing that we need to make a difference. And I've been really enjoying those conversations while being here.
Super. Excellent. Okay, so Jordan, Indigenous protected and conserved areas, or IPCAs, have emerged as vital tools for biodiversity, conservation, while ensuring that Indigenous leadership and traditional knowledge are central to stewardship efforts. So, could you share with the audience some of your insights into IPCAs and their creation through private land acquisitions?
Yeah, sure. Don, you've been doing a great job teeing me up, which is great, talking about the things that you're bringing up here. So, like, as you mentioned, IPCAs are a wonderful way to try having a mechanism in helping the governments essentially reach their biodiversity targets, protecting more lands and waters. And in doing that, we're empowering Indigenous communities to go and take on that capacity and start contributing to those goals. So it's not just all on NGOs. And then also we get the unique perspectives in Indigenous communities as well. And so I have the fortunate honor of working for the Métis Nation of Alberta, or Otipemisiwak Métis government, and going and leading a lot of that work within our community within Alberta. A lot of our work now has really been guided through engagement with our citizens. IPCAs as a concept, they are defined by Indigenous communities. They can be approached many different ways. So we didn't have to focus on a private land approach per se, but when we talked to our citizens and tried to figure out what their goals were and the things that they wanted to accomplish, we figured that was actually the best way to go and move forward. And I can say for the other organizations that are here on the panel, when we were engaging with our communities to talk about who should be working with on this project, they brought up NGOs as being the top one that we should be trying to engage with, because they valued the work that was happening all across the landscapes that they were already familiar with that were being conserved. So we had reached out in the early phases after we knew the direction we had to go to different organizations like Nature Conservancy of Canada, Ducks Unlimited, Alberta Conservation Association, and more, essentially to learn from them, to connect with them, to share resources to help inform the work that we were doing. And we've had success because of that. So it's been wonderful having partnerships with these great organizations that have been so open and willing to engage with us, and it's really helped us accomplish things. Compared to the millions of hectares that you brought up that Ducks has essentially conserved, we're a very small fish in a large pond. We're only probably about maybe 600 hectares at this point. But you know what? We only got going on this in recent years. You mentioned that there was a shift about 2017. I think we started working on engaging our community back in the late 2019. So it's been a very short period of time, but we're having rapid growth and a lot of success because of that.
Great. So how do you see the role of IPCAs evolving, and how can partnerships between Indigenous communities, conservation organizations, and private landowners support the creation of IPCAs on private land?
I think a lot of this comes back to building that capacity within Indigenous communities and building those partnerships to be able to allow more of that work to happen. Some of the challenges that we faced with the work that we've been doing is that there's not as much awareness and support out there for us in the broader community in doing that work. For example, we worked on one particular property where we wanted to partner with one of those NGO organizations, and we had pushback from the landowner because they weren't familiar with us. They didn't want to work with us specifically. They wanted to work with them instead. And so that's just simply because we don't have that capacity built yet. We don't have that awareness. But I really hope moving forward that more Indigenous communities are going to get that work out there, get more recognition, get more trust, get more familiarity with the general public, so they can then support IPCAs and the work that we're trying to do on the land as well.
Perfect, thank you. So let's turn to our agricultural partnerships. So Fiona, at the Dairy Farmers of Canada, partnerships have enabled Canadian farmers to make significant sustainability progress on farm, with a focus on conserving and restoring habitats such as wetlands in agricultural landscapes. And of course, those hold great potential for benefiting both climate and biodiversity. So from your vantage point, what are some key advancements and initiatives being made in Canadian dairy farming that have supported biodiversity?
Yeah, and thanks for making that connection between that climate change and biodiversity piece. I think that's really important to understand that they're integral and they work with one another and they impact one another. So one of our key tools that we launched with our net zero strategy was a best management practices guide. So really this was a tool to allow farmers to assess, okay, what practices am I adopting on farm, and also inspire areas in which to improve, one of which is under land management. So that identifies some key biodiversity enhancement practices that we want to encourage farmers to adopt. And really part of that BMP guide is having strategic partnerships to then, okay, we have an idea of what farmers need to be doing to advance progress towards our targets, both within climate change and biodiversity. So partnerships with ducks, they have projects across dairy farms across Canada in terms of how can dairy farmers, where is their biodiversity assessment happening on farm, and also what are the practices they can implement. So some key ones being forage and cropland enhancement, wetland restoration, riparian areas, and protection around those parts on their farms. A few pieces that we have in terms of driving progress is we have a program called ProAction. So this is a regulatory program across Canada in which is mandatory for all Canadian dairy farmers to participate within. And we recently launched an environmental questionnaire as a component, as a starting point for our environment module. So it includes 57 questions on the environment and also a key piece on biodiversity. And again, it's really bringing awareness into helping farmers understand where they're at in terms of their biodiversity efforts, and a means of inspiration of where can they improve and what can they do. And one other partnership we do have as well, which encourages biodiversity, is with Tree Canada. So we recently launched a program with them to plant 25,000 trees across Canadian dairy farms. And within these partnerships, I really have to key in on the technical and advisory aspects. Ducks provides that expertise to our farmers, as well as Tree Canada. And it's that knowledge transfer for our farmers to better understand what can they implement to drive progress and how does it impact their farm, because it's a holistic perspective that's needed to understand the levers that work within on-farm practices.
So thinking about your sector, what are the top challenges and opportunities for dairy related to biodiversity?
I think one of the key pieces across the board I'd have to mention for dairy farmers and likely many producers across commodity groups is the economic component. So really ensuring that farmers are equipped with economic incentives and support to adopt new practices on farm, and better understanding what is the impact to the return on investment, because really economic viability is crucial for sustainability and to further allow farmers to advance and take risk in terms of adopting new practices that maybe they weren't able to implement in their current land management program. So I would highlight that as a key integral one, and it's interconnected with sustainability. Another piece around that is that research and innovation. So part of that economic piece requires an assessment of that return on investment. Farmers need to be given quantitative numbers, science-based information to inform their decision-making on farm. So that requires really understanding the economic impact to then allow them to begin assessing where and what can they do on farm. And for as the Dairy Organization of Canada, it allows us to understand, okay, where can we work with partners in terms of helping farmers addressing those gaps, either in advancing best management adoption and also the financial incentives and tools. And I'd also have to mention measurement and really those indicators. So David, I'd have to highlight your work that you've done. It's a really crucial piece, and it's very complex. Understanding what are the indicators that work within on-farm realities, because we need that benchmark, and farmers need that benchmark to understand where they are at now, and then we can work together and collaborate in order to ensure, are we doing the correct things in order to advance meaningful progress towards both biodiversity and climate change targets?
Thank you. All right, I'm going to switch over to James. So James, as a science-based organization that's focused on habitat conservation, having planning tools that maximize benefits to biodiversity and return on investment through partnerships are, as you know, essential. So could you provide our audience an example of an innovative tool or tools that Ducks Unlimited Canada is currently using or developing to advance biodiversity conservation?
Sure, thanks. So the biggest direct driver of biodiversity loss is land cover change, habitat loss. And so when I started at Ducks as a scientist, I was surprised at how can we measure the impact of habitat loss on biodiversity? Like, what is the link between habitat disappearing and what species occur in a land? And so I saw that as a major gap that our team wanted to help build an understanding. And so there are many benefits to that, both from a conservation planning perspective in knowing where can we invest in habitat conservation and restoration to maximize benefits, how can we benefit the most species, but also how can we put numbers to some of our conservation programs to understand what is the benefit not just in acres conserved, but which species benefit where and how many species are benefiting. And so our team kind of assessed this and realized that the data exists, but part of the challenge was that it was fragmented. And so part of that collaboration piece was getting all the right people at the table and on board and willing to share information. So as an example of this, in Canada, in each province, the conservation data centers track rare and endangered species. These are really important places that house data for understanding the distribution of species, but they often lack the capacity to build some of these more advanced models that will scale over larger space to understand the link between habitat and species. And so this was a good way that we got several conservation data centers on board sharing all of their data because they saw the value in having a conservation planning tool to be able to map both biodiversity hotspots, so places where we can invest in conservation and benefit the most species, but also understanding some of the threats, places where habitat is disappearing more quickly and species are disappearing. And so the success of our kind of biodiversity mapping and assessment tool was largely based both on collaboration, both on data providers, but also I think a common theme in collaboration, especially from a scientific perspective, is incorporating the end user from the beginning of the process. And so going to both our conservation team and saying, what kind of tool do you need to do your job better? But also to our partners and say, what is the information you need to be able to better invest in biodiversity conservation? And so that kind of participatory and inclusive approach to including end users at the beginning and not just handing them a scientific product at the end will really increase uptake and also buy-in and trust. And so I think that's kind of like the lessons we learned through that process and to continue doing that in future planning projects.
Okay. So let's think about initiatives. We talked about tools. Could you give the audience an example of another partnership-led initiative that has biodiversity outcomes while building stewardship and resilience?
Sure. So in my intro, I said that I think every individual and organization has a role and a responsibility to play in conservation. And sometimes that includes like non-traditional partners. And so an initiative that includes partnership between organizations that maybe haven't worked together very much. We have a partnership with more than 15 property and casualty insurance companies that are really interested in, reducing exposure to risk from flooding. And so Ducks Unlimited Canada can bring the expertise in conserving, restoring, building new wetlands to reduce that risk, but by producing co-benefits to biodiversity, to recreation areas for communities, and exposing risk to those communities themselves, not just the bottom line to the insurance company. And so it's a way of meeting organizations where they come from and speaking in a language where they understand what the benefit is to them and finding those like win-win-wins. And so as an example of what that's looking like on the ground, that partnership includes British Columbia, Southern Ontario, Southern Quebec, places with really high human densities, really high human footprint, but also really high biodiversity potential and a historic rate of wetland loss. And so these are places where we can bring a lot of benefit to those communities. And so there's a pilot project in southern British Columbia, the Sturgeon Bank Sediment Enhancement Project, that's helping kind of raise the base floor for coastal marshes on the Fraser River estuary by pumping dredged sediment that's just going to go to waste to help have a place for the tidal marsh to establish as sea levels continue to rise. That provides really important salmon habitat. It's one of the most important estuaries for outgoing salmon on the Pacific coast. It's a world important migratory bird stopover site, but it's also a place where millions of people live and are going to be at risk from sea level rise. So it's a really good example of coming together with a non-traditional partner and finding what those ways of speaking are to convince organizations to buy into biodiversity conservation.
All right. Well, thanks very much. All right. So let's go to Liz. So Liz, WWF Canada has been instrumental in the adoption of the Global Freshwater Challenge, which is the world's largest initiative to restore degraded rivers, lakes, and wetlands to protect vital freshwater ecosystems. So how will the Freshwater Challenge support the achievement of restoration commitments such as Target 2 of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and the Bond Challenge?
First of all, I want to say thank you to all my fellow panelists. I want to have coffee with all of you. It was just very engaging conversations, and so thank you. That was wonderful. And thank you, Jim. So the Freshwater Challenge, just to back it up a bit, is a global challenge to accelerate the restoration of 300,000 kilometers of degraded rivers and 350 million hectares of wetlands by 2030. Global. Canada, the government of Canada has signed on to the challenge last December, so that's great. Why Freshwater Challenge? The rivers and wetlands are the front lines of the climate and nature crisis, but are generally undervalued and overlooked. So this challenge is bringing the freshwater ecosystem to the table of restoration. And it's really, you know, we're talking partnerships and we're talking about relationship building, and it's the same in our ecosystems. What we do on landscapes impacts waters, and what we do on in our waters impacts our landscapes. So it's really bringing fresh water to the coin. It's like the terrestrial side. When we talk about restoration and biodiversity, there's two sides of the coin: freshwater and terrestrial. And so it's really, the challenge is about bringing that side of the coin to light. It's shining a light on it. It's critical to accelerate, you know, lots of discussions about how do we accelerate it, how do we move faster, and it's critical to make sure we're not leaving parts of the discussion out, leaving partners out of the table, out of the room, right? So when I think about relationship building, it's about building up relationships within our ecosystems, as we are all a part of those ecosystems as well. I think I had one more point to just, and I think it's also about recognizing, and I'll speak about, and you spoke about co-benefits, and I think it's also about recognizing, you know, when you do soil restoration or tree restoration, that is also in a tangential way freshwater ecosystem. So how are we discussing our co-benefits, and how are we bringing a diverse view of people into the room? So, you know, you saw the end user, make sure your end user is also in the room. And so who are we tackling different problems with? And I think the Freshwater Challenge just really highlights that other side of the coin that has been missing is now at the forefront.
So how can we help mobilize the necessary and adequate resourcing needed to make those ambitious landscape level changes that match the ambitious target, the emissions of Target 2 of the KMGBF?
So the word acceleration has been coming up a lot lately in my conversations with people, and everyone's feeling the stress of these crises, these looming crises. The Living Planet report WWF Canada just launched is like just another story to tell us that we have to move faster. But two words Dave and Don brought to mind are trust and intention. And acceleration can only happen as fast as trust is developed and what is the intention we're bringing to the table. So I just well, and I love to tackle a project and move faster and let's get going, I'm more often than not reminded that where is the intention going and what is the trust that's built in the room. So without those, we have to accelerate. We have to focus on those soft and really important values in the room. And I think, again, not to repeat myself, but recognizing and realizing the co-benefits of the efforts that are happening, it just brings more people to the table. It just brings more solutions to the table. So it's not, let's just do tree planting because that's what we're focused on. But when you can, my favorite projects to work on and the most successful projects I've worked on in my career are ones where you take people coming from completely different worldviews or lenses or goals and say, it's okay that it's great that we have different goals. Can we achieve all of our goals in this project? And those tend to be the most successful in my mind. And I just want to say, we'll be making an announcement on a small plug. Tuesday morning, we're hosting a breakfast with our Indigenous partners. So more discussion on partnership and the role of Indigenous-led conservation. And we'll be making an announcement around convening and aggregating partners around restoration. So really exciting announcement for Canada. And that's Tuesday morning at 7:30. But yeah, building partnerships.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, because of the excellent answers and the efficiency of our panel, we have some time to turn to the audience, to ask the audience for any questions that you might have for any of the panelists on any topic related to what we've been discussing today. So, I think there's some mics out on the floor. I will invite questions or comments from the floor. Robert. Oh.
My name is Robert, and I was in a river with rights yesterday. It was given rights in 2016, in part to stop pollution and flooding. Would anyone be interested in working in a partnership to give rights to the Don Valley River?
Wow, that's a big question. Okay. Who would like to tackle that one? Okay. All right. Over to you, Don.
I just want to thank this question. This is so great to get a question from young people in the room. Honestly, it's great to have you here, and thank you for that. We've talked a lot about partnerships and wanting to find common interests and how we can better help and support those people that really want to engage in the conversation. So what I'm hearing is an invitation to us and others to participate in a conversation with you to see who might we know, if it's not us, that can better help support the goals that you're trying to achieve that are in all of our interests. I grew up in Toronto, so I have a very, a soft spot for the importance of the Don Valley. It's critical for connecting people with nature, and if you're not in it, if you don't experience it, you don't grow a love for it, and it becomes harder to engage in what's so critically important for us to engage in. So let's talk. After this conversation, it'd be really nice to hear, your love and passion for what it is that you're doing and why you're here, and I'd love to be able to support maybe a next step.
Yeah, great question. Okay. Anybody else want to tackle that one, or? No? Okay, very good. Any? How about some other questions? Right at the back. We need a microphone back there. So, yeah.
Yes, thank you. It's a comment for all of you. The Guardian, this media report that in 2023, the forest deforestation was 6 million hectares, but the degradation of the forest was 62 million in 2023. So this is increasing even this year, this 2024. So that doesn't make us close to the goals. And, the goals needs to have results. We can have a lot of efforts, good projects, but we must be based in results globally. So I think the main issue, that's why we cannot get these good results, is because there is a competition between the business models around the land and around the protection of the primary forest, intact forest. I think that if we stop deforestation and forest degradation, definitely all restoration efforts counts. But if the deforestation continues and we restore, we are not making any progress, because sometimes the forest loss cannot be recovered. Some species are lost forever. Doesn't matter how many efforts we put in restore some areas. So I think we should focus first on stop deforestation and business model around this, because the cause of this is the competition between economic activities that is driver of deforestation and the economic and of course the conservation. And around conservation can be even more profitable than agriculture, than livestock, than mining, but it's not accessible to farmers as the other drivers of deforestation are. For example, for any project for forest conservation, it requires usually a large organization that connects farmers, a community, with finance. Otherwise, it's not accessible easily. Also requires a large areas, requires verification, certification. So we need to create and to work on business models accessible for farmers to create an effective way, an effective strategy to stop the forest and the environmental degradation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay. Any questions? Unless anybody wants to.
Yeah, I'll take that one.
Yeah, okay. Go for it.
Yeah, thank you so much for that comment. And I know production systems in Canada are very different than other production systems around the world, but I think I really appreciate your perspective of it's a really complex issue, and land use changes and opportunities require having farmer voices a part of that discussion. We need to understand the complexities around the business models that are current and how can that transform in a means that's beneficial to conservation, biodiversity, and climate change. But the key step is having producers at the table. At COP16, I see very few producers here and producer organizations, but yet they're a key actor in all of the targets we hope to achieve, including complex issues around deforestation. But in order to tackle these issues that we've all spoken about today, it's that collaboration piece and having all different realities a part of that discussion. It's not going to be an easy solution, of course, but if you don't have everyone at the table, then you're going to miss something, miss a potential benefit impact, or maybe not foresee a potential risk or negative impact. So it's really that inclusive conversation around groups that may not be well represented in these conversations around conservation or with private industry and that sort of thing. So I just want to really highlight that perspective that you brought in. And I don't have an answer other than the starting point is bringing diverse voices to the table who are based on and with land use opportunities to advance these targets and really answer those hard questions.
Thank you, Fiona. All right, Megan.
Just building on some of the things that many of the panelists have said around kind of being vulnerable, having tough conversations, being intentional about bringing in diverse voices. I think part of that is coming to these partnerships with humility and recognizing that you don't know it all, and that's why you want to get these diverse perspectives. So I'd love to hear from you folks in your work with partnerships. What have you learned or what surprised you as you've come into a partnership? How have you kind of grown, maybe personally or through your organization in that partnership?
All right, we'll go. David, over to you.
Thanks for that question. Two things. The first is when we were developing this index of sustainability for agriculture and food, the initial intent was how best to measure sustainability, or how we ought to measure sustainability as a frame of reference to align the players. What surprised me was after we did this, or in the process of doing it, we actually got aligned on what we were missing, the data gaps. And in my mind, aligning such a diversity of folks around what we're missing is a huge step forward, because it becomes almost the blueprint for the next round of discussions and how to evolve, in our case, this index. And I think so being open to surprises can be a good thing. But what it does do is it allows the individual players to say, it's okay if I don't know the answer, we'll park it and we'll figure this out. And I think that goes to the trust and transparency process. The other thing that we did that I thought was fascinating is we developed a set of operating principles. Now, we didn't do it over an hour and develop it and go, oh, tick, we've got our principles. Let's now park that in the appendix. Rather, these became live principles. And when I heard partners starting to use the principles to give them permission to raise a point or an objection, for me, it became a very real example that the partnership was working. So one of the principles that it sort of morphed over time was, let's not shoot for perfection, let's just mark progress, recognizing that we're not going to solve these totally complex issues. And to the woman who raised the issue about forestry, which is not in scope to our work, there are such huge complex issues, but just having some success and marking progress actually builds incredible momentum and a feeling that you're making progress. And that itself becomes self-fulfilling. And so I feel that having honest discussions around how you work together, people love to work together effectively. And I think you have to be honest about what can and can't happen in that regard.
Yeah. That was a great question. I don't know if anyone else wants to respond to that. Over to you, Dawn.
I actually didn't know this question was coming forward, but something that came to mind as a real example in this room, and I'm not calling anybody out, but what surprises me sometimes through conversations that serendipitously come up between different sectors. I had a conversation with a private sector company not long ago, and it was just to start initiating a conversation about where might our interests intersect. We're all human beings. We have families, we have children, we talk at a level of like human being to human being, and it's through those initial conversations that interests start to surface. So I'm pleasantly surprised that the people that I had a conversation with from the private sector are in this room, which is heavily conservation focused. There is a lot of interest out there to do good work. There are good intentions out there. So just starting the conversation from a point of humility, getting to know each other, starts to open up the idea of possibility. So that's just something that I thought would raise, because it brings me hope and a lot of optimism and excitement about what's around the corner.
Very good. I'm guessing others may have some surprises or things that they've learned from partnerships. Is there anybody else that wants to jump on that one? Oh, yeah, we've got time. Yeah, we're good.
I'll just say that, I mean, we were relatively new to this line of work only a few years ago, and so we learned a lot from our partnerships that we developed with different NGO organizations. We had to learn how to assess lands and determine how to find ones that would meet the goals of the funders and contribute to biodiversity from at least a funding program standpoint. We had to go and look to our citizens to try to figure out what their goals were and try to find ways to accomplish those and pull everything all together. But the one thing that we found when we reached out to all these different organizations to talk to them about the work that we wanted to do, it was very much the work that they wanted to do as well. There was a lot of overlapping interests and shared goals, and so it felt a little awkward at first reaching out and talking to these people because we'd never talked to them. But you know what? Now we're texting them on a personal level. We're always interacting when we see properties that might be of interest. We're sharing them around. We're being brought into these larger group discussions between different land trusts, essentially in our whole province. And so it's been a very welcoming community because I think we do share all those interests. And so we want each other to succeed because we're all contributing to the same thing.
Perfect. That's great. All right, over to James.
Well, I'll just give as a scientist, I often originally thought that data could convince everyone. But I think it's a common theme that like everyone has used the word trust, and realizing that the data is not enough and building that relationship with people is really important. And data is really helpful, but you also need a trust and a relationship and to recognize that, yeah, we're all human. And so that was like very humbling earlier in my career. And now I'm learning that it slows things down, but it makes the relationship more valuable. So.
All Great.
That was great. So I love that you thought data was going to solve everything. But I will say something, great question. Something I learned early on was, I have a set of strengths. I don't have all of them, so humility and knowing my kind of sandbox I play in. But shout out to my colleague James Snyder, who is a science wizard. He's our VP of Science Research and Innovation and does magical things with data and great reports. It's all really great, and I love when I can use that to make policy progress. So where I work and my strengths are policy and government relations and working with communities and drawing in interesting partners, and I can do that because I have this science work and trust that I fully trust this work that is his strength and expertise, and I can bring my expertise to the table and we can do really great work, so that's fun.
Perfect. Okay. The final word goes to Fiona.
Yeah, I just want to echo everything that's been said today. And I think something that's really fascinating about the dairy industry, but also agriculture in particular, it provides the opportunity for so many diverse partnerships and sectors to come into play to really advance those land-based solutions. We work with financial institutions, conservation organizations, government, et cetera, private industry, all key pieces. And the humility around continuing to see the greater perspectives and interconnections with other organizations that we may not have always seen alignment with or understanding, we are echoing the same messages. Is there a way that we can learn from one another? So I think that's been a really fascinating piece around sustainability within the dairy industry, is the diversity and opportunity for continued partnerships with all these panelists up here today.
I think we still have some time for a couple more questions. I don't know if anyone else has anything that they'd like to raise. So, anybody? We got a couple here. Okay, James.
I'm curious. It's obviously great to see a lot of Canadian leadership on the stage today. Have any of you found any particular insight in working internationally or transboundary? So when you're trying to engage with our colleagues in other countries, do these kind of partnership principles still apply?
That's a very good question. Sure. Liz.
So WWF Canada is part of an international network of amazing country offices and international network and platform. And where I've seen the most success is when it's two areas actually. So the first one is, so formerly I managed the Freshwater program. We did the watershed reports. And I remember the first Freshwater international event I went to for WWF, and working with different country offices on the exact same issues. So being able to relate, and some of the water management issues being very, very similar and completely different political context, economic context, but some of these fundamental conservation issues were found across internationally. So I found that, great learning opportunity just to learn from people on the ground in different countries about how they're dealing with different challenges around moving conservation forward. And then I would say when trust and intention is built with relationships, and you learn about different initiatives globally. So WWF covers so much, but global priorities aren't always the priorities within Canada. But when they are, and there's that back and forth conversation about, this is what I need global colleagues to be talking about and messaging, because this is what matters for the Canadian context. And then when I can say, actually, the global issues you're talking about really do matter in Canada, and we can find those connections because we've built trust and have similar intentions. It is really beautiful, but it does require, and I think sometimes in the international context, it's easy to forget that you have to listen to those local voices. You have to make sure that what you're talking about at a global level, on a global platform, makes sense for local communities, because ultimately that's where change, we can have all the COPs we want, but what happens in your backyard is what is actually going to make all these changes happen. And forest degradation, to your point, you need all the backyard efforts happening to see the global difference. And so unless the global platform isn't touching down in a genuine way in local communities, I don't think you'll see progress globally.
Great point. David.
I might not be answering your question exactly, but it's prompted another thought that I hope is somewhat relevant. When our work started in early 2020 around bringing players together to benchmark the Canadian agri-food system, we needed a burning platform. There has to be some reason to bring players together that worries them, whatever it may be. And I found that for the production sector, for the businesses, the burning platform was if Canada wasn't going to measure its own sustainability, we were going to be measured. In fact, we are being measured by global agencies, by global organizations, by all sorts of players. And that's not to be a criticism of any global player, but there are differences between countries on their agricultural and food context that need to be reflected to be pragmatic. But this was an enormous catalyst that if you don't do something, it's going to be done to you. And the related to that, so what we did is that we didn't shun access and wanting information from global players. Quite the opposite. We brought global organizations consistently into our dialogues because we needed to understand where the global trend line was going, what was happening abroad, to make sure that we didn't design our effort in a vacuum and just pretend to think that we got it all figured out just because we have an interesting collaboration. So we challenged our thinking constantly. We reviewed our work with global entities and Canadian academia, and we constantly had that challenge function through the process. So what was going on globally and with international organizations was very important to actually moving our way forward. So I don't think I answered your question directly, but certainly it prompted that thought.
Yeah. Very good. All right. Was there any last? I think I saw one more hand, but if anybody has any more questions, we'll. Paul. I think we need a mic. We need a mic for Paul. So.
So, Jordan, you made a really interesting comment at the beginning. This isn't just for Jordan, but you talked about, you sat around the table and you looked and wondered who's not here and who's not participating in the discussion. And Fiona, you mentioned that there aren't a lot of farmers' voices in this room. And I'd like everyone's thoughts on who isn't in this discussion that really should be as a partner. And more importantly, how do we get them here? Because I really think that's an important part of the discussion is having the people that need to be in the discussion actually present.
This went a lot more high level than I thought it was going to be. I'll just say I am happy that I'm here as a representative of an Indigenous community, being a manager working for an Indigenous government. I do think that Indigenous voices should be included, maybe beyond just mine in some of these conversations, but again, very happy to be on this panel, and I do hope that the organizations that are here will continue to reach out and be open and willing to work with more Indigenous communities. So I think they need to be at the table, and hopefully will continue to do so. I don't know how to bring all of the farmers and everybody else to the table, so I'm going to pass it on to the next people.
I think that if we're talking about how we better value nature and how we can restore and protect nature, every single player in the food system has a role in that equation. And when we talk about systems thinking, which I think many of us actually embrace, I think we need system representation. We definitely need more producers at this discussion. We need food processors. We need food retailers. We need academia. We need government and regulators and financial institutions, data providers, innovation organizations. The list really goes on because everyone in the food system has a touch point. Everyone has a piece that they can contribute to. And I think if we're going to try to reevaluate and put greater value on nature to survive and thrive, we have to have the people, organizations who have a touch point all at this table. Now, we don't want to be silly about it. You can't have 15,000 people on a stage, but I think greater the representation and diversity, the greater the insights that can be shared to build trust across that platform. That's about building momentum. And I think it's possible, but it requires a concerted effort to bring those folks together around a table. That's a new collaborative challenge that I think we all need to embrace and encourage for the next COP.
I'm going to build on that because an additional thought was raised. I think it's really important when we're looking at who's around the table. We also need to be really clear on what's the project, what's the outcome we're trying to achieve, and not trying to take on too much. I've been spending a lot of time in some of the business and finance conversations, and they're very discrete. They're problems that are trying to be achieved around certain projects, and biodiversity is highly complex. I think that comes up everywhere. It's a little different from some of the climate conversations that occur through the UNFCCC. Biodiversity is complex, so if we can define discrete projects with clear outcomes, it makes us much easier to understand who should be around the table that needs to be part of that conversation, and that helps to sort of contain the tangential thinking or conversations that may go astray. It helps us stay focused, and focus is absolutely what's needed between now. I mean, it's the end of 2024, and these are 2030 goals. So we're here sitting in the IUCN room. We have a lot of different voices here. I really take your point. Like it's systems thinking, boundary spanners, that international thinking that I think you were talking about. We have to be working beyond boundaries, thinking outside our own ways of thinking, like our own sectors, and really focus on the projects and outcomes that we're trying to achieve.
So back to the comment about humility, I sometimes think there's a difference between who I want in the room, because I think I know, and who is needed in the room, and then who actually wants to be in the room. And so I'm not really answering your question, I'm dodging it, but because I don't have the answer, but I do think sometimes I have to check my own biases of who I think I want in the room. And it's about, how do I break up my own network, and how am I regularly engaging in different voices and being very intentional about, trying to step out. How many meetings am I having with people I don't know on a, annual basis? Or, how do we break that so that we are ourselves being introduced to different voices?
And just a quick comment and perspective I want to add. I know I'm speaking to farmers and producers, but part of the piece of bringing those voices in is also understanding the challenges of being here and the accessibility. To bring in farmers takes in consideration of the time and effort it takes to get to these conferences. And I'm sure this speaks to other voices too that need to be in these rooms. For example, we were at the climate change COP last year with one of our board members who's a producer, and he was on the phone with his wife saying like something went wrong in the farm, the milk production had stopped with the piece of machinery that they use, and he was having to troubleshoot like 12 hours ahead in a different time zone, while also preparing for meetings, bringing in perspectives, trying to tie in and representing Canadian dairy farmers in a space where their voices weren't heard. So it's that complexity and those pieces that sometimes we forget to bring in when we're asking for solutions situated in on-farm realities. We have to consider the whole reality and the amount of effort it takes to get to these spaces for different people. And I speak for producers, but I'm sure this is an applicable comment for many people that need to be at these tables.
Okay, great. All right, well, this brings us to the end of the formal part of our discussion today, but by no means it's certainly not the end of it. I guess at this point, we will break for a networking opportunity. So if there was a question that you had that you might want to discuss or put to any of our panelists, we're happy to do that at this point. But certainly, thank you all, for joining us. And I'd like you to join me in thanking our panel of experts for sharing their unique perspectives with everyone today here in Cali. Thank you. We're done the official part. Thank you all.
please take your seats. There are some seats still, one over here, one over there. So if you would like to sit, we will start in a few seconds. Yeah, there are still a couple of seats over here if you want to. You have to be with us for the next hour and a half, so you can sit. Okay, so hello everyone. Hello everyone, and thank you for joining today in this event. I have to say I'm very used to do these kind of things, but today I'm especially stressed because this is something a little bit that takes to a personal level. Before I start, my name is Veronica Ruiz. I'm the program manager for resilience as part of the climate change team for IUCN. And I'm here on behalf also of my colleagues from the human rights and conservation team that are joining us online. So they cannot be here in person, but they are online. We have been co-organizing this important event for us. This is very important for us because IUCN is not only about conservation, it's how we advance together human rights for women, for girls, for youth, and also for elderly, indigenous people, and all the vulnerable communities with whom we work in conservation, but also in climate actions. So today, I'm delighted to have such a inspiring panel, I have to say, and especially I would like to thank Stuart McGuinness, our Deputy Director General, who is stepping in a little bit on his last minute. I put you in the spot, but I'm super grateful that you accepted this invitation. So Stuart, I hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, Veronica. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. It's a real pleasure to be here and to spend the next hour and a half on, I think, an issue that is fundamental. I think there has been really good progress made, but I think we really need to be honest with ourselves as well, that there is a lot more work needs to be done. So we're here today, over the next hour and a half, we're here not just to talk about equity. I think what we really need to do is we want to start to put the groundwork in place for transformative change. And as I said, we need to be honest with each other. We still have work to do when it comes to to addressing equality, gender equity, and putting in place gender responsive programs. And I'll say this, and I'll say this actually to all the men in the room, it's in everyone's interest. Everyone benefits when we put in place and we address and take head on the issues around equity, and we look and we are proactive in putting in place frameworks that deal with not only the rights of women and girls, but the agency and tapping into that and being able to unleash that in support of our conservation work and more broadly how that interfaces with many, many social interactions. I also think that, as I said, we've got more work to do, but I think we've also got to be aware that it is easy to regress. And I'll be honest, one of my frustrations, this is an issue I feel passionate about, one of my frustrations is that our donors require that we screen for gender, but we still have, I'm going to be honest, I still think we have not done sufficient to really build this in to our interventions, and so I really and I say, so we need to be not only determined to move forward, to really put in place a solid framework that really is gender responsive, but we also need to be alert to the risks of regression and backsliding. Again, and this is at all levels. IUCN does a periodic comparison looking at women leadership in environmental ministries, and after really good progress, it started to slow. And slow sufficiently so that it's going to take 162 years to reach parity. That's not good enough. So we need, when there's an election going on somewhere at the minute, and when I hear the part of the narrative is, well, women's rights that's all done and dusted. I'm sorry, it just is not the case. It is not the case, and we need, and I say, and again, I'm talking to men here. We need to embrace this as well because everyone benefits. I also think we also, and so to me, it's great in IUCN to have real strong leadership from our president and our director general. I think this is we need to be able to embrace and celebrate the very fact of women in leadership roles, because that sets the course for the future. I also think we need to be able to address the challenging questions, and there are real challenging issues. One thing I am very proud of the fantastic human rights and conservation team is that they took on the issue of environmental gender-based violence with the support, very much with the support of USAID. And really bringing this to a fore, did a cutting-edge study on this, demonstrated, I think, something that really is important, that this is not just about at an individual level and a toxic dynamic between individuals. It can be systematic. It's systematic in the control over natural resources. And so again, I think this really puts in place what we need to think about is, and underlines the seriousness of why we need to be proactive, diligent, not resting on what we've proceeded or where we've got to so far in moving forward with real gender responsive programming. I'm also happy to say that actually we in IUCN, I will admit, we have still got more to do, but we are being proactive on this. And one example that I will give is the way that we have started very proactively to integrate the gender and gender-related issues with our Indigenous peoples organisations. We're building up a very strong collaboration. I want to shout out to our president, to Razan, for her leadership in helping to move that forward. And we've got a fantastic initiative under this framework we call the Padong Initiative, which is called Stewarding the Earth, which is about really facilitating senior Indigenous women's leadership and getting that to mentor young emerging female leadership from Indigenous communities. So I'll conclude by saying I'm really proud to number one, to have, and I want to really acknowledge the Human Rights and Conservation team who aren't here. They have done a lot of fantastic work. I'm proud to work with them. I'm proud to work with you, and I would really, and I say I'm really looking forward to the exchange. And finally, I'd just like to say I'd like to thank and acknowledge USAID, Global Affairs Canada, and NORAD for joining us and actually for working with us over the long term on this challenge that we will resolve and we will move forward on. Thank you very much. And with that, I would then like to give the floor to, and with real pleasure, to IUCN President, Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak. Razan, across to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dear sisters, dear colleagues, and dear friends, it's a real honor to be with you here today and for a number of inspiring, really, leaders in front of me who has relentlessly really championed the voices, the rights, the leadership of women in conservation and climate action. Dear friends, throughout my career, pursuing inclusivity, advancing women's leadership has been really a guiding force, shaping a dedication that we collectively share, this dedication towards nature, biodiversity, climate action, and really development and progress. In my current role as IUCN President, as you've just heard from Stuart, I'm really honored to represent an organization that truly and authentically places gender equality and women's rights at the heart of nature conservation. And as my role as the UN high-level champion for climate change, and through my priority of really advancing the climate and nature nexus, I have had the privilege to really also champion the delivery of gender responsive outcomes. And the thing that I've learned is things do not happen by default. And if we take that and continue to switch that default button with that assumption that gender responsive outcomes will happen, it will not. It needs to be deliberate and it needs to be by design. Because we all know in this room that women are indispensable stewards when it comes to nature, climate action, when it comes to natural resource management. And so, as the world's largest conservation network, at IUCN, we do have this unique position, but also responsibility to champion this moving forward. And our event today really embodies this mission. We are here to really amplify the voices from all sectors, from government, from finance, grassroots leaders, and experts alike, to ensure that gender equality and a gender-responsive approach must be integrated and really must be mainstreamed in every aspect of biodiversity and climate action. Discussions today will highlight commitments to advance Target 23 of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and the importance and the implementation of Objective 1 of its Gender Plan of Action to deliver equal opportunities and capacity for women to contribute to biodiversity action, as well as to critically ensure the safety and security of women and girls so that they can fully and fearlessly participate in this movement, free from gender-based violence. Like you've heard before, and like you've heard me say, I'm incredibly proud that IUCN is advancing this agenda and looking really to listen from the panelists on how we as a community can tailor support to address gender-based violence risks, ensuring that women are not just safe, but really empowered to shape the future of nature conservation and climate action. I'd like to express my deep gratitude to my fellow colleagues and speakers here today for making gender equality the cornerstone of their work. Your dedication, your strength, your resilience are really foundational and inspirational. Again, friends, we must do this thoughtfully and deliberately. Otherwise, gender equality falls down in the priorities of global agenda parameters. I count on you to keep us as IUCN honest brokers for this cause. I count on you to trickle down this fundamental objective to our 1,400 members and 16,000 scientists. We need to ensure that this issue does not continue to sit on the sidelines of events, but rather is mainstreamed within negotiated outcomes and within the financial flows to ensure that women in the grassroots that are working on conservation and climate action are not just supported, but are empowered. Thank you very much for your attention and looking forward to our discussion here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Razan. And thanks actually for really bringing out this point, which I think is really important, that, and I think is part of the issue as well. There has been work on gender, it's been good work, but the real challenge now is mainstreaming. It's not to keep it in to the side or in its own bubble. It has to be right through everything. So thank you for that point. We're now going to move to the next session, or to the next part, and I'm going to have a very distinguished set of panelists, and who I'd like to invite to join now. So Bard Vegar Sul? Okay. I had the pronunciation good before, but so Bard is the Director General of NORAD since January 2020, and he came to NORAD after a year and a half as the Secretary General of WWF Norway. And then I'd like to invite Dr. Adriana Gonçalves Moreira, who's the lead specialist for partnership at the JEF, and she's currently the head of the JEF's partnership division, and previous was the regional coordinator for Latin America. So Adriana. Oh, she's on her way. Sorry. Okay, thank you. CJ Girard, Global Partnership and Sustainable Agriculture, PepsiCo, and leads the Global Partnership for PepsiCo's Sustainable Agriculture team. And then from USAID, where's Catherine? Catherine Wallen, the Natural Resource Officer for USAID, and Catherine specializes on environmental governance, marine conservation, organizational strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. And finally, but certainly not least, a long-standing friend of mine, Celine Heinbecker, who's the Director of Climate Finance Partnerships at GAC, at Global Affairs Canada, and the Director of the Environment and Climate Partnership Division as well. And her team supports Indigenous and international partners and programming on issues pertaining to climate. So I'll take my seat here and we'll jump into this. And Veronica's put me under strict instructions that we need to finish by 3 o'clock. Yeah, I know you're watching me. By 3 o'clock or so. So Bard, maybe we can kick off with you. Norway believes in a fair world, that a fair world is an equal world. And could you share with us how Norway has taken this approach to building this into the dual crisis of biodiversity loss and climate change?
Sure, and thanks for having me. It's been great to see so many colleagues and friends here in a warm and beautiful Cali. It's a bit of a change from Oslo the other day. Dark and cold Oslo, but great to be here. So we try to integrate gender and gender equality basically into everything we do. I mean, we're better sometimes than other times, but that's what we try. And there are three basic reasons for that. The first is, of course, that women's rights are human rights. And you can't just do human rights from time to time, right? Then they wouldn't be human rights. You have to do them on all thematic issues. And you can't do it just in the morning, but not in the afternoon or some. You just have to integrate it always. But the second reason is that it also makes a lot of economic sense and a lot of sense for solving real problems within the different issues, right? So, for instance, on climate and environment, we know that there's we get better solutions if we bring gender into how we program or think about what we do. Gender makes a lot of sense in solutions on climate and nature. We know that many of the issues, many of the problems, women are disproportionately affected. For instance, extreme weather events. So we couldn't really avoid it. We wouldn't get good enough solutions. And the third thing is that there's a quite strong evidence base for solutions which based on gender throughout development assistance. And in NORAD, we put a lot of weight on using evidence when we program. We have this internal slogan, which is that facts should have the power. And for instance, fact is that sexual and reproductive rights, programs there are among the most cost-effective we can do. And fact is also, and this was surprising to me when I first learned it, that among the most important things you can do to do climate adaptation well is girls' education. Because if girls and women are educated, there will be different choices would be made in a community. And we also know throughout, for instance, that cash transfers, when directed to women, often are more effective than when not. So simply looking at the evidence also is behind it. So for us, I would say, making gender an important issue in our programming on climate and nature, it's simply it would. I mean, when the evidence is behind it, when it makes our programming better, and when it's about human rights, it would be quite stupid not to do it.
Thanks very much, Bard. CJ, I'm going to come to you. And so PepsiCo has a positive agriculture strategy which aims to address both biodiversity and climate change, and therefore confront risks such as freshwater scarcity and soil degradation. So could you share with us how gender equality features in your approach as you advance sustainable, positive agriculture, addressing these global crises, but equally ensuring that there is that strong equality layer there? And then maybe just as a second question, if I can follow up, is what is the business case for taking that comprehensive and rights-based approach that you would put to other colleagues in the private sector?
Yeah, thank you all for having me here. So I might just address the elephant in the room to say that we're learning. And rather than kind of articulate what I would like to say is why gender equality matters, I'll just talk about what we're actually doing, because I think that speaks more volumes. So what we've done is partner with our colleagues and friends at USAID, and since 2019 we've been trying to understand what the business case is for us really elevating women in our supply chain to realize greater growth, profitability, and sustainable outcomes. What that has meant is over 5 countries, so Peru, Colombia, Pakistan, India, and Vietnam, we have endeavored to understand better the role that women are playing in our value chain, understand the cultural norms that we're trying to both navigate as well as change and transform, and align those with the business priorities that we have, because business buy-in is a really critical reality for us. The implementation has differed dramatically. We go through local partners that engage with the community members and determine what they want to do for themselves. So the range has been from building shelters, building mobile daycare centers, access to training for women laborers, all the way to digital applications around irrigation, scheduling, and record keeping. So depending on the women that we're working with, we design different interventions, and then we measure them over a period of time against a baseline to say what did actually change, and how does it impact our bottom line to justify further investment, as well as justify investment from other stakeholders. So we only have about 2.5 years of seasonal data, but we have been able to train over 6,000 individuals in a gender responsive way. In our value chains in those countries, we have closed the gender gap in terms of access to training and services around agriculture. It has resulted in a couple things that we're really monitoring closely. The first is around profitability and incomes. So 60% currently of the program participants have reported greater profitability or higher wages. We've seen yield increases from 13% to 32%, depending on the country. We've also seen one thing that we're really excited about is that in the trainings that we have, we see a massive gap between adoption of practices. And I won't call out the men, but the women have a 100% rate of adoption of 3 climate smart practices on farm. That is unheard of in our value chain and in our training, and it's something that we're going to be watching very closely, and we're excited to share with peer companies as well. So I think the 3 things that we've learned, the first is that there is a business case. It's there, it's evident. We can quantify it, we can qualify it, we can put it into stories, whatever our business needs, we finally have sort of that evidence base to provide. The second thing that we've learned is that this was as much of an internal exercise as it was an external. We have not only just trained 177 PepsiCo employees on gender sensitization that have been adjusted for cultural norms across our operations, but we've also undergone a huge transformation internally at our leadership level of how we talk about gender equality in public forums and how we talk about it internally. And the last lesson I'll share is that this work takes a lot more time than we had originally anticipated. And so maintaining momentum for continued investment while we watch culture norms change is something that the private sector is still trying to wrap our arms around. It's a lot longer than the quarterly reporting we're used to. And so how do we really sort of justify this over the long term and ensure that we're continuing to not lose steam and prioritize it amongst the very many pressing crises that we're trying to address?
Thanks very much, CJ. I think that was, I hope we've recorded that somewhere, because I think that is really, really impressive. I mean, of course, I think we all agree, if there was no evidence of any incremental benefit, it's still the right thing to do. It's a fundamental issue of equity and equality. But then, as I mentioned, it seems there are major dividends, and the fact is everybody benefits. So thanks for that. I think it's a lovely example as well of how you've really tried to do this systematically. So thanks. Now I mentioned that we need to deal with the tough issues as well, the challenging issues, the painful issues, and I'm very happy that IUCN has been working very closely with USAID on the particular issue of gender-based violence. USAID became a real pioneer on the implementation of Objective 1.5 of the Gender Plan of Action on GBV. And so, Catherine, I'd like to come to you and ask what motivated USAID to set up the RISE Grants Challenge and to really take this on and champion this issue?
Sure, and thanks so much for having us. We're really delighted. I think it's a great panel, and we're excited especially to hear from the second panel with the RISE recipients as well. So first, I think just to acknowledge what you said at the beginning, right? There's an enormous need to support global actors to understand and address gender-based violence and violence against women and girls. Historically, biodiversity conservation and environment work has not always acknowledged these impacts and the risks and the dynamics. So, as you alluded to in the intro, in 2020, USAID commissioned IUCN to conduct a report on the nexus between gender-based violence and the environment. I'm going to share a couple statistics with you, but try not to overwhelm you. So we found through that there's really this urgent need that I think we've been hearing about to ensure the dignity and safety of people from gender-based violence and address this across the breadth of all environmental action. This research found that 59% of over 300 environmental policymakers have observed or received disclosures about GBV during environmental projects. 71% noted a lack of information and resources to address gender-based violence. Finally, I think you noted that we're also seeing, as much as we're working on this, there are declines, right? So we're noticing that in the face of climate change, a lot of the gains that we've seen in child marriage have reduced. So that has been a challenging area. Also, since it's Ocean Day, I wanted to emphasize a couple ocean-related stats. So in the ocean sciences, 78% of nearly 1,000 women reported that they had experienced sexual harassment in the marine science workplaces and learning environments. In fishing villages, HIV and AIDS rates in the face of climate change are 4 to 14 times higher than the national average due to sex for fish or sextortion relationships. So that's a lot of facts, but we really did see this as a groundbreaking work that IUCN produced to help us understand what the issue was. And then we took that to figure out how we could find a solution to addressing gender-based violence in the environment. So at USAID, we're changing our policies to reflect these findings. Gender-based violence and its connection with conservation and climate change feature in the U.S. Global Strategy to prevent and respond to gender-based violence, in USAID's Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Policy, the USAID Biodiversity Policy, and the USAID Climate Strategy. And then we're also working to fund these commitments, including with IUCN, and calling on others to join us. So in 2019, USAID launched what's known as the Resilient, Inclusive, and Sustainable Environment, or RISE, Grants Challenge. And this addresses gender-based violence in environment and climate-related sectors. It's the first of its kind grants fund, which is dedicated exclusively to environment and gender-based violence. It's designed to spur partnerships between environmental organizations, IPLCs, gender, and GBV experts. Grantees are only eligible if they're a partnership between an environment and a gender-focused organization with GBV expertise. Since 2022, IUCN has managed the RISE Grants Challenge for USAID. One of the requirements that we have as well is that each organization has to have a local partner on the ground. USAID has invested over $13 million in the RISE Challenge. We've supported 18 projects in 15 countries. And last year, we welcomed NORAD as one of our new donors. They've joined us for this year and next year's funding and added $3 million to our efforts. So we're very grateful for their trust and leadership on these issues, and we invite others to join us.
Thanks very much, Catherine. I just want to say, yes, please, thank you. Because thank you. Because I must say, when I read that report, and I really want to call out Jamie Wen Benson and her colleagues who did that. It was upsetting. It was unsettling, and it actually, and to be truthful, also made me feel a bit angry. But the other thing, but I think what really clarified is that this is systemic. And the very fact is that we have got a responsibility. It's not just happen chance or bad luck or a bad person. This is systemic. And as you said, it is about struggles over natural resources. So I really want to sort of thank USAID for working with IUCN and helping us to take. Oh, thank you. And helping us raise up some of these issues that are painful but necessary to put a spotlight on. Celine, come to you. Over the last several years, you have been operating a feminist development policy, and in Global Affairs Canada, you've also been really working to ensure that the voices of women from Indigenous and marginalised communities are included in decision-making processes, particularly related to climate finance. So could you tell us what strategies are in place to measure some of the success of these initiatives? Thanks.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So first, I think what I'll do is explain a frame for our international assistance, and it's similar to what I've heard already from fellow panelists.
I'll take you back to 2017. That's when Canada published its Feminist International Assistance Policy. The policy was a result of extensive consultations in Canada, across Canada, and around the world. And it includes 6 action areas. The first one is gender equality and the empowerment of women. And there are others that you would recognize: human dignity, growth that works for everyone, environment and climate action, inclusive governance, and peace and security. And health and education are fit under some of these that I've mentioned. In addition to having a dedicated action area on gender equality is a cross-cutting issue in all of the action areas. And why did we do this? For reasons that we all understand, gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls is the most effective way to reduce poverty and promote sustainable development. Under Canada's Feminist International Assistance Policy, all programming starts with extensive intersectional gender-based plus analysis to understand power dynamics that might impact the development outcomes we're looking for. Once we've done this analysis, we then strive to be as ambitious as possible in how we integrate gender equality. At minimum, our projects are not gender blind. They must reflect the voices of women and members of marginalized communities. At our best, we help women challenge discriminatory power dynamics and promote gender transformative results. We track the changes in women's knowledge, capacity, access to resources, voice, and leadership. The policy includes dedicated reporting, monitoring, and evaluation that feeds into annual reports to Parliament and to the public. These accountability measures have helped us to ensure that at least 80% of climate finance funds are integrating gender equality. The policy moves us from seeing women as victims to valuing their experiences and knowledge and supporting their leadership. The laser focus that we have had on gender equality under this policy has meant that we've invested a lot in our own staff's capacity and worked really closely with our partners in this regard as well. The policies help Canada be one of the top donors in terms of support for gender equality, and we've been making efforts to get resources directly into the hands of women's rights organizations because they are traditionally very, very underfunded. And I will leave it there, and I have a few things I'll share in the next round.
Okay, thanks, thanks, Celine. And actually, I really like this point you raised about moving from rights and being responsive to rights to embracing agency and promoting agency. I think that's really sort of a notable point. I'm going to have to speed up, I'm afraid. Or Veronica's signaling at me. So we're going to go round for a second round of relatively quick questions. I'm afraid I won't set all the context. I'm just going to ask very direct questions. So Bard, NORAD's come on to support as a partner in the RISE grant challenge with a focus on fisheries. Could you tell us why, what was the motivating factors for Norway to engage in this underfunded and I'd say little understood area, and why was that important for your country?
Yeah, I'll try to be equally direct and precise. So you talked about the background yourself. I mean, the data and the you've done and the knowledge base you've produced in IUCN was important. A lot of respect to what you and USAID set up here. I'm sure we could have joined different parts, but there's one, story here about the fisheries economy I want to share with you, because Norway is an ocean nation, right? And fisheries is one of our biggest industry. It's been historically, aquaculture is also part of it. So we now know how male-dominated it has been and is, but also how gender roles play out and can survive there, which doesn't really survive in other places in our society. And we can see similarities, with other countries. So the sex for fish practice that you mentioned, I've come across it in very different countries, including Norway. Up until recently, it's been part of the culture. It's not been, of course, not been legal, but it's been part of the culture within business. And I think it's important to actually address these difficult questions. We liked the content of the RISE challenge, thought it was good, so we wanted to join in an area where we have a background ourselves as a nation, and can bring something to the table, and people in Norway can relate to.
Yeah, thanks. And actually, thanks, Bard, because I think this is another thing that's interesting you said is actually the honesty. This is not to say, I said this was painful and difficult to raise, but it's also ubiquitous. It's not a problem somewhere, as you said yourself. We need to be shining the spotlight that this is a real challenge everywhere. CJ, most of us work in the not-for-profit sector. You, I think, are unique because you have got a public-private partnership that is really pushing gender equality as part of its overall framing. So could you just tell us a little bit more about, which I think is a unique, certainly on this panel, this PPP type approach to gender equality? Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're excited. At Climate Week, we did launch the next iteration of our work with USAID, which has also crowded in a couple of our peers to invest $50 million in gender equality in our supply chains over the next 5 years. And we're looking with Danone, Unilever, McCormick and Company, and Nespresso to take what we've done in terms of valuing, what resilience and gender equality means in our own value chains, but now starting to go beyond our value chain to kind of the landscape level and between our value chains to understand how we actually collaborate to make more of a collective and lasting impact for gender equality. And so we will be looking at expanding that business case out, and we'll also be looking to understand what are some of the indicators that the private sector can start to leverage, both to think about target setting, but also accountability. What should we be measuring within our value chains? What should we be looking for incremental progress on? But also, where should we be looking to make sure that we're looking at co-benefits as well as trade-offs and making sure that we don't have any inadvertent consequences that we just don't know to be measuring? So those are some things that we're going to be looking at in the next iteration, but excited to kind of scale this up. I mean, 6,000 is a great number for us, but it's really a small drop in the bucket. So we're hoping by bringing some other private sector partners along that we can sort of expand the footprint here and learn more together.
Yeah, and I'd just like to say, I think this is super, super innovative, really getting the private sector and working and co-opting with the private sector to really drive this forward. This is really the mainstreaming that Razan mentioned. Catherine, coming to you, and sorry, I'm just keeping an eye on time. We're okay. So at the minute, could you, big champion of Rise, thanks, Bard. You've come onto the team as well. What future do you see for Rise, and how its learnings to date supporting that direction of travel?
Sure, thanks. So for us at USAID, we really see that the RISE Grants Challenge has been a game changer in this space by connecting gender-based violence practitioners with environmental projects and community-based organizations. There's 5 things I'd like to highlight that we've learned, one of which I think we hit on in the beginning, right? That it's critical to engage men in this space. We can't do it without them. Champion environmental organizations' efforts to develop gender-based safeguards and policies is also key to institutional change. We've also learned a lot about community-based planning. It's important to work with traditional leaders, develop community safety plans. Many things that all of you know that are important in the conservation space are also critical and crucial in addressing gender-based violence in this space. Also, really underscoring the importance of creating safe spaces for women and men to discuss gender-based violence. That can facilitate a safe space for reflection that can lead to change. I have a lot of results I want to highlight, but I'll try to keep it really short. I'm going to do one on fish to support that Ocean Day. So, in Zambia, our RISE grantees introduced community-driven gender-based violence referral services and remote fishing camps. So in the past, people would have to walk 8 hours to try to get support. But through RISE and the work in that community, we've provided services directly in that community to 119 women and 7 men, addressing this sex for fish exploitation. And community outreach has reached over 12,000 women and 10,000 men just in this area. Similarly, in the forest sector in Peru, our RISE grantees supported Indigenous women forestry stewards to form an all-female community patrol and urged the government to train their other community patrols, which are mostly made up of men, on how to properly respond to gender-based violence reports from community members. So I could go on and on about the exciting things that we've heard, but I also want to recognize this issue of challenges, right? We still see a lot of work to be done in this space. We know that a lot of people are often unaware of these linkages. We need to continue to raise awareness on this topic. There's also a lot of discussion on the topic, but not enough financing and action. Gender-based violence and environment funders and practitioners are often very siloed. It's critical that the conservation and climate finance, which is more significant than the gender-based finance or the gender-based violence funding, is also accountable for human dignity and safety. So we see all of this as really critical in achieving and supporting the global biodiversity framework. And we know that through investing in RISE and working with local partners, we can deliver results and continue to champion this type of activity. So noting the importance of Target 23, we're highlighting the importance of advancing the gender plan of action and reducing risks and barriers to gender-based violence. So I won't go into the details on that, but just leave you with the closing thought that it's really important to work together in this space. It's not just a gender-based violence or a gender issue. It's really all of these sectors working together to ensure that no one is left behind and that we maximize the contributions of everyone for biodiversity results. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Catherine. Celine, come to you for some closing comments, and I had intended to. It's okay, we've got time. I intended to go round the panel. I don't think we'll be able to do that. So, Celine, you'll have the last word on this. We did talk about the fact that it is mentioned several times when we put in place meaningful mainstream gender responsive approaches, everyone benefits. And I'm hoping that maybe you could share with us some specific examples of how GAC and Global Affairs Canada, having incorporated gender equality into its climate finance partnerships, sees those benefits flow in terms of impacts of biodiversity, conservation, climate resilience on the ground. Thanks.
Thank you. So the context for our assistance is that we have a 5.3 billion climate finance commitment, 20% of which supports programming with biodiversity co-benefits, and we have a standalone 350 million international biodiversity program. In that context of that funding, we have something that we call Partnering for Climate. It funds nature-based solutions for climate change adaptation with biodiversity co-benefits. It has a very strong gender equality focus. We support projects across sub-Saharan Africa with well over 100 Canadian, African, and international partners. We chose to work on nature-based solutions in large part because of the importance of natural resources for many women's livelihoods and for their household and community roles. Some examples of what we're supporting. We're supporting women in Kenya to establish seaweed farms that help protect coastal communities from tidal surges, provide nurseries for aquatic species, and generate income. We help regenerate urban green spaces to reduce the impacts of floods and extreme heat in South Africa, Ethiopia, and Rwanda, with benefits to local species of plants and animals and healthier environments for local communities. Another example is that we work with women farmers and pastoralists in Zimbabwe and Mozambique to implement solutions that regenerate and protect land, support biodiversity, and increase the productivity of plants and animals. In all of these projects, we target women's knowledge, capacity, leadership, and economic well-being. We also fund the Indigenous Peoples Partnering for Climate Initiative. This is a very special envelope dedicated to programming by and for Indigenous peoples. This envelope is really different from how we usually function. We heard from Indigenous organizations in Canada when we were designing our climate finance that we needed to do something that looked and felt different, so that we could work with Indigenous peoples in a good way. So we created a working group with national Indigenous organizations in Canada to co-develop an initiative. We never do co-development at GAC, so that Global Affairs Canada. So we really broke ground with this. And we wanted to have an initiative that would center Indigenous leadership and the voices of Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. The funding from this initiative will flow to Indigenous organizations in Canada who will partner with Indigenous organizations abroad. Canada is also providing support through the Global Environment Facility with over $250 million for projects under the GEF 8 replenishment. These projects focus on promoting the leadership of Indigenous communities, particularly women who are at the forefront of biodiversity conservation. We also program directly with international partners across a range of ecosystems. In all of this programming, we strive to have the highest possible levels of gender integration by our partners. To complement our programming, we also have a community of practice. It is largely Canadian organizations and partners like the IUCN, but everyone is welcome. We're keen to have more people. It's a community practice to help with the application of nature-based solutions. And the niche kind of added value of this Canada-based community practice is that there's a lot of work on gender equality, and we have Indigenous organizations on our steering committee, and so they guide us and provide a lot of useful information on how best to work with Indigenous organizations. We're also partnering with the IUCN to help our partners make sure that they're applying the global standard on nature-based solutions to the highest possible level, and that includes with regard to integrating gender equality. So I'm sort of ducking the question about the results of our programming because things are relatively new in terms of the implementation timeline. So I'm hoping that I will get invited back in future to talk more about that. Yeah.
In fact, all of you will. Yeah. Thank you. I'm just looking to Veronica, who keeps me on the straight and narrow. Can we have one final from the heart thought message you want to leave with our colleagues? So just something you want to convey. So maybe, sorry, CJ, I'm going to put you on the spot. First of all, can we start with you and then move across the panel, and then we'll wrap this session.
Yeah, we have a lot of work to do. So please continue inviting us to these events so that we can learn and continuing to take faith and partner with us. And we just appreciate your patience in our learning journey.
So I want to highlight how important gender is to actually do good programming, to really to get things working when you're working with nature and climate issues, and that it's also a rights issue, you know, and it doesn't have to. That doesn't have to be a problem. Something can be both right in itself, and also really worth doing because it works better. Both are good arguments.
Thanks, Bard. Catherine?
Sure. So I'll highlight RISE. We believe that the RISE Grants Challenge has really played a crucial role in addressing this huge need in this area and addressing gender-based violence against women and girls in the environment space. And we'd love all of you to join us. And we're really excited to hear from our RISE grantees in the next panel.
And if I can, I'll second that. And finally, Celine.
Finally, I have had such an amazing time here and heard so many young women who are doing amazing things all around the world. And so I just want to say thank you for all of that effort. It's very inspiring.
Thank you. I would like to, isn't this a fantastic panel? It really is. So thank you. I was going to encourage you to give them applause, but you anticipated that, so that is great. Thank you. Thanks, Vero. Thanks for giving us a couple more minutes, and we'll move on to the second part of this event. So thank you all.
You look very comfortable in this moderation role, so thank you so much. And thank you so much to the great panel. So we have here from such inspiring panel more about like financing, how we finance all this action. But well, how actions look like on the ground, right? They were mentioning about all the rice grantees. Celine, she was mentioning about also Global South Canada and how they are investing in Panelist for Climate, 19 projects on the ground working on the gender responsive action. So now I think it's very important also to hear from the agents of action. And I'm very pleased to invite Amelia Reguin Prado, the coordinator for CBD Women's Caucus. She will lead this technical panel together with 3 also sparring speakers. So Amelia, muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, and I will invite my colleagues to join me here. If we can have Ms. Joyce, Ms. Ilse, and Ms. Gabrielle joining me here for our conversation, please. And yes, I'm also really excited to hear from your stories on the ground and the experiences of the amazing work that you have been doing. So I'm going to jump straight to the questions to you all. Just a quick reminder that we're going to have 1 round of questions only, 3 to 4 minutes to answer each, and then we will go to the audience to maybe ask you a couple of follow-up, if that's okay. Gabrielle Moreau, she is a youth representative on the National Bilateral Climate Change Table between the Métis Nation and Canada. And we are really inspired. I researched a bit about your story. I'm looking forward to listen from you. Because as a young Indigenous woman leader, Gabrielle, could you tell us what kinds of change can be catalyzed when people like yourself bring your whole self, your personhood, your youth, your Indigenous identity, your strength, your expertise into national decision making? How does this impact the Goose Moon Table on climate change? Please tell us.
Excellent. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. I feel very fortunate to be able to bring forward a youth perspective in a space like this. So yes, as you've mentioned, I'm the table youth on the Goose Moon Climate Table. So this is a space that brings together federal partners from Environment and Climate Change Canada with the Métis Nation and its governing members to move forward with ensuring that perspectives from the Métis Nation can be represented within the national climate agenda, and for the federal government to ensure that it can help best support the Métis Nation's climate goals in the realms of emergency management and the capacity building and nature stewardship. And within this space, I'm sort of tasked with representing the youth perspective. And I cannot purport to be able to authentically represent all of the varied perspectives from youth across Canada, because Métis youth are, experiencing and responding to climate change in very different ways. But something that I think we all hold in common is a hope for what is possible in the future, where we can, bring forward Indigenous perspectives of stewarding the land and, caring for the land and taking our position on the land as a gift and a responsibility, not as, an invitation for us to exploit the land. And we were able to bring those perspectives forward in the development of the Métis Nation climate change strategy. So youth were brought forward at multiple stages of the process of developing that strategy, including a section on envisioning 7 generations in the future. What would it look like if we lived in a world where we brought forward these principles of seeing the land and animals and our relations as kin? And I personally think, a lot of this knowledge from a female point of view is passed down through our Métis mothers, and I've learned a lot from my grandmother about how to really share my culture. She grew up in a time where she couldn't necessarily learn her language and her traditions, and it's really a gift for me to be able to bring that forward in the Goose Moon Table and in spaces like this. And it's so important, not just that I'm able to bring that perspective forward, but that spaces like the Goose Moon Table see knowledge from Indigenous people, from women, but also from Two-Spirit people, from youth, as legitimate and as knowledge that should be considered on an equal footing with any other kind of knowledge around conservation and nature stewardship. And I think more broadly, it's really important that we sort of take Indigenous women's knowledge and we don't try and shoehorn it in to existing frameworks of conservation, but we see it as just as relevant in its own right, and we develop ways of conserving nature rooted in Indigenous women's knowledge rather than, rooted in Western knowledge with consultations with Indigenous peoples on the side. So, thank you.
Gabriel, thank you so much. Yes, please. Really inspiring. Because you brought into the table like several elements that we have been discussing in the negotiations, right? About intergenerational equity, traditional knowledge, and the women, not the need, but that the legitimate right to be here and to be heard and not just as an add-on. Like, thank you so much for bringing that on the table. And now we're going to move to Ms. Joyce. Related to what Gabriel has mentioned also, like we would like to know why is the Kenyan Wildlife Conservancies Association wanted to partner or be part of the RISE, what was behind that, but also if you can tell us particularly the changes you have seen, what is the motivation behind, but what has been the impact, as Gabrielle shared on the Goose Moon table, in your case with the Kenyan Wildlife Conservancies Association. Thank you, Joyce.
Thank you very much. So I'll start by saying what a conservancy is. A conservancy is land of ecological value that is managed by communities and aims to achieve long-term wildlife conservation and among other integrated land uses. So it's not just wildlife conservation. And conservancies are local institutions that are owned, governed, and managed by communities, indigenous people and local communities. And KWCA is a national umbrella organization that is dedicated to advocate for wildlife conservancies in Kenya and advocate for their aspiration and advocate for their interest. And currently in Kenya, we have 243 conservancies that cover 18% of Kenyan landmass, securing dispersal areas and wildlife corridors, as well as supporting communities to be able to diversify and get benefits. And out of the 243, 215 are our members. So in terms of why KWCA is working to integrate gender-based violence in wildlife conservancies in Kenya, KWCA being a conservation organization, is that GBV affects these communities, especially the women from the rural areas where conservancies are located, at household level, at community level, and at conservancy level. And these women play a critical role in natural resource management. So we have women that play a role in rangeland restorations, women in the ranger workforce, women who work in ecotourism, women who are leaders and managers in natural resource management. And how are they able to fulfill their role if they're experiencing gender-based violence? And so these women face a lot of risk in terms of harassment, in terms of discrimination, in terms of violence at all these levels. And these challenges and risks limit their potential, limit their meaningful engagement in these roles. And so that's one key reason why as KWCA, we thought it that we need to address aspects of gender-based violence in these conservancies so that the diverse perspectives of women are integrated into wildlife conservation, so that they are able to meaningfully participate. So addressing gender-based violence in wildlife conservation creates safe and inclusive spaces, so that women can meaningfully participate, they can engage, they can participate, and they can be able to lead. And that's the reason why we as KWCA decided to integrate aspects of gender-based violence in wildlife conservation. And some of the changes that we've been able to see by doing this and by using different approaches is especially in conservancy leadership and governance. we have worked in one specific conservancy where we did not have women in the leadership. This conservancy, as I said, they are locally led institutions, and we only had men in the board. So they have 9 men in the board that are leading these conservancies. And after 3 years of interventions, and I think one of the panelists before said that it takes a long time. After 3 years of interventions, we now have, out of 9, we have 4 women in these boards. And because our interventions aimed at challenging norms, harmful norms that have continued to exclude women because of patriarchy, because land was male-dominated and is male-dominated aspects of land ownership. And so we have now women in some of the conservancy boards. In this specific conservancy, the warden who leads the ranger workforce in that conservancy is a woman. So just being able to create these safe spaces that women feel they can be able to engage meaningfully, those are some of the changes we've seen through women forums that we've supported, creating these women forums at conservancy, at landscape level, and at national level. Women have been able to build collective agency. They've been able to advocate for their rights. They've been able to advocate for gender responsive policies within wildlife conservancies. And then we've also engaged men, because men hold power in these spaces. And so without engaging men, sometimes you get a backlash of either the women facing gender-based violence or just them creating a barrier of women not getting into these spaces. So engaging men so that they can become allies, they can become advocates. So we have men that are championing for women in these spaces. Men that are being in decision-making spaces are saying, can we be able to have an affirmative action and just recruit women in the ranger workforce, because the ranger workforce is in a conservancy could just be men, just creating those spaces. So those are some of the changes we've been able to see. Yeah, but we can share more with time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joyce. And you also, yes, please, an applause for her intervention. You have touched upon like really crucial topics that are discussed under the CBD, right? Like collective lands, the different conservation pathways, considering the collective tenure as one, but which are the risks or the challenges for women to actively engage in those avenues? And I am glad that how this conversation has been flowing, because now we're going to listen from Ilse Pelkams, researcher from TMG think tank, because they have also developed a tool, Harki RD, right, to try to link with the monitoring element about women's land rights. We hear here with Joyce how when women are brought together and advocate collectively, there could be changes in how land is governed, how land is managed. But also, we want to hear from your side, Ilse, in terms of how technology and monitoring tools could help us even to advance that further. Please let us know about that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, it was just working. All right, thank you very much. So you mentioned already Haki Ardi. It's actually a Swahili word that means land justice, and it's a tool that we have developed in partnership with, so we as TMG Research, in partnership with Rainforest Foundation UK and the Kenya Land Alliance in Kenya, obviously. And this tool has been implemented by 3 community-based organizations in 3 different counties in Kenya. So what is this tool about? It's basically a rights violation reporting tool. And first of all, it's a tool that actually overcomes reporting barriers. Women who are experiencing a land conflict, whose tenure rights are being violated, can send an SMS, a toll-free SMS, to report, to send an alert that their rights are being violated. So that's free of cost, but it also doesn't require an investment in terms of times, for example. They don't have to go to an office. And a very important aspect of this is that they also are not so visible while reporting on a rights violation, right? I think people who are working in this field of work, they know that once women actually start reporting and speaking out, at the same time they kind of increase or accelerate or exacerbate the conflict and be more exposed to GBV in that context, right? So you definitely want to avoid that. So it's a tool that allows to safely report on land rights violations. By the way, they can send a toll-free SMS, but of course we also, the tool also caters for people who don't have a cell phone or who don't feel comfortable sending an SMS, or who actually do want to reach out to people for this personal reflection, right? So they can also go in person to an organization who's supporting them, or report through community workers. So secondly, Haki is a tool that improves access to justice for women. The SMS or the alert they are sending is actually going to a community-based organization working in their county. So the SMS is a system with automatic question and answers to get the minimum information about the conflict. But then the community-based organization is actually reaching out to them, to these women, to get more information, to get a better understanding of what the conflict is about and what kind of rights violations we are talking about. And based on that, they make an assessment of how they can best support these women in seeking redress, accessing access to justice. So that can be support in terms of providing information, can be mediation support, can also be litigation, for example. So improving access to justice is a second reason why this tool is being developed. And last but not least, this tool actually enables to have a systematic documentation of rights violation. You're talking about monitoring what's going on, and I think it's very important. Many people are working in this area, but the organizations we are working with, for example, before everyone was working on their own and they had their own documentation system that was partly an analog system, which makes it really difficult to aggregate results and to really use this on a larger scale, right? So now there's like this system where it like a kind of creating a database of community-generated data that allows to aggregate this data to identify trends, and it's connected to a dashboard. So this information the analysis also visualized in graphs. And I think this is really powerful information. First of all, because it gives a better picture of the scope and the nature of the realities or the conflicts or the issues women are facing, right? And this information is used for evidence-based advocacy, and it really empowers women to speak up. It amplifies their voice. It shows it's not individual cases of women who experience challenges, but this is really a problem of scale, so to say. And it really empowers women to speak up, to reach out to duty bearers, to show these facts. I think in the former panel someone was saying, talking about the power of facts, right? So you have the fact to actually underpin your argument, to reach out to duty bearers, engage in this discussion. It makes the women less, and these organizations less vulnerable, right? When you're having the facts in your hand, you have a strong argument to hold governments accountable for actually effectively protecting women's rights. And maybe one short thing, you also asked me what the role of technology in this context is. And yes, of course, this is a technological solution or a digital solution in that sense that improves reporting on rights violations and contributes to this database. But it's really something that is supporting work that was already there. So in Kenya, there was already like an analog support system in place, and this tool is just making their life easier and improving the efficacy of their work. But it's not a solution, like a standalone solution, right? It can't be. So I think it's important to recognize that digital solutions can improve and make life easier of work that's already done an analog structure, but you still need that analog structure to be in place. It doesn't make sense to develop a tool to make reporting easier if there's no response. I mean, that would kill the motivation of reporting straight away, right? So I think, yes, technological solutions, but only if they fit well and build on analog structures that are already in place.
Yes, please. Another applause for Ilse too. And unfortunately, time is never on our side. And these are three amazing stories, solutions. And I would just like to highlight that try to link what we have heard with what we are listening in the negotiation spaces. When we hear so many excuses from why not making gender responsive decisions, we have these experiences and we can tell the decision makers, here are the examples that is possible, is doable. What we need is to support, as Ilse mentioned, the solutions that are already embedded on the ground. I think we can receive a couple of questions, but please, questions. If you want to talk directly to the speakers, we can do that afterwards. But if you have, yes, a couple of follow-up questions on the amazing examples they have, share with us. Yes, one there, thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Rosa Galvez. I'm an independent senator at the Canadian Parliament. Thank you so much for all your experience and sharing your knowledge. I've been here now less than a week, but I'm hearing a lot that women are very strong defenders of the environment, and that here in Latin America, there is the highest number of assassinated environmental leaders. I know the situation in Canada. There is a lot of violence against women, and in Canada too, especially Indigenous women are defenders of the environment. What can we do? How can these associations, these system organizations can help to reduce that? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions. Let us hear another one, and then we will come back to the panel. Is there any other question? No? Okay, then we can try to answer the question that has been posed. Maybe we start with you, Joyce.
Thank you for the question. I think based on our experience in Kenya, and because 3 years ago we were not engaging in aspects of gender-based aspects of gender-based violence in the conservation, but in conservation or biodiversity conservation. But what we've learned to be able to address these violations within biodiversity conservation, we have developed or have evidence in terms of what interventions we can do. So one of the things is we have an approach called social analysis and action model, which aims at communities reflecting, exploring, and challenging harmful practices that have perpetuated gender-based violence. And if communities are able to reflect and see these are the issues that we are experiencing, this is what we were doing from long ago, and it was really leading to gender-based violence, then they have started to change. That's one. The other component is that even if women were engaging in conservation, in our communities, they didn't know that this is their right, that as Amelia said, it is their legitimate right to be able to be part of that space. So just being able to build knowledge building among them and to help them be able to advocate. And that's our other approach in terms of by the Women Forum, for them to come together and it's not an individual that is coming ahead. And if it's an individual, there is more risk if from others or from people that are they're not advocating for this. System change is quite key in terms of policies. So as KWCA, we were able to revise our policies, push for conservancies, wildlife conservancies, to change their policies, their practices, train leaders to be able to, as they make any decisions, then they're able to be gender responsive. And one thing is that it's not a one-off thing. 3 years down the line, and we've just done, like we've scratched the surface. So it takes a long time. It takes a lot of investment. That would be my thought on that. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Joyce. If we can hear from you, Gabriel, too. Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Is this working? Okay, great.
Just a bit closer to you.
Okay. Yeah, now it's working. I think what I can speak to in the context of Indigenous women in Canada, and in my eyes, a lot of discrimination and violence against Indigenous women is highly tied with the marginalization and delegitimization of Indigenous women's knowledge. I think in a Canadian context, Indigenous women hold a lot of really important knowledge, that's very much tied with the land and our relationships with the land as a source not just of ecosystem benefits, but also something that really sustains communities and spiritual health and mental health. And traditional approaches to conservation try and protect and enclose the land and fail to really capture those complex relationships between the land and societies and communities. And so when we fail to really capture those ideas and privilege other ways of knowing about the land, this leads to the lack of space for women to feel they can come forward and bring these perspectives with them. And so I think self-determination is really key in terms of addressing some of this violence and towards women in an Indigenous context, because when we have self-determination, this allows Indigenous communities to actualize their knowledge systems and to do so in ways that really value all kinds of knowledge, especially knowledge brought forward by Indigenous women.
Yeah, I think this question can be answered on very many different levels, right? And I agree with what my two colleagues have said. Maybe bring it back to the smaller level of the work that's being done by our partners in Kenya. I think to reduce the violence against those who speak up, one of the solutions or one of the important things is work on gender inequality, right? This is often at the heart of these conflicts. And securing their tenure rights. Like maybe just giving an example, under the RISE project, we are working also on GBV against women who are participating in carbon credit projects in Western Kenya. And the kind of conflicts that we see are, for example, a change in land use leading to conflicts within the family, for example. You see like traditionally women are the stewards of the land, until the land is monetized and there's an interest for men suddenly to mix in and take control, right? So it's taking away power of women to actually decide what's happening on their land. Or we also see it in Western Kenya where, for example, planting trees is traditionally a business of man, planting trees or managing trees. And now suddenly under the carbon credit projects, this becomes very important. There's even money to make with it, right? So land that was actually for a long time used for food production for the family, it was all in the hands of the women, is now suddenly moving to the man's responsibility, which causes a lot of friction and conflicts within the families. And I think one of the common grounds here is that like some men use violence to gain or keep control over land and its resources, right? I think that's the key aspect in this. And whether this is now within households, within communities, or on a larger scale, women, I think in Latin America, who speak out very openly and take the streets, I think, this perspective of whether women are allowed and whether they are recognized as stewards of their land, I think this is of key importance, and a recognition that women do have the expertise and are entitled or are the right people to speak up. And I think this can only be achieved if we are working closely together with men, obviously. Let me stop here.
Yes, please, a round of applause for our panelists. definitely there's many more things to discuss, and let me invite you to the Women's Pavilion, because our panelists here, they're going to be in other series of events discussing women land rights, so we can follow up the conversations over there if you're interested on this topic. And maybe just to pass it on back to Veronica, I would just like to highlight the point of that violence is not only against women, but this systemic challenge that we have, right? How everyone is victim somehow of the violence. The nature is also a victim of the violence, and obviously, I'm not trying to say women are not victim, because I'm pretty much advocate for women, but we need to think about the COP16 the topic. No, how do we actually make peace with nature, and we try to make the change that we need to eradicate all sorts of violence against nature and amongst all of us. Thank you so much, Veronica, for the invitation.
Thank you so much, Amelia. Thank you so much to all of you. All of you, you are agent of change. This is transformative change that we need. We need also some change to keep protecting our rights. Right has been the key word that has been mentioning for all the speakers today. And who best to talk about human rights that the UN Special Rapporteur on the human rights to healthy, clean and sustainable environment, Astrid Puentes. So please, over to you, and thank you so much for closing such inspiring event today. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, this works. Thank you very much for organizing this very important event, and thank you for the invitation. To me, it's really an honor to be here in this packed room and to talk about gender, not only, of course, for women, but for everyone, including, of course, nature and the planet. So I wanted to address 3 main points. First of all, just as a reminder, why talking about human rights and specifically gender is important for conservation, but also think, and as a reminder, about the legal existing framework that we have and how it's important in terms of implementation, and to finish with a few action points. The first is that and we heard systematically the examples of evidence, and of course, just as a reminder that today, of course, we're living a triple planetary crisis with climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution that is also exacerbated by systemic inequalities. And so it's important to remind ourselves that it's not conservation or human rights or biodiversity or climate. Unfortunately, today, we are still seeing work in silos, but including the convention and the UN conventions. So one of the things that we need to advance is collaborate and coordinate better. Because, of course, we know that when we talk about this triple planetary crisis, we also talk about inequalities, but we also, as we heard, we talk about what is that we are missing today. So science systematically with the IPBS, the IPCC, is identifying that what we are doing today is not working. And for, I guess, a lot of you, because it is painful for me to see that and recognize that after working on this over 25 years, to see that what we are doing is not working. So we need to implement systemic and profound changes. But it's not about only technology or how many hectares that we need to protect or oceans, but really including this systemic and profound differentiating impacts. So when we talk about gender inclusion, I want to also highlight some examples about legal frameworks that we see today that are key and maybe a lot of us are using already, like the Aarhus Convention, the Escazú Agreement, even the ASEAN Declaration that is currently under development by Southeast Asian countries, the recognition by the UN of the right to a healthy environment. A lot of these processes have been led by women. Sometimes, unfortunately, it's invisible, but it's there, and it's definitely something that we have to advance and recognize and specifically, of course, in practice. Then this takes me to the second element that I want to share with you, and is what is the legal existing framework that we have. And I'm glad that before we heard that women issues are human rights issues, and we need to, in not only in the COP but also with the private sector and states, advance and remind ourselves that we have already human rights obligations, that it's very important to get human rights expressly mentioned, including the right to a healthy environment, included in the COP decisions, of course, and also in the climate decisions, and advance in the implementation. I want to remind you that the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is today recognized legally in 85% of states worldwide. So this is 164 states, either in the constitutions, legal frameworks, and internationally. So 2 years ago, the UN General Assembly recognizes specifically the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. We also have several decisions from the regional human rights entities recognizing that. So we have to include and use all of these obligations already so that they can help us advance specifically, because in actions, in practice, when we talk about the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, we talk about access to information, public participation, access to justice, but we're also talking about clean air, safe climate, safe and sufficient water, healthy and sustainable food, non-toxic environment for living, working, and studying and playing, and biodiversity and healthy ecosystems. So of course, this is key today, in the Oceans Day. And I was having conversation before that we need to talk about the ocean, because the ocean is connected. So it's not a lot of oceans, it's one single ocean. And that's definitely something that I learned, and we can, and I definitely will continue using. So thinking about action points, it's very important that when we talk about conservation, including private actors, businesses, IUCN, NGOs, we remind that it's an obligation to respect, protect, and guarantee human rights, both of women, girls, indigenous peoples, and also to have an intersectional approach. So when we talk about inequalities, also having an intersectional approach is to consider the specificities of different women, girls, and peoples, but also, as we heard from the last panel, to consider that traditional and ancestral knowledge that today, because of systemic inequalities and discrimination, is not being considered. And it's only as if Western science is the only science, which is wrong. Indigenous peoples, ancestral knowledge, feminine knowledge from the ground, and I'm only repeating also what we heard before, is key. And this is important and already incorporated on human rights, from a human rights approach. So we absolutely need, as we already heard, but make sure that this is implemented, a whole whole society perspective, an intersectional approach. And we need there the leadership of states and businesses, as you probably know, but I want to remind ourselves, businesses also have the obligation to respect human rights with the UN guiding principles. So there is an ocean and a world of knowledge on how to put it. So if we incorporate a human rights approach, also for conservation and biodiversity and climate, we can tackle a lot of the advancement and advances and knowledge that we have there, and that know-how in order to advance the protection that we are not seeing today. So definitely highlighting the importance of this integral and consistent and coherent perspective, because of course the world is connected. And I want to end quoting and remembering Berta Cáceres, that is human rights and indigenous and women and defender of the planet, that was assassinated a few years ago from Honduras. And she constantly reminds ourselves that humanity has to wake up and remind ourselves that what we are doing today is not as effective as we need. And so really, from a human rights perspective, using the right to a healthy environment hopefully can be a good tool to advance that and to learn from not only lessons learned, but also being uncomfortable with conflict and with uncomfortable conversations, and be able to advance also accountability, which is key, reduce impunity. We already heard both for the questions and the presentations about how also women and girls and environmental human rights defenders are under fire. So these are key elements so that we can put in practice what we already have in the Common Montreal framework, put that in practice with the human rights at the center and gender and the respect with human rights. And from the mandate, I'm very happy to continue collaborating and continue in conversations both with IUCN, states, business, and communities to be able to advance this in practice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Astrid. Gracias por venir today. I'm speechless after all of you. I think I have nothing to add, but I think, and thank you so much to all of you also for staying a little bit of overtime, but I think one message which has been said by every one of you that who has been today here is that this is not only to be achieved by women, this is something that to be achieved by the whole society. So we really need to work all together, and especially, and maybe because in my new role as a mom, I think we really need to start also by educating our children at home that this is only possible by doing this all together. So I hope this message resonates to all of you, and reminding also the topic of this COP is peace with nature. So let's keep working for peace with nature and with climate too. So thank you so much, and then it's a little bit of food there. Thank you.
Greetings. Thank you to the government and people of Colombia and the delegates at this key event for allowing me to speak about the value of exitu. Greetings. Thank you to the government and people of Colombia and the delegates at this.
As the Global Alliance of Regional Associations, National Federations, zoos, and aquariums, we at WAS
Hello, my name is John Paulo Rodriguez, and I chair the IUCN Species Survival Commission. I'm very sorry that I cannot be with Hello, my name is John Paulo Rodriguez, and I chair the IUCN Species Survival Commission. I'm very sorry that I cannot be with you in person. Hello. Hello, my name is John Paulo Rodriguez, and I chair. Hello, my name is John Paulo Rodriguez, and I chair the IUCN Species Survival Commission. I'm very sorry that I cannot be with you in person, but I'm attending the 5th Leaders Meeting of the SSC, courtesy of Environmental Agency Abu Dhabi. I'm sure that you'll have a fantastic meeting, and to contribute to the meeting, I wanted just to say a few words. SSC has been an ally of zoos, aquariums, and botanic gardens for a long time. In 2023, we published a statement that tries to outline our perspectives of what the role of these organizations in conservation is. We recognize that a lot of work is already taking place, lots of things are happening in aquarium. My name is John.
Hello, good afternoon. Please have a seat. This event is going to start. So, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and friends joining us both in person and virtually, thank you all for being here and welcome to the event Achieving the Targets, the role of zoos, aquariums and botanic gardens for conservation. This event is presented to you by So this event is presented to you by WASA, EASA, ZA Australasia, AFDPZ, AZA, San Diego Zoo, Wildlife Alliance, and Species 360. My name is Loïs Lelanchon, and I'm the head of partnerships and advocacy at WASA. It's a pleasure for me to open this session here at the IUCN Pavilion during the 16th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the CBD. So as we gather here today, we're at a crucial juncture in our journey to protect diversity. We all know that. So the target we've committed to the GBF are ambitious, and they reflect the urgent action needed to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. But for these goals to succeed, we all need to work together We need to have strong collaborative efforts across all sectors, and zoos, aquariums, and botanic gardens are a crucial part of it. They are uniquely positioned to play a role in this mission. So for decades, these institutions have served as powerful spaces for conservation, education, and research. They are custodian of many species, most of them being rare or endangered on the planet. And so these efforts that the exitu community are doing with exitu breeding, species reintroduction, habitat restoration have really contributed to preserving biodiversity. For many species on the brink of extinction, zoos and aquariums and botanic gardens are the last remaining hope. But their impact goes beyond just species preservation. These institutions connect hundreds of millions of visitors and people to the natural world each year, creating an opportunity for education and public engagement. And this is extremely true in a context where there is rapid urbanization and people are losing contact with nature. So collectively, we need to harness the expertise of the global zoo, aquarium, and botanic garden communities to advance our conservation goals. This event today is here to explore how we can strengthen the collaboration and how zoos, aquariums, and botanic gardens play a key role in the conservation landscape of the future, of now and the future. We'll hear today from experts who are leading groundbreaking initiatives, pushing the boundaries of species recovery and finding new ways to create partnerships to generate lasting positive impact for our planet's future. So thanks once again for being here and for your commitment to this essential work. Let's make this session an inspiring and collaborative and impactful step forward. And so now, to get started, I'm pleased to share a message from John Paul Rodriguez, Chair of the IUCN Species Survival Commission.
And I chair the IUCN Species Survival Commission. I'm very sorry that I cannot be with you in person, but I'm attending the 5th leaders meeting of the SSC, courtesy of Environmental Agency Abu Dhabi. I'm sure that you'll have a fantastic meeting, and to contribute to the meeting, I wanted just to say a few words. SSC has been an ally of zoos, aquariums, and botanic gardens for a long time. In 2023, we published a statement that tries to outline our perspectives of what the role of these organizations in conservation is. We recognize that a lot of work is already taking place, lots of things are happening in aquariums, zoos, and botanic gardens, and among the key roles that we see them playing, and they can also play in the future, are things like behavioral research, veterinary research, genetics, husbandry, reintroductions, education, fundraising, community engagement, policy, lots of different things that are taking place in this world. But we still think that there's room for improvement. And those organizations that are not involved yet in such activities, we urge them to actually do it. We think that ultimately the purpose of all of these activities is rescuing species in the wild and making sure that they thrive and they persist. So we should always keep our minds in that horizon, the horizon of assuring that the work that we do in human care is also relevant to species in the wild. We also encourage those that might not be working with zoos or that are still unfamiliar with this work. We encourage government agencies and other players to engage with zoos and together develop and apply what we call in IUCN the one plant approach, which consists of recognizing that every individual of a species, no matter where it is, under human care or in the wild, all of them have a role to contribute to species conservation. Now in IUCN, for the last few years, in fact for 4 years, we have been working on the development of the Global Species Action Plan, GSAP. GSAP is a repository of tools, of knowledge, of experience, which includes lots of exitu tools as well. But this is the place where people interested in implementing the One Plan approach can come and examine what already exists, what other people are doing, look for successful good practices, and then integrate them into their own work. So we invite you to join in the implementation of GSAP. We invite you to engage with national governments in its development, and we invite you, together with all the SSC community, to join forces in saving species. I wish you the greatest success in this meeting, and again, very sorry that I could not be with you in person. Thank you, and great success.
We're grateful. We're grateful to Jean-Paul Rodriguez for recording this message and for providing a strategic overview, especially mentioning the GSAP as well as the position statement. So now, well, those of you in the room, you know, but those following virtually, we are in beautiful Cali, Colombia, and so this is really a privilege for all of us, and it is a great privilege for me to introduce our next speaker, Maria Clara Dominguez, who's the Executive Director of Fundación Zoológica de Cali, and who will share the incredible work that has been done by the Cali Zoo and also by the Foundation for Species Recovery. So please welcome Maria Clara Dominguez.
Thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to telling you something about the organization that I've been working for a long time. I'm sorry, I have to read. Good afternoon. My name is Maria Clara Dominguez. I am currently the director of the Cali Ecological Foundation that was created in 1980 seeking to save the dying municipal zoo. Today, we are the guardians of the three natural and cultural heritage sites, the Cali Zoo, the Cali Botanical Gardens, and the Hacienda del Bosque restaurant. We are an environmental entity working for the conservation of life in all its dimensions. Allow me to tell you more about the Cali Zoo. We have more than 2,500 animals under our care, 80% of which are Colombian fauna. This allows us to connect our visitors with their local heritage. We are currently accredited by ACA, the American Association of Zoos and Aquariums, and by ALSA, the Latin American Association of Zoos. These two entities certified our commitment to the highest standard in the welfare of animals, employees, and visitors. Oh. It was the Cali Zoo when we received it a long time ago. We have built a worldwide network that allows us to stay as one of the most important zoos in Latin America and bring the voice of the Global South to high value. Global meeting about biodiversity conservation, such as the currently COP16. I have been fortunate to spend most of my professional life in this role. I began my work in 1987 as an executive director. In fact, last week, I completed 37 years as director of the Cali Ecological Foundation, more than half of my life. The Cali Ecological Foundation received a park administered by the city with all kinds of problems and with only 13 employees. We began to build a new institution. Later, in 2013, in an alliance with the municipal administration, we received an old hacienda that we restored and turned it into one of the most beautiful an iconic restaurant in the city, Hacienda del Bosque, a place that blends together gastronomy and good taste. Its economic contributions are basic for the development of the conservation process and projects in our institution. In 2017, the foundation accepted the challenge of managing the city botanical garden, which has been opening since 2001. When we accepted this responsibility, we closed it and started reconfiguring in front of the ground up, designing a new layout and much better visitor experience. This garden is located in appropriate dry forest, one of the most endangered ecosystems in Colombia, with only 8% of the forest remaining. For this reason, it has become the most important resource and conservation focus in the botanical garden. Its reinvention was the product of co-creation spaces with experts. We created a new master plan which was started in 2019 and finished in 2023, even with the challenge posed by the pandemic. In my opinion, the Cali Botanical Gardens is a baby. It was inaugurated only 1 year ago. There are still many challenges and ideas that we will try to consolidate in the future. In our commitment to operate under the highest standards, we are preparing to be accredited with the BGCI, which we hope to achieve in 2025. Today, we are working hard on the in vitro propagation of the dry forest orchids and some endangered species. I am sure that many of you will have the opportunity to visit and personally see the emerging enterprise. On the other hand, the foundation has been deeply involved with the city and the Department of the Valle del Cauca in sustainable regional projects. We are alliance with the city environmental authorities, DAGMA, that is the city authority, and the CBC, that is the regional authority, where we have consolidated a very effective public-private alliance that has been excellent results. In an alliance with the CBC, we are managing the Environmental Education Center in the largest wetland in the Cauca Valley, the Sonso Lagoon, a Ramsar wetland where we have been working with the community for more than 6 years. Additionally, we are taking care of the parks on the Cali River for the 3 linear kilometers. Although we born as a zoo, this organization has evolved and so has our commitment to our environmental mission. That is why today we are working in more than 12 Colombian science centers, museum, rescue center, resource centers, in an alliance with the Minister of Science and Technology. We are providing coaching and guidance to these organizations, trying them in process of social appropriation of knowledge, improving their facility, and generating installed capacity for the conservation of biodiversity. I could spend a long time talking about the Ecological Foundation, but I just want to tell you that after all these years of experience, I recognize that the value of team and cooperation work. It is important to work with other institutions that are not only just zoos or botanical garden. Here we are organizations that are interested in conservation. It is in this biodiversity crisis, it's imperative that we unite and work together. Our collective mission is to save our endangered ecosystem. hand with the communities that inhabit the territories. This COP16 is our best opportunity to get to know each other, generate concrete goals, and work together to produce the impact that is required to reduce the alarming loss of biodiversity that the world is experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria Clara. And if you have the opportunity to actually visit the zoo while you're here in Cali, we can only encourage you. This is a wonderful place, and you will see all that Maria Clara has put over the years in efforts for the zoo. So please do not hesitate. So now let's welcome Sarah Walker, Senior Advisor on Wildlife Trafficking at AZA, the Association of Zoos and Aquarium, who will discuss the role of zoos and aquariums in tackling the global challenge that is wildlife trafficking. So welcome, Sarah.
Thank you, Lois. I have 5 minutes, so I'm going to go through this very quickly. 5 years of development in 5 minutes, so a year a minute. I'm here to talk about the Wildlife Confiscations Network. This is a program of the Association of Zoos and Aquariums Wildlife Trafficking Alliance. A program within an association. What can be confusing about that? So, in case you're not familiar, AZA's Wildlife Trafficking Alliance is a coalition of more than 100 partners. We include accredited zoos and aquariums, of course, many nonprofits, government collaborators, and private companies all coming together to combat wildlife trafficking around the world. The Confiscations Network is currently a pilot program. It was created to support law enforcement in a cooperative and coordinated approach to the care and well-being of wildlife confiscated from illegal trade. We're currently piloting in the Southern California region of the United States. We are slowly expanding along the southern border of the US, and we plan to be a national network within the next couple of years. We are not inventing the idea of animals confiscated from trade going to aquariums and zoos. This has been happening for decades, but what we are trying to do is make it more efficient, quicker, make sure that we provide the highest care of well-being from the point of confiscation to the point of potential repatriation for these animals, and sometimes long-term placement. So to give you a sense of why we started this in the US, our federal law enforcement friends were essentially facing crisis numbers at our ports and borders with seized wildlife. So we did a data analysis of a 5-year period of time, and it essentially averages to 27 live animals per day in the United States that would have needed care and placement. This does not include injurious species or species that did not survive the trip. So I won't go through all of these, but essentially we came up with our desired outcomes and backed up from there how we would build out this network. And I want to point out a few. All discovered illegally traded wildlife is confiscated. Seems simple. It doesn't always happen. Law enforcement are under-resourced, overwhelmed, and sometimes they have to make a very quick judgment call at the port or border, and sometimes we're seeing animals that are not confiscated that should be. We want to make sure that law enforcement can focus on their mission, which is law enforcement, and that zoos, aquariums, and animal care facilities can focus on their mission, which is animal care. And then, of course, we want to maximize the conservation value of these species, which means if they can be repatriated, we want to put them into a program as quickly as possible to make that happen. So essentially, we set up a single point of contact. Previously, law enforcement would have a Rolodex. It was a phone a friend network. The zoos and aquariums located near ports and borders got a lot of phone calls. San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance got a lot of calls. But we have this big network of other facilities that can pitch in. So in order to make it easy for law enforcement, equitable for our care facilities located near ports and borders, we set up a single point of contact through a cooperative agreement with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that pays for that coordinator. So law enforcement makes one phone call, the coordinator activates the entire network, provides law enforcement within minutes, sometimes hours, of these are your options, better, best, yes, Ultimately, it will be law enforcement's decision at the end of the day, but we do what we can to make it as quick and efficient as possible. This goes beyond just accredited zoos and aquariums. We don't have enough space in our 251 AZA accredited facilities in the United States and 13 countries. We just don't. This is all hands on deck. This includes non-accredited facilities, sanctuaries, animal care facilities, universities that have lab space. It's really all hands on deck. So we set up a vetting committee with certain standards that we're looking for that represents each of those organizational types that might be able to provide space for us. These are the participant criteria. I won't go through them. I assure you it is not as AZA accredited facilities are fast-tracked, so they have a very quick application process. If not accredited, they do go through a little bit more of a rigorous process to make sure we want to cast a wide net, but keep the bad facilities out of our network. This is a list of our current vetted facilities. Those in orange are non-accredited facilities, and I'm really proud of that. This means the vetting committee is doing their job. Just some numbers. We launched in August last year, and in 1 year period of time, our coordinator assisted with the placement of over 3,000 animals. This is already outdated. We're already about 4,000. So obviously, we need to bring more money. Zoos and aquariums are doing most of this care for free and not getting reimbursement for the government, so we're looking for government sources to provide sustained reimbursement for the cost of care, in addition to forward-looking grant solutions so we can help build capacity at our current facilities. There's a lot of jurisdictional issues in the United States with confiscated specimens. The Department of Agriculture, Department of Justice, Centers for Disease Control, we need to make sure we're all working together on that. And of course, we want more participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for sharing about the wonderful job that is being done and very innovative solutions to combat wildlife trafficking. On the same issue of wildlife trafficking, it's now my pleasure to welcome Cécile Erny, who's the director of the French Zoo Association, AFDPZ, and who will share her perspective on confiscations and wildlife trafficking in France. So welcome.
Thank you, Lois. Hi, I'm Cécile Erny, the director of the French Association of Zoo and also the vice chair of the French IUCN committee. I have 5 minutes now to talk about the French collaborative network to tackle illegal wildlife trade and with a focus on live animals. So the commitment of AFDPZ is consistent with the target 5 of JBF to ensure sustainable, safe and legal harvesting and trade of wild species. We include in our code of ethics that when release is not possible of these animals, we should support the placement of these animals within zoos and aquariums. And this benefits the animals, of course, but the authorities also biodiversity conservation and human and animal health in the context of the One Health. So in France this decade, without any official organization and voluntarily, AFDPZ is asked by authorities to place and to find a home for between 1,000 and 2,000 of confiscated animals of all taxa per year. We do it with the help of our 108 members, which are all accredited by AFDPZ. The problem is that in France we have 3 different institutions, 3 different ministries that can be involved in confiscation. The result is that we have no total figures at the country level or follow-up of the placement. Sorry? Wrong? So we discussed with the government in order to create a unique focal point to look for a place for these animals. It allows law enforcement, of course, but reduce also the time spent looking for a place for the authorities. We train and share expertise. And the most important, we will have traceability with a dedicated record to follow numbers on taxa. We maximize the conservation potential of some wild animals and participate in raising awareness. All this can be done with funds from the Ministry of Ecology with dedicated staff. So this summer, the Ministry of Ecology released a call for proposal for this official mission. Of course, AFDPZ applied, and now we are waiting for the final notification in the coming days. The aim is, as AZD, a unique office in charge of finding placement for confiscated animals within an approved network of institutions. And the management of this office will be compliant with the IUCN guidelines for the management of confiscated live organisms on CITES Resolution 17.8. Okay, so under construction is an agreement between the government and our National Zoo and Aquarium Association. It would be relevant because the zoo community, in fact, has the expertise in order to rehabilitate and care for wild animals with qualified teams, which is also important for animal welfare, and dedicated quarantines to ensure sanitary safety. We work with a wide network, including a variety of institutions approved by the government, zoos and aquariums, but also rescue centers, university, and so on. This official mission is very challenging because of the high volume of some species versus limited capacity in institutions, unknown origin of some animals, physical and psychological rehabilitation is sometimes needed. We have sometimes some transport issues, and also the costs are an issue. So we already defined a collaboration process between the government and the association. And for the future, we would like to expand the network, of course, to increase capacity building by training and education. And the most important for us would be to develop indicators in order to define action plan to fight illegal wildlife trade and to assess impact on those actions thanks to the figures we would have. And maintain and increase funding, of course, and export the model in other countries. And to do that, AFDPZ already worked on 2 motions for the 2025 World Conservation Congress. And as a principal sponsor, we are looking for co-sponsors, but we are sure that, and we are confident that you are going to support them and co-sign because you are here and you are interested in the subject. So we have worked on 2 motions. The first one is strengthening the management of live wild animal size as part of the fight against illegal wildlife trafficking. And the second one is strengthening the fight against wildlife trafficking through awareness, raising and training of all stakeholders. I've got them here, so if you want to know more about this motion and co-sign them or whatever, just meet me with pleasure. So we strongly encourage all the institutions to implement the IUCN one-pronged approach by working together for nature, human, and animal health. Thank you.
Thank you, Cécile, for these crucial insights. Our next speaker is James Biggs, who is the Director for Conservation and Population Management from ZA Australasia. He will discuss the application of the IUCN exitu guidelines and will outline how institutions can maximize their impact on species conservation. So welcome, James.
Kia ora, g'day everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. Lois has already introduced me. My name's James Biggs. I work for the Zoo and Aquarium Association Australasia. I'm also here to present a few slides on behalf of the European Association of Zoos and Aquariums, or EAZA, and also the Asian Species Action Partnership, in particular on our use of the IUCN exitu guidelines to ensure that our formally managed programs for species genuinely contribute to species conservation. All of the organisations are undertaking actions that relate to elements of most of the goals and targets in the KMGBF, and a lot of the work can be and will contribute to the implementation of the NBSAPs as well. So the species work that we do is diverse, but I'll speak in the context of zoos and aquariums for now. And in this context, we often use terms like in situ and ex situ, or wild and captive. And increasingly, though, I think we recognise that the dichotomy of wild versus captive is not really an accurate representation of the core functional niches or roles that we can play in order to contribute to conservation efforts. It's not black and white, but it's more of a spectrum. We're no longer dealing with a series of closed zoo and aquarium populations. We're talking about populations and now biological samples as well that are fragmented across an array of different facility types like cryobanks, hospitals, zoos and aquariums, fenced sites in the wild, amongst others. And we've learned that effective conservation requires that a diversity of management actions is tried and tested using a cross-disciplinary and multi-institutional approach. And we know also that as habitats continue to be impacted by a complexity of unabated threats, there's an increasing need for a one-plan approach as well that integrates in situ and ex situ management processes. And certainly I think there's also a growing need and understanding of the value of collaborating and partnering with one another for impact. And what I'm particularly interested in, though, is ensuring that species in human care that are there and have conservation needs, or those that come into human care requiring conservation action, are there with a clear and impactful role, and that they can tangibly support the recovery of their species in the wild, and that roles are applied through a consistent and robust process. I think most people are probably familiar with this document. It's the IUCN Ex Situ Guidelines. It was created to help conservation planners and practitioners develop conservation strategies that are integrated across the in situ, ex situ spectrum. And it contains a really wonderfully simple 5-step decision process that helps to clearly articulate which species we manage or receive some form of ex situ management intervention, as well as spelling out why we're managing them, and how we're managing them. And we'll look at how ZAR, EASA and ASAP have adapted this framework in their own context in a minute to help us articulate clear and impactful roles that tangibly support the recovery of various species through a consistent and robust process. If you'd like to learn more about EASA and ZAR's processes, you can have a look at our regional species plans. Now, we'll jump to ZAR for a moment, to Australasia. Yep. Excuse me. Insurance against extinction is a role I think that is often applied in zoos, and I think, fun fact, zoos not just in Australasia but around the world have been pretty generous in how they've applied that role in the past. And I think now, however, the Zoo and Aquarium Association Australasia really applies the ex situ guidelines to determine which species require or receive some formal management and what their role will be, based on either advice from a legal conservation planning instrument, a recovery plan, or on advice from the IUCN Red List or from a recovery team. Now, at the moment, ZAR administers some type of program or monitoring for about 150 priority species with ex situ needs across about 100 different organisations throughout Australasia. And we work really closely with government and NGOs, First Nations, academia and others as well. And the roles for these programs range from education, advocacy, training, recovery, and they're further divided into specific roles like population restoration, head starting, emergency rescue, all of which link directly to targets and elements within the targets that support the implementation of NBSAPs. We have about 24 million visits a year to accredited, welfare accredited Australasian zoos and aquariums, and that's an incredible opportunity to partner with those organisations to support mainstreaming of the GBF and also communication about other messaging as well. Very quickly, one program in Australasia that most people might be familiar with is the Tasmanian Devil program, a long-standing true insurance population that's managed with a high genetic and demographic integrity, and it's science-based, and it's able to mobilise resources, support education and also capacity building as well. Very quickly to EASA, another association. They have about 450 members across 48 countries and administer close to 500 programs for species, many with ex situ needs. And EASA uses the ex situ guidelines again to determine the roles for those species as well. which are assigned based on the ex-situ needs that are identified by their taxon advisory groups. With about 140 million visits annually, again, there's a really incredible opportunity there to partner with these organisations to support mainstreaming of the GBF and communication about the GBF. A quick example of an ex-situ program at IASA is the Bearded Vulture program, which provides individuals for reintroduction in former distribution areas, and efforts are really aimed to build self-sustaining, free-living populations that aid in re-establishing the historical gene flow between North Africa, Europe and Asia by connecting existing isolated populations. The ex-situ guidelines are also really helpful in the non-zoo and aquarium context, and an example of where the guidelines have been applied well is with the IUCN SSC's Asian Species Action Partnership, or ASAP. ASAP is a group of over 200 organisations from around the world dedicated to accelerating conservation action for the most threatened species in Southeast Asia. Now, there are 277 critically endangered species in Southeast Asia, of land and freshwater species, that are considered within the remit of ASAP. So it's a huge program. ASAP's programs provide training and resources and build connections and empower teams, and in doing so catalyses meaningful, impactful and sustainable conservation solutions from the grassroots, and that's working quite well. One of the key projects that was undertaken by ASAP in the last 24 months was an ex-situ needs assessment of all 277 species, which delivered a series of recommendations for which species should receive ex-situ support. And I'd encourage you to check out the work of ASAP if you're interested in seeing an initiative that speaks to effective capacity building, strengthening organisations and amplifying funding as well. Now, in closing, I just want to reiterate a couple of things, not just from this presentation, but from our intervention last week under the international cooperation. Number one, we know that biodiversity conservation is a shared responsibility. Number two, effective conservation requires that a diversity of management actions is considered. Good ex-situ facilities use really sound processes, are data-driven and science-based. And ex-situ conservation encompasses more than just captive breeding. Consider advocacy through behaviour change campaigns, research undertaken to better understand species, and research that helps to buy time, things like activities like cryobanking. Number five, a lot of this work is done at little to no cost to parties. So there's a free ticket to to support your delivery of or implementation of the GBF there. Six, it's taken a few hundred years for our species to push thousands of species to the brink of extinction. And it's often at that critical juncture that ex-situ organisations like zoos and aquariums are called in at the last minute, the last line of defence, to try to reverse the fate of that species and bring it back. So while we're prepared to undertake that challenge, of course, it's an exceptionally difficult time to do so. There's very little room for error. We know that animal care and reproduction are really complex processes. It's not as simple as throwing a boy in with a girl and crossing your fingers. It's successfully maintaining and consistently reproducing a species requires significant time and resources to make sure that the animals are comfortable, happy, well cared for, behaviourally competent, genetically viable, and cared for in environments that promote natural reproduction and behaviour. So it's far more cost effective and efficient to prevent species from becoming threatened than to reverse a predicted extinction outcome. So I'll get off the podium in a second, but we really have to initiate efforts to support and preserve species much earlier than we're doing already, when extinction risks are low and when there's time to learn and adapt. My last note, please get in touch with your WASA affiliated regional zoo and aquarium association for any ex-situ conservation requests. Thank you.
Many thanks, James, for this fantastic presentation. Very, very complete. And thank you for doing it on behalf of ZA and EASA. Now I'm very pleased to welcome Kari Kao, who is the Acting Secretary General and Director of Conservation for Botanic Gardens Conservation International. Carly will speak today on mobilizing botanical expertise to achieve the targets, so that also you can see we're not only talking about animals. Floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you, Lewis. Okay, so we're going to talk about plants now, and Botanic Gardens Conservation International. If I can drive this. There we go. So Botanic Garden Conservation International is a membership organization, and we coordinate a network of botanic gardens globally. We have 920 members spread across the globe, and they house in their exitu collections, as of our last count, and we actually have to do another one next year, about 30% of the world's known plant species. So we know that we've got those kept in perpetuity, but we still need to keep some more, and we want them kept in habitat. Botanic gardens also receive visitors, so we raise awareness, we do education programs, and we have about 1 billion visitors across our network annually. That's a lot of people to get a good message across and tell them that we need to achieve the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework targets and to save species, plants and animals and all the others. As you can see on the map on the screen, our network is spread globally. The pixels aren't great on these screens. The darker green dots are those gardens that are in biodiversity hotspots. The lighter gardens are slightly further out, and then it goes to the orange gardens, which are outside biodiversity hotspots, but which do house genetic populations or conservation collections of plants that can be taken back into biodiversity hotspots. So what do? We leverage our global expertise for global conservation. We have access to over 60,000 experts, which can help globally. We don't only work in one country. We can send experts to different countries. We like working with our local partners. For instance, in Colombia, we have our Botanic Garden Network. We have Bogota Botanic Garden. We have Medellin. We have Cartagena. And here we've heard about Cali Botanic Garden, all working together for Colombia, but supporting their partner countries in Peru and Brazil and Chile. So we work at network level as well. We also have technical networks, and these also operate globally or locally as needed. So the Ecological Restoration Alliance, it's in the name, restoration. This can help work on targets 2 and 8 of the global framework. Then we have the Global Tree Assessment, and watch the space tomorrow for the IUCN Red List press release on what's happening with the next Red List publication tomorrow morning. But the Global Tree Assessment aimed to assess all the trees globally, so we know what their threats are and we can take action. Then we have our Global Conservation Consortia, which work on priority taxa, building meta collections, sharing genetic resources, working in situ and exitu for threatened taxa, and sharing capacity and expertise across those networks. We have our Global Trees program, which is the action component. So we've assessed the trees, we know what we need to do, now we're prioritizing, planning and planting those trees, and then we're monitoring them. We have our IPSN, which looks at pests and diseases, and that helps with target 6 of the framework. And then we have our Seed Conservation Challenge for genetic banking of our seed collections for future restoration. And then lastly, we have our Global Botanic Garden Fund, where we provide funding to those gardens like Cali Botanic Garden that are babies, as Maria Claudia said, building up those reserves and looking at how they can conserve their species in their gardens. We also have the Global Biodiversity Standard, which was launched on Friday. I'm not going to go into too much detail of this because I'm going to invite you to an event tomorrow. Sorry, I'm plugging another event. It's at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and it's in the Plaza Quebec in the Business and Finance Hub. And you can hear more about this, but it covers many different habitat types, providing certification to make sure that we're doing the right biodiversity conservation, including all the species, not just the plants. So we are talking to our network and monitoring that biodiversity is being returned and conserved. As I say, we have our regional networks, so we work globally with all our partners. And then we have our regional networks, and as you can see, there's a whole host of them. We have African Botanic Gardens Network, the Caribbean and Central American Network. We have our European. I'm not going to pronounce the Latin American network, but that is the network where we're sitting right now. And then we have our Southeast Asia Botanic Garden Network. BGCI also has offices globally. We have one in the USA, we have one in Canada, we have Singapore, we have China, we have Costa Rica. So we are global, and we're providing support to all our partners, and be that technical support or just support in funding to buy a pair of secateurs. So I'm just going to have 2 more slides on work that we've done, going outside the garden walls, as I like to encourage our gardens. So we have our exitu collections, and in Brazil we have the Jardim Botanico Arariba, and using their exitu collections of 4 tree species, we ran a project over a couple of years funded by the Franklin Foundation to learn, to develop propagation skills of how to grow these critically endangered, vulnerable, endangered species, because we knew we needed to put them back in habitat. We need to bolster those populations that were in habitat, but no one knew how to collect the seeds, how to propagate them, how to store them. So we developed these with the garden, with the funding. We also then trained staff, we trained communities, we got those plants back in the ground. And so our results are that we had 1,600 seedlings across 9 in situ sites planted back. We built capacity for people to grow these species, for local communities to embrace this restoration project. We developed the propagation protocols, and we published those, particularly for plant families. Often we can mimic the propagation protocols for one plant family to a next, so we can provide a scaling up of the learning to grow these threatened species. We had 1,200 local community members, and children in particular, come to these days and educate them about the value of their biodiversity and their forests and their tree species. We've continued restoring degraded land, and you can see the picture at the bottom is the nursery with all these tree species. And we've involved our local partners, so please use the QR codes or come see me if you want to know more about this and how to do this in your region or your country. And then last, I just want to say we do collect the data across our network and provide data tools on various aspects, but our databases talk to one another. So we do have the threat search, which has the IUCN red list, it has national red lists, it also has any other publication on threats. Thank you. On a species. So we gather all the grey literature so we can have this wealth of knowledge on threats for a species. We have plant search, which provides a list, it's in the name, of all the plants that are in exitu conservation across our network of gardens. And I've dropped down to garden search, which then you can search for a botanic garden. So you could find a plant and search for a garden, or you could know that you're near a garden and look for a plant in it. And the networks themselves can do the same thing, and they can share collections. So that takes me to Plant Connect, where we can share the genetics between different collections for restoration. Often, historically, collections were made and taken to Europe or to the UK, to the USA, but they're actually monocultures or clones, so we actually need to share that diversity with in situ conservationists. Then we have our Global Tree Search and Global Tree Portal, which provide the information on trees globally, where they are, how they grow, their threats, their successes. And come talk to me about that, because I think I'm going to get chased off the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carly, and sorry about that. But thank you very much for sharing what botanic gardens are doing for conservation. This is really, really inspiring. And now back to fauna. It's my pleasure to welcome Matthew Gould, who's the CEO of the Zoological Society of London, ZSL, and who will present the Extinct in the Wild initiative. Matthew, the floor is yours. Thank you.
James talked earlier about zoos sometimes being a bit loose with species insurance and which species are held for insurance purposes. What we're going to discuss today in this part of it is right at the other end of the spectrum. Species which don't need insurance anymore, they need a life raft, and this is about providing that life raft. Can I just ask, is there anyone here from a collection which holds extinct in the wild species? Brilliant. Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. I hope nothing I'm about to say is wrong. There are a class of animals and plants where we've managed to wipe them out entirely, other than individuals held in zoos, aquaria, botanical gardens. There are 39 animal species, 45 plant species registered as extinct in the wild. ZSL cares for more than half the animal species involved, but the wonderful thing about this initiative is it is genuinely a partnership across literally dozens and dozens of different institutions, all with a singular goal of providing that life raft and then getting these species to the point where they can go back into the wild and be downlisted. So this is some of the stats. The one at the bottom is the one I really wanted to mention, because historically our record on caring for extinct in the wild species has been pretty mixed. Approximately half the species that we've cared for as extinct in the wild have been able to survive, and about half have gone extinct completely despite being in our care. So there is something about the fragility of these species that we almost literally hold in the palms of our hands that's very special, a real privilege, but also an extraordinary responsibility that we really need to fulfill. That's just sets out where some of the species are, but I thought these graphs were interesting because what they say, particularly the red one on the left, is that there is a very long tail of extinct in the wild species held by very small numbers of collections. So in my office, for example, to remind me every day of the importance of this mission, we have one of our tanks of Mexican pupfish. And the species in that tank is only held in 2 collections. So the tenuousness of the survival of that species is terrifying. This is really just to talk about the way that zoos and exitu care have evolved. We started with organizations like mine, I should say, started as zoos as animal collections, in the same way that the Victorians used to collect stamps and lots of other things. We moved on from collections for collection's sake to really trying to care for the animals we looked after, and then moved on to actively trying to conserve them. But I think the extinct in the wild work is really taking that one step further. And this is really what it amounts to. The 4 R's. First of all, rescuing species that are on the verge of going extinct. So last summer, for example, a team from ZSL went to the middle of the Indian Ocean because they thought that the Chagosian brain coral, once prevalent in the Chagos archipelago, was literally about to wink out forever, and managed to get a small number of Chagosian brain corals and bring them back. We've now fragged them. They're in a number of collections. They're growing week by week and thriving, but the brilliant thing is we know as a result that species doesn't need to go extinct. And obviously we need to be incredibly cautious about when we take animals from the wild, but this is one time when I think it does make sense. We then need to revitalize the species where quite often the numbers are very small, so there is a real art to getting numbers up but keeping genetic strength up as well. And then release, and then post-release care. So that's what we're trying to do. Here's one of the examples that we've done it, we have been doing it with already. These are the partula snails, not necessarily the most charismatic animals in our zoo, but in lots of ways the most important. And we are one of 17 zoos that keep partula snails, and between all of us, we have so far managed to release 25,000 back into French Polynesia. And one of them is now can be considered, because our team were able to see naturally in situ born examples this year, we can consider them to have re-established themselves. So this will almost certainly be the first mollusk that has become eligible for downlisting, which is a fabulous achievement. If you're wondering why there's a small dot on them, it's because we put a different coloured dot each year of UV light on them. So at night, you can flash a torch around and see very quickly where the snails are and which year they come from. These are scimitar-horned oryxes. They have now been downlisted because we reached the extraordinary threshold of more than 500 calves born in the wild. This was a huge alliance of 50 zoos coordinated by the Environment Agency of Abu Dhabi, downlisting this species because they had reached a point where they start to look viable in the wild, is a huge and fabulous achievement. This is the seahek, the Guam kingfisher. It's held in 24 American zoos, but not in Guam anymore because the brown tree snake has wiped them out. ZSL doesn't actually hold any, but one of our scientists manages the recovery program. And the brilliant thing about this species is a month ago, we released 9, not back into Guam because the brown tree snake is still there, but onto Palmyra Atoll, which is ecologically very similar to Guam, which I'm told is called an assisted colonization. I know generally we're against colonization. This is an example of where I think there is a really nice story to be told. And actually, John Ewan, the professor from ZSL who's been coordinating this program, is out in Palmyra now, helping the field monitoring team ensure that the population we've released is doing okay. And the great thing is, so far they've been molting into their adult plumage. We've watched them foraging and adopt normal social behaviors. So it's going really nicely. And this is the pupfish that I mentioned. The one in my office is so rare that it comes from a single spring in Mexico. And that spring has dried up because so much groundwater has been taken out for farming to feed a growing human population. We've designed a recovery plan. We're working with Mexican zoos and Mexican scientists to make sure that there are examples of the species in Mexico in collections, and we're currently undertaking hydrological surveys so that we can find springs that are right for getting these back into the wild. And with any luck, this might be a short video about the initiative. Extinct. the very final thing I want to say is we do need all the help we can get. Money, obviously, but also we're always looking for collections that might be willing to take on some of these animals and these plants. We're looking for people and collections who are willing to become species champions so they can coordinate the effort on individual species. We're looking for people who might not necessarily be in a position to do either of those, but have knowledge that we can use, for example, on bird husbandry that's been so important with the CHEC. And we need friends to spread the word about how important this is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew. And without any transition, it is my pleasure to introduce Megan Owen, who's Vice President for Conservation Science at the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance. And Megan will discuss biobanking for conservation. So welcome, Megan. Thank you.
Hear me? You can't hear me. Can you hear me now? Awesome. So my name is Megan Owen. I'm the VP of Conservation Science at the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance. So I'm going to give you a really brief overview of our conservation programs, and then I'm going to do a slightly deeper dive into our biobanking initiatives and how it has changed over the years and what we're hoping to accomplish with it with the global community. So the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance's conservation programs are centered around 8 conservation hubs around the world. I'm not going to list them out specifically, but I will say that, for example, our work in the African forest in Cameroon and the savanna in the rangelands of northern Kenya are very much community-centric conservation programs, whereas our work in the U.S. Southwest and northern Mexico and in the Pacific Islands, primarily focused in Hawaii, are very much focused on species recovery, and typically these programs are embarked upon by us at the behest of federal regulatory agencies, state agencies, or local governments. Oh, it went fast. So our strategic priorities, again, I'm not going to list these, but I do want to just say that we reevaluated our priorities about 4 years ago. And what's important here is that, like many conservation organizations, we had to really reevaluate our priorities in the face of the pandemic. So whereas species recovery has long been a huge focus of our organization, we're really rallying around a One Health approach, recognizing the interconnectedness of wildlife, people, and the landscapes they share. And so promoting human-wildlife coexistence, sharing knowledge and benefits equitably, and cultivating partnerships and the conservation leaders of the future are huge priorities for us as an organization. Another change for us is we're intentionally connecting our work to the global biodiversity framework and its targets. And so this, as we prepared for this meeting, it was a really heartening experience for me going through all of our conservation projects with my colleagues here from the San Diego Zoo and making those connections to the targets and really evaluating whether we do have programs that are not supporting those targets. And it's really important information for us to have as we strategically plan our activities moving forward. So our organization has over 250 conservation professionals, but this number doesn't reflect the incredible collaboration we have internally and externally. We're very lucky in that our conservation science, wildlife health, and wildlife care teams work really closely together towards realizing our conservation objectives. We put all of our expertise and skills on the table to customize our approach to solve conservation problems. We use a variety of different types of scientific disciplines, and we couple those again with wildlife health and wildlife care. And our science team ranges from conservation genetics, advanced reproductive technologies, ecologies, disease surveillance, and a really thriving community engagement team. Species recovery, again, is a foundational focus for our organization. And most of our species recovery, again, happens in the U.S. Southwest. But this is an extraordinary experience for us as an organization. I think when people think about what they're going to see in a zoo or what they're going to experience from knowing about a zoo's activities, it's lions and tigers and bears. But our recovery projects are focused on the Pacific pocket mouse and the mountain yellow-legged frog and burrowing owls and just a host of plant species. And so being able to focus on that and really realize that role of contributing to conservation in some biodiversity hotspots or areas that are in great need of effort, it's a point of pride for us. We have been really leaning into conservation technologies, and one of the reasons why we're doing this is not simply because we all know that conservation technology has enhanced what we can do for our conservation work in the field, but because working in a zoological setting, we have an opportunity to calibrate, validate, and innovate new technologies that we can then share with our partners in the field. Promoting coexistence and ecosystem health, again, is just a huge part of the work we do. We work really closely with communities. We co-generate ideas for addressing challenges, and working in these shared landscapes is a top priority for us. Community outreach, education, social science, this is a reflection of our belief that conservation is fundamentally about people. Our community outreach programs have been going on for about the past 15 years. We have a range of programs, and I'm more than happy to talk to anybody who's interested, but we really tap into these training opportunities with high school, middle school students, teachers, and a wide array of other nascent conservation professionals. So finally, biodiversity banking. So biodiversity banking is sort of the origin story for the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance's conservation science program. It began about 50 years ago with the establishment of the Frozen Zoo. And the Frozen Zoo is one of about 5 different types of biomaterials banking we focus on. In the Frozen Zoo, we have cryopreserved living cell lines and gametes. And some of these cell lines and gametes are 50 years old. And so they represent an incredible collection of biological diversity and genetic diversity. As we also have a native plant gene bank, which is really focused on plants, again, in San Diego County and the greater region. It's an extraordinary collection, so yay plants. We have a clinical repository and a pathology archive, and there's just tremendous power in these collections for supporting innovations in wildlife health. And then finally, our tissue and DNA bank, which provides the raw material for genomic discovery. And so in total, we have about 2,000 taxa, including 390 species listed as threatened, so critically endangered, vulnerable. From these materials, we've generated over 100 genomes, including about 50 reference genomes. And the Frozen Zoo, living cell lines, we have over 1,200 species representing more than 50 that are listed as threatened on the endangered species list. So genetic rescue requires living cell lines, gametes, pluripotent stem cells, and seeds, which just come ready for genetic rescue. But there's incredible potential there. There's a tremendous amount of technology and research to be worked out to bring these tools to life, but those cell lines are the raw material of genetic rescue. Genomic discovery, I think something that we all know, but I really like to lean into this, is that population declines are accelerated by loss of genetic diversity. And we can really understand the state of a population through genomic discovery, understanding some of the mechanisms that are driving population declines, including inbreeding depression, genetic load, and loss of adaptive potential. So all this is great, and we're really proud of our 50 years of experience in biodiversity banking, but in order to make this meaningful for conservation at the scale and pace that we need it to do, we have really looked for opportunities to scale and accelerate and expand these opportunities for innovation with the global conservation community. So in 2023, we partnered with the IUCN Species Survival Commission as a Center for Species Survival with a focus on biodiversity banking. So this was the first Center for Species Survival that had a disciplinary focus, and our hope is that we can really tap into the global network of professionals, the reach of the SSC to extend the potential to grow capacity, to train more professionals in the realm of the different disciplines that contribute to biodiversity banking. We're embarking on a global gap analysis because we know we're not the only biomaterials bank in the world, but we really need to understand what has been preserved and how, so that we can, as a global community, strategically plan how we're going to move forward with banking activities. Importantly, too, we want to co-generate and share biobanking knowledge so that we can innovate at an accelerated rate so we can meet the pressing challenges of biodiversity loss. An express objective, too, of the Global Center for Species Survival in Biobanking is to develop a decentralized network of biobanking practitioners and capacity. So this doesn't mean a global network of San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance biobanks around the world. This is truly about developing capacity and connecting people around the world so we can work as a concerted community. We have two folks that are at the IUCN Leaders Forum right now talking about this new initiative. I would appreciate it if you are interested. Please scan the QR code. We're doing a survey to better understand the global community's interest in biobanking capacity. What are the needs? Dr. Katie Heineman is our program officer. Dr. Oliver Reiter, as I think he joined the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance when the Frozen Zoo was created. So he is also the co-chair of the Animal Biodiversity Banking Specialist Group. And finally, I'm an ecologist, so I have a great appreciation for nature. And I think that biobanking and the technologies we can develop for species recovery are critically important. But of course, nature is the most important repository of genetic diversity. And so biobanking efforts, of course, will not replace our in situ efforts. They should be developed in parallel and complement those efforts. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Megan. And now we will hear from Sandy Troutwin from Species 360 about the value of exitu data for biodiversity conservation. So this is actually a recorded presentation that Sandy is sharing with us.
About the value of ex-situ data in preserving biodiversity. My name is Sandy Troutwine, and I am the Director of Conservation and Science at Species 360. Species 360 is a nonprofit NGO committed to the international collection and sharing of ex-situ wildlife data to inform global species management, conservation, and policy decisions. Species 360 manages ZIMS, the Zoological Information Management System. ZIMS is the largest database of knowledge on animals in human care and contains 50 years of member-contributed data on ex-situ wildlife. It contains data on animal care, medical and population management of animals at global zoos, aquariums, and conservation organizations. Modern accredited zoos and aquariums are contributing to species conservation on a global platform. Of critical importance is the fact that these organizations house the remaining populations of many threatened species, such as the Kehanzi sprayed toad, which is considered extinct in the wild. However, Zoological institutions also utilize their expertise and data to contribute to the management of exitu breeding programs, in situ species recovery, biobanking and sample collection, conservation education of millions of visitors around the world, and the development of a future generation of wildlife experts who learn about species biology, behavior, health, and reproduction by caring for animals at zoological institutions. As we can see here, thanks to the recent addition of Species 360 ex situ data into the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species, we can understand Kahanzi spray toad populations in human care at Species 360 member institutions, ensuring this species and many others do not disappear forever. Like the Kahanzi spray toad and the regent honeyeater, zoos and aquariums are the last remaining hope for many species threatened with extinction. The data collected by ex situ institutions provides crucial information that may not be available for species in the wild. Zoological institutions lie at the intersection of ex situ and in situ species conservation as defined by the IUCN's One Plan approach. This approach involves the joint development of species management strategies and conservation actions based on collaborative efforts between zoological institutions and conservation organizations. The data collected by modern zoos and aquariums help inform species conservation strategies and the preservation of biodiversity. The IUCN's Species Survival Commission recently recognized the critical role of botanic gardens, aquariums, and zoos in species conservation, as highlighted in this position statement released 1 year ago. This report highlights the significant contributions of ex situ entities in species conservation and the preservation of global biodiversity. It highlights the importance of data collection and the sharing of knowledge to understand species' life history traits, behaviors, physiology, medical, and genetic data to make data-informed conservation decisions. And now, thanks to the efforts of the IUCN Red List and Species 360, ex situ data is part of the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species. By integrating Species 360 ex situ data into the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species, the Red List website now provides a complete image of species population numbers in the wild and in human care, a powerful tool in understanding the global picture of biodiversity. This integration is another significant achievement towards the One Plan approach. But how does ex situ data contribute to the preservation of biodiversity? Over 1,300 international zoological institutions record their data in ZIMS. This valuable resource is used in many ways to advance conservation action. The data helps fill species knowledge gaps, particularly demographic data such as species survival, growth, and reproductive patterns that cannot be studied in the wild. The collected medical information can help us understand and treat diseases to conserve species in their natural habitat. Ex situ data helps expand our knowledge of zoonotic diseases and the impact of wildlife trade. It can inform conservation translocations, such as those associated with success stories like the California condor. And it can be used to produce research publications to help improve conservation and animal management strategies. We acknowledge the vital contribution of accredited zoos and aquariums to Target 4 of the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework through ex-situ species conservation programs. We also acknowledge the role that zoological institutions play in supporting Target 21. They ensure that knowledge is available and accessible to guide biodiversity action through the application of data collected and shared from ZIMS and other ex-situ data sources. Here are a few examples. Species 360's Conservation Science Alliance recently released the Marine Ornamental Fish Species Knowledge Index. By integrating the ex-situ data in ZIMS with data from the IUCN Red List, EDGE, CITES, and Traffic databases, we identified gaps in species knowledge and potential threats to marine ornamental fish, including species in international wildlife trade. This report was utilized to inform policy decisions at the CITES Technical Workshop on Marine Ornamental Fishes in May. It exemplifies the application and use of ex-situ data in informing policy decisions. Similarly, ZIMS data was used to produce summary reports for 15 species selected for review at the 32nd meeting of the CITES Animal Committee in June. Here, ex-situ data was used to inform policymakers about the conservation breeding potential and basic demographic species information such as age at sexual maturity, reproductive seasonality, and maximum observed lifespan for 15 threatened species. Ex-situ data has been proven to significantly enhance our knowledge of species. In this figure from a paper published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences led by Species 360 researchers, we see the amount of demographic information per species for all reptiles, mammals, birds, and amphibians, without the inclusion of ZIMS ex-situ data. Each pixel represents a species. Pink pixels indicate that we have demographic information on the species' life history, which can be used for population forecasts. White indicates that we have no demographic data. The researchers found that only 1.3% of species have high-quality demographic data. For amphibians, even basic information is lacking for 88% of species. That is concerning, since amphibians are among the most threatened taxa. However, when researchers include ex-situ global anonymized data from ZIMS, we see a significant increase in the amount of high-quality demographic data, rising from 1.3% to 15%. This 800% increase in species knowledge highlights the value gained by using ex-situ data to inform species conservation decisions. The study suggests a value far beyond the data itself. As researchers analyze in situ and ex-situ data from various global sources, we can uncover insights into species conservation that impact endangered species and biodiversity. In summary, I hope the information shared here today has contributed to a better understanding of the value of ex-situ data in protecting biodiversity. This data can not only fill in situ species knowledge gaps and inform policy decision-making, but it can also aid in the recovery of threatened species and educate future generations about the importance of preserving our biodiverse world. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions regarding Species 360, please feel free to contact me at this email address. Thank you.
So we thank Sandy for this presentation, and our last speaker, but not least, is Michael Clifford, Strategic Director for Reverse the Red, who will present the power of collaboration. Take it away, Mike. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I'll keep my remarks brief here. If you can humor me for a second and just take a deep breath. What I want you to know is that this is possible. It is possible to reverse the trends of the red list. It is possible to recover species, and I hope what you take away from all of these incredible presentations is the amazing amount of skill, expertise, passion, technology, wisdom, and everything that is undergirding this entire plan to restore and recover biodiversity. We know about Goal A, we know what's there, we know the targets in front of us. We've got to have a tenfold reduction in threat, and we need to essentially restore thriving populations. It's a big goal, but again, it is possible. Target 4 looks at urgent management actions, and again, what you heard today was story after story after story of critical urgent management and the players who are actually equipped and ready to act and support to achieve these targets. So we need to move beyond discussing and talking about it to action and implementation. And I'm so honored to be a part of the zoological and botanic garden community as this entire community committed to doing this work. So Reverse the Red, if you don't know, we are an international coalition committed to accelerating recovery-focused action. We want to halt extinctions, reverse declines, and recover populations. That's what we're focused on. So this is this is our executive team, just so you can see who some of the partners, many are represented here in the presentations. But again, what I'll tell you is that it is possible. We can do this. We do have the technology, we do have the abilities. So really one of the last things I want to leave with you is this is what's critical from our perspective, is right now we have international strategies, we have national strategies and species and local level strategies. But in most instances, we're not aligned. We have all these groups that are working on species conservation, but they don't necessarily know what their national targets are, and they're not necessarily aligned with GBF targets. At the same time, we also have MBSAPs all being published and submitted now, and many of them don't include species or even call out specific actions for species. And so what we need to do is work hard to make sure that we are aligning our strategies and that we are aligning them around the same shared goal: to halt extinctions, reverse declines, and recover species. And again, with a nice deep breath, it is possible. We can do this. It can be overwhelming to see everything that goes on in nature and the loss, and it can be a kind of thing that becomes a little depressing. But I hope, again, from hearing all of these amazing stories and all the skill and everything that exists, that it's possible, that we're not alone in it. We have what we need to be able to achieve this. We do need to do it at a faster pace and at a greater scale. So please don't sit back. Act, move, go. And the last thing that I'll offer in this, in Reverse the Red, we're actively tracking species pledges. We're finding out who is acting and implementing action all over the world so that we can better coordinate. So if you are an organization that's doing some of that work, please come and talk to us. We'd love to. But what I want us to kind of leave with is that when you think about biodiversity, species aren't the afterthought. They're actually the foundation of biodiversity. They're the thing that leads when we think about ecological restoration. It's the plants, it's the trees, it's the fungi, it's the animals, it's the birds that you hear. Those are the things that make life come alive. And all too often, I think we forget to lead with that because it's a little bit more complex. But I want to encourage us all in this room. It is actually species that are the foundation of biodiversity. It is actually species that will drive action forward. And it is actually species that make every one of our souls light up in absolute amazement. And if you haven't taken a moment to stop in the parking lot and listen to the birds, do it. They're quite beautiful, right? We're here for biodiversity. And even in this moment, we can be amazed and completely enamored at the beauty of a little lizard or a bird flying overhead or a butterfly smacking into our faces, right? So that's all I'll say. Would love to talk to anybody that wants more, but with one last deep breath, it is possible.
Thank you very much, Mike, for this optimism. I think we all need it. We're coming to a close, don't worry. But before that, I'm thrilled to just be sharing an announcement from Martin Zordan, WASA CEO, to announce the WASA commitment for biodiversity conservation.
As the Global Alliance of Regional Associations, National Federations, zoos and aquariums, we at WASA, the World Association of Zoos and Aquariums, are dedicated to the care and conservation of animals and their habitats around the world. We share this commitment to make the global biodiversity framework a reality that is fully implemented, and those stand ready to support bodies in this endeavor. This is why today marks a pivotal moment, as we're thrilled to announce the WASA Declaration, our commitment to strengthening the role of zoos and aquariums in global biodiversity conservation. Through this declaration, we support a larger commitment being made by other partners of Reverse the Red, a partnership of which WASA is proud to be a founder together with the IUCN SSC. With the global zoo and aquarium community existing in the intersection between in situ and exitu conservation, our shared mission as conservation organizations is to prevent extinction, reverse the decline of species, recover population, and leverage our expertise to manage sustainable exitu populations in support of these goals. The biodiversity crisis has never been as severe as it is today, with 1 million species at risk of extinction, highlighting the need for urgent, decisive, and collective action. WASA and the signatories of this declaration support Reverse the Red, focused at establishing national networks to catalyze and streamline conservation action to support parties delivering on NBSAPs, particularly on Target 4 and Goal 8 of the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. This is a unique opportunity to unify our community efforts and expertise toward a common strategy to halt extinction and recover population. Our members, institutions, zoos, aquariums, and like-minded organizations across the world have an unprecedented opportunity to further scale up, inspire conservation action, and create positive change for biodiversity. Our time for action is now. Zoos and aquariums stand ready, so let's do this together. Let's reverse the decline of species. Let's build a future where we as people can thrive as part of nature rather than at its cost. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to build on this declaration and to announce that over 70 WASA members have already signed the declaration in less than 2 weeks, which is amazing, and we thank them for their commitment and for pledging their support. And now I would like to just close this event. And on behalf of the hosting organization, thank everybody, including our speakers, mostly our speakers, for their contribution, and to you for attending. And I think we've really seen the expertise, the collective expertise that zoos, aquarium, and botanic gardens have. So let's just do it. Let's work together. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. If you want to sit a little bit more on the front, there are some seats there. You are welcome. So this is a session that has been convened by the Global Partnership on Forest Landscape Restoration, and it's really a pleasure to have you all here. I'm going to say just a few words about the Global Partnership on FLR, and then we have a very interesting panel. We have people from all over the world, and we hope that you are going to enjoy, engage, and we are going to make sure that this is going to be time for questions and answers, because we want to make sure that you are interacting with us and we can together discuss the topics on relation to upscaling forest landscape restoration with a specific eyes on the financial mechanisms, and also we are going to talk about monitoring. So this is the panel that we have here. But before we go to the panel, I would like to speak just a few words with you about the Global Partnership. So who are we? The Global Partnership is a coalition that has more than 20 years. The main focus of the work that we do together is to talk about the importance of forest landscape restoration and disseminate what is forest landscape restoration, and also to share with you all the principles of forest landscape restoration. And here are all the members. So at the moment we are about 40 members. And if we are a global organization working forest landscape restoration, or if our organization has a very big reach, reach us, because we are always seeking for more people that are concerned and want to make sure that the work that takes place with forest and landscape restoration, it's all about high quality work. And our membership is composed by governments, NGOs, international organizations, and the fact that we all work together is because together we know that we need to face the restoration of degraded areas. If we look into the last forest declaration assessment, and I saw Ivan here. I just saw a second. Yes, there. Like it was very clear in this last forest declaration assessment that we are still not with the latest number on where are we with restoration. So there's so much still for us to do together. And this is one of the things that we discuss in our partnership. How can we show that all this 20 or 30 years of work is actually already contributing to the target 2 of the Global Biodiversity Framework, but not only for the CBD, but all across the Rio Conventions. So what is FLR? FLR is all about regaining the ecological functionality of the landscape, but at the same time it promotes human well-being. So we are talking about a landscape approach, and we have 6 principles that are very important for us, and all of the organizations that are members, they are all building a pathway for high quality, and high quality means following these principles. And I'm going to share with you the principles. But here we always like to bring this landscape, because this is the scale that we work. We don't work in isolated areas with restoration. We consider the landscape as the best point for interventions to make sure that we are changing the land use in the appropriate way. So our principles, as I already mentioned, the first one is all about looking at the landscape level. And we understand that the way to achieve good results is to engage stakeholders all through the process and since the beginning. We are never going to do something alone. If we don't work with everyone under an inclusive restoration approach, we are really not going to get there as a long-term result. Another principle is that we understand that with forest landscape restoration, we can restore multiple benefits. So we can think about water security, food security, spiritual well-being. So restoration plays very different roles in the landscape, and this is important to be considered by all of our members. Also, and of course, this is quite obvious, but it doesn't hurt to remember everyone that the first thing that we all do is to keep the forest or the ecosystems there. Like restoration only makes sense when we're talking about regaining additional vegetation cover, right? We don't want any hectare to be lost. So this is the context of our FLR work. Also, it's very, very important that we consider the local context. Each landscape is a different landscape, each country is different, and we face different issues and threats. So when working to FLR, you need to understand what is the reality of the landscape that you are working on. And finally, when we are talking about restoration, we are talking about long-term resilience. So we need to include adaptive management in what we do. We need to track results. We need to see what we still can improve in order to make sure that what we are restoring today is going to be under restoration for a long time. And then we can even start to talk about conservation or productive systems as agroforest systems, for example. And as we are here in GBF, I decided to bring also this slide here. And I was just talking to the head of the Nature Positive group that is in the other pavilion close to here. And they are saying, Anita, you are the plus. You know, we are the plus. When we are talking about restoration, this nature positive agenda, what you bring is the extra. We want to keep everything that is still there, but we need to bend the curve up. And the way to bend the curve up, it's with restoration. If today we only stop with deforestation, we are not going to bend the curve positively. We're just going to stop the curve. In order to really bend it high, we need to bring more and more forest and landscape restoration. So now, after this small introduction about what is the GPFLR, and I was so much looking forward for this session that I forgot to introduce myself. Yes, this is our session, and here we are finally. So I am Anita Jederix, and I am the chair of the Global Partnership, together with Jim Hallett, that will be leading this session here. And I work in WWF, I am Brazilian, and it's really a pleasure to be here in Latin America, in such a beautiful place, in Colombia. So here we are for the panel. So I'd like to invite Jim Hallett, my super friend from US and SER, and we have been working together in the GPFLR and leading in our group here. And Jim is going to be the moderator for today. So Jim, please, if you could introduce the panel. And then we are going to have a group of questions. And please, we want you to engage. So stay with us and be ready for the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Okay, there we go. It's indeed a pleasure for me. I'm Jim Hallett. I'm with the Society for Ecological Restoration, and as Anita said, the vice chair of the GPFLR. So we have a tremendous panel today. Their CVs would fill a book. They've done so much work in the area of restoration globally that I'm going to just give brief introductions to each of our panel members. And then I think the gaps will be filled in as we start discussing these global commitments to restoration, particularly with respect to the global biodiversity framework. So directly on my left is Mamadou Nakate. He's with the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD. He has a lot of work on his plate. He's currently the team leader for sustainable land and water management there. He also leads the NEPAD work on the African Forest and Landscape Initiative, the AFR 100. So we're very pleased to have him with us today. To Mamadou's left is Chetan Kumar with the IUCN. He's their global head of the Forest and Grasslands team. His work is focused mainly on the science and policy interface, working across disciplines and sectors to support evidence-based policies and practice. To Chetan's left is Victoria, or Vicky, as I know her, Gutierrez, who is the head of global policy at Common Land. She's a senior landscape restoration and land use change expert. She's particularly also interested in the interface between science, policy, and practice. To Vicky's left is Kahil Walji, who's with C4 ECRAF. Kahil works as a scientist at C4 ECRAF in Nairobi, but he's also the coordinator of the Landscapes for Our Future program, which aims to design and implement sustainable and innovative solutions to land use challenges across 23 different projects. And finally, to Khalil's left is Julian Fox. Julian has a tremendous background in forestry, but we know him best, or at least I know him best, for his work with the UN Decade Task Force on Monitoring. He's a leader of a multidisciplinary team and has been working both in international development and now currently at FAO. So thank you all for joining us today. So we'll start with a few questions to get the ball rolling, and then, of course, entertain additional questions. Let me first go to Mamadou. So the AFR 100 commitments are to restore over 130 million hectares of land by 2030. Conducting landscape restoration across 34 countries is a very complicated business. What types of trade-offs have been necessary to provide benefits to both biodiversity and people?
Thank you very much, Jim. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you. I like the response. So we are the African Union Development Agency based in Johannesburg, South Africa. And back in 2015 in Paris, at the margin of the COP21 climate change, we had different partners, including IUCN, WRI, the German government, African Union, World Bank, who agreed to set up a framework, a very flexible framework called Africa Forest Landscape Restoration Initiative, saying just let's put together the expertise, experience, and willingness of all those partners to do forest and landscape restoration. And one of the key words was really action, but decentralized action. Recognize all what partners were doing first, not reinvent the wheel, but gather the political will of African governments. And this is the first pillar of the AFR 100 really initiative to sensitize and bring African governments and show them the interest of doing forest landscape restoration. And out of the 55 countries of Africa, to date we have 34 countries who have joined, which have joined the AFR 100. And the bar is quite high because we ask countries to send ministerial letter with the quantified commitment. And this is the added value of AFR 100, because then you will see for the monitoring part, it gives reference against which you can measure countries' progress or lack thereof. So 34 countries have joined. In 2015, it was 100 million target, but now countries have reached 130 million hectares of pledges. So this can be said as a first contribution to the target too, but we know also that restoration brings many other benefits in terms of adaptation, mitigation of climate change, fighting desertification, droughts, which is very important in Africa, plus all the socio-economic benefits that we know, that if you restore 1 hectare of land, usually you don't let it bare. You cultivate or you do conservation, and that can contribute to protection, to conservation, but also to food security in Africa, create jobs. So we can talk about all the multiple benefits of restoration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There we go. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mamadou. Let's turn to Chetan now, because I'm particularly interested in an initiative that the IUCN in its group has in developing an FLR implementation hub. So Chetan, if you could tell us a little bit about how this can scale FLR implementation.
Thanks, Jim, and thanks, Anita. Before I respond, let me first congratulate both of you for your leadership to bring all the members together. This has been wonderful over the last year or so. This is great. Before explaining or sharing what Forest Landscape Restoration Hub or FLR Hub aims to do, Mamadou already talked about the AFR 100 pledges. Over the last 2.5 decades, we have seen under Bond Challenge country pledging to restore millions of hectares. I think we are close to about 210 or 250 million hectares. That's the number of pledges we already have. There are already several implementation efforts that have started in the countries, either directly through the government or the NGOs or the private sector or the communities. So Forest Landscape Restoration Hub is an initiative, or rather a global initiative, that is designed to accelerate implementation on the ground. So moving from pledge to implementation. We are starting with 6 countries initially as the pilot, 3 in Africa. So we have Tanzania, Uganda, Madagascar. And in Latin America, we have Colombia, Brazil, and Peru. We have initial funding from, and thanks to the German government, initial funding of 20 million to start, and we have to leverage another 20 million. So it's a 40 million initiative for 5 years. And we have very clear targets in front of us, which were designed in collaboration with the countries, because we didn't just want to go and we would do this or that. We wanted to set ourselves an ambitious goal. So we have in the 5 years to bring 200,000 hectares under restoration. That's a very clear measurable target that we have set for ourselves, which would contribute to sequestration of about 50,000 tons of carbon if done in the right way. We also have biodiversity goals, which contributes, of course, the area contributes to target 2, but also depending upon the context in the country, different biodiversity, I would say recovery or habitat conservation goals, etc., in front of us. And as I said, 20 million in public-private sector leveraging that we have to undertake in the 6 countries that we are starting. There are 3 main pillars of our work. The first one focuses on enabling condition, which is bringing together different sectors. This is really crucial, and I'll give you an example of, not from this project, but we are just wrapping up of the restoration initiative work that we've been implementing with FAO and UNEP. It's a GEF 7 funding project in 10 countries. One of the things we found, for example, in Cameroon was that different departments have different interpretation of restoration, which puts in very difficult situation of how you're going to implement it. So bringing together, developing harmonized action plan as we did in case of Cameroon, that's our first goal. So we have been working with all the 6 countries and the political partners to come together with a harmonized plan of how you're going to achieve this target of 200,000 hectares. What is each one's contribution and how we can align with the national policies. That's the first goal. The second pillar of our work will be on public-private financing and pipeline of projects. The goal is not the 20 million, the goal is to work with the farmers, to work with the stakeholders, to develop a pipeline of projects, investable projects, and maybe we can touch upon that later on, because there is a significant gap. You either have 20 million, 40 million ticket size, or you have the farmers who want to have 50,000, 100,000 groups, they can't get money from anywhere. So we need to work on the right mix of strategy, risk and returns, and that's very critical in terms of developing the pipeline of project. And certainly we need to monitor and report. So that's the third pillar of our work, where we don't want to again reinvent the wheel. We heard in the other session yesterday about how different tools exist already at the national level. There are different platforms. We want to bring all that together to help us. We want to move from, and what it is critical for target 2 to report on scale, which is the area. But we want to move from scale to impact, how we can report on the impacts. That is the critical part that we are looking at. So those are the 3 pillars of our work. We are very proud to partner with WRI and WWF in this initiative, and we hope to grow this initiative. We already have other donors who have already working with us to expand the scope to other countries in Africa and Latin America. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Chetan. And we'll want to consider some aspects of what you said in terms of measuring impact, perhaps with Julian as we go forward. Let's turn to Vicky Gutierrez again from Common Land. Common Land is a somewhat different organization in terms of how it goes about its restoration planning. But Vicky, if you could tell us a little bit about the way that Common Land is thinking about reversing biodiversity loss at a scale and speed that's necessary to ensure long-lasting benefits.
Good evening, everyone. And I also want to echo Chetan's comment that it's really a pleasure, and we're very grateful for you guys to have put this together. There are very few platforms where we can actually come together to talk about landscapes. And so I think the value of the GPFLR is a big one. But to answer your question, let me begin by saying that I think it's absolutely possible to reverse biodiversity loss by 2030, so to meet the targets, if we take an integrated approach that addresses both the drivers of biodiversity loss and creates multiple benefits for people and nature in a synergistic way. At Common Land, we refer to these multiple benefits as the 4 returns. And these returns capture not only nature and social returns or financial returns, but they also relate to the hope, the sense of purpose, and the sense of belonging that sustain restoration action into the future. So we call this inspiration, and it's a really important aspect. We think that all these multiple returns are interrelated as important. And so we work at landscape level because we can address both the drivers and create these multiple benefits. But also importantly, landscapes are placed at the right scale, close enough to the local context so that you can tailor intervention to the local context and therefore meet the needs of the local people. And high enough so that you can plan, develop integrated spatial planning and integrated implementation in ways that allow you to really understand what is happening at systems level, work across multiple sectors, and have a better understanding of the dynamics of the landscape. Common Land, what we do is pretty much catalyze and accelerate landscape restoration globally. We work in over 20 countries. And we do that by supporting landscape partnerships because we believe that they really should be driving restoration for the long term. And we talk about 20 plus years. And so we sort of are very good at zooming in, zooming out, and facilitating these landscape partnerships along. And biodiversity, of course, shows up across the entire landscape, not only in those areas that are reserved for nature, but also in those areas that are productive agricultural land, so biodiversity has a very important role to play there as stepping stones, for example. And also in the more industrial, urban areas, biodiversity also needs to be promoted and integrated. So it's really about thinking how you can promote biodiversity all over, all across the landscapes. And I think governments have a very important role to play in supporting landscape restoration by integrating by recognizing the role that landscape partnerships play in sustaining landscape restoration for the long term, but also in integrating landscapes into the national strategies and action plans that relate to biodiversity, but also that relate to climate, the NDCs, and the land degradation action plans. So it's really about thinking how we can leverage the work that we can develop in landscapes across all implementation work that countries need to do to achieve and achieve better all these different targets that we really need to achieve. And I think if we're able to bring all these actors together and include landscapes in these plans, then I think it is actually possible to achieve target 2 in this short time that we have, and that we must try to achieve.
Thank you so much, Vicky. I know Khalil has been very active in partnering with C4 ECRAF and other organizations to launch the Target 2 Pilots project. And I'm interested in what the overall objectives and outcomes of these efforts are, Khalil, in supporting countries to align around Target 2.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jim. Good evening, everybody. I see some familiar faces, Ivan, Michael, some colleagues over here, and obviously some new faces as well, which is terrific. I think it's 6:30 on a Sunday, so I think you all deserve a prize. Or at least we were promised prizes from Anita, so we'll see. I'm joking. Let me first just say thank you so much to both Jim and Anita for their leadership on the GPFLR, of course, echoing the comments of the rest of the panel. We need to bend that curve on nature positive, and of course the degradation equation isn't in our favor. Degradation is fast outpacing the scale of restoration, and so I think these sorts of platforms are pivotal for us to come together and have this sort of conversation. So yeah, a warm invitation to you all to please engage in the conversation. I know we're sitting up here on stage, but don't let that stop you from interrupting us and jumping in and asking questions. Jim, back to your question around the Target 2 Pilots project. So the Target 2 Pilots project was a collaboration with the team from FAO, the CBD Secretariat, and also the Society for Ecological Restoration. And fundamentally, it recognizes that restoration as an approach is cross-sectoral. Yeah, and so that means that the types of actors and sectors that need to come to the table to have these sorts of discussions are cross-sectoral. It can't sit within the Ministry of Environment, or it can't sit within the Ministry of Agriculture. And of course, that's why the KMGBF has been seen as transformative, the whole of government, the whole of society. And so the Target 2 Pilots really was designed around hosting these national dialogues and playing a convening role, a bridging role, to bring some of these ministries that traditionally wouldn't sit together and to discuss how restoration is going to be done. So let me give the example of Kenya, where 70% of biodiversity is outside of protected areas. We're talking about communal land, we're talking about agricultural landscapes that need to be restored for their functions, but also for their landscape features for habitat, for wildlife migration, etc. And fundamentally that means that the people that come to the table are going to be different, but we recognize that parties come to many of the multilateral environmental agreements, they agree to most of the targets, and then when they go back to their countries, often there isn't that level of support for capacity development that's really needed. And so the Target 2 Pilots project really tried to understand what are the bottlenecks when it comes to data flowing from the ground level. So we've agreed to this KMGBF Target 2, or hopefully the Target 2 language will be agreed upon in this COP. But how does that actually get domesticated down to the national level and then down to the subnational level? We tried to also explore what are the capacity gaps, and then really what are the challenges when it comes to moving towards setting NBSAP targets. And it's really interesting when you sit there in the room when a country is setting an NBSAP, and it was the first time for me to do that with the Kenya team. And they're really spending a full week setting targets for each of these 23, and it's quite overwhelming. And the feedback that we got from this Target 2 initiative was, thank God you guys are here, and thank God you guys are actually focusing on one target and providing that support, because it is really a big ask to set targets for all 23. So I won't say too much more, but just that the Target 2 pilots really tried to look across these 5 countries. It was Brazil, Peru. So from this region, it was Brazil and Peru. We focused on Burkina Faso, Kenya, and in Vietnam. And each of those countries had different challenges, had different institutional arrangements, had different levels of policy incoherence. And these were really actually interesting to explore. At the end of the day, restoration is going to happen on the ground, but what does that actor do? What does that farmer do? What does that governor of a sub-county do? They'll have a restoration policy, and then right beside it, they'll have an agricultural policy. And which one do they follow? And so there is this policy incoherence that we also have to start addressing, that, you know, this big global framework has to then be domesticated and be turned into clear and likely efficient guidance for practitioners on the ground. Thanks, Jim.
Great. Thank you so much, Khalil. Let's turn to Julian Fox. There's been a lot of talk here about the framework for ecosystem restoration monitoring, and I know you're fully engaged and involved in moving that forward. And it addresses a critical problem: is how do we keep track of all of the restoration initiatives that are currently ongoing? And so, Julian, I'm wondering if you can describe for us some of the benefits of reporting through the firm, and what strategies for monitoring landscape scale restoration efforts can inform both biodiversity targets and social well-being. And it also alludes to this issue of actually measuring impact.
Yeah, thanks Anita. Thanks, Jim, for inviting me. And yeah, I will say, if I get it right, the GPFLR was almost like a practice model for the UN decade, wasn't it? It was the first sort of transformative partnership for restoration. And then I think the UN decade have taken it to the next level. And that's where my journey started. When at the start of the UN decade, they wanted to set up a task force to answer those questions. You know, what is the progress of restoration? You know, there's a lot of ambition, a lot of commitments, but how can we transparently estimate area under restoration? So at the start of the decade, we created this task force for monitoring. Similar to the wonderful GPFLR, we created a lot of momentum, and a lot of partners joined forces. And we basically built what you mentioned there, this framework for ecosystem restoration monitoring, really more as a framework, because the idea of the UN decade is we don't want to duplicate anybody else's fantastic work. And as FAO, the organization I work for, we're not an extremely flexible organization. So other groups and other entities can do things much more effectively. So really, we designed this firm platform to leverage many other types of platforms that are collecting data for restoration. And we've slowly been building interoperability and data sharing agreements. And I'm really proud of the one we have with IUCN. Restoration Barometer with Restore. We definitely cannot do what Restore is doing. And recently in the event yesterday, we launched 2 new interoperability. But really the whole goal of this is to sort of tell the whole story about restoration, and because it's happening at many different scales, right? At the national level, subnational, within indigenous territories, and different platforms hopefully are able to pick up this restoration, and we'll try to bring it together in the firm platform, and help with Target 2 reporting. So Target 2 boils down to area under restoration. So I won't even talk about impact. It's just an area-based metric. But for the CBD reporting, it's area under restoration, but it's area under effective restoration and across all ecosystems. So it's a big ask, and we have great partners. I see many of you here, and our vision with the firm is to really support the CBD parties to understand what restoration is happening within their territories, and give them the opportunity to either use that data to help them measure their progress. They're very welcome to ignore that data if they're a country with a fantastic platform, and preferably every country should have its own restoration monitoring platform, but not every country does. So that's really our role as FAO, as the custodians of Target 2 and Indicator 2.1, area under restoration, is really just to be a framework of trying to pull together the work of many other great organizations and end up with a metric that can basically let us know whether we're on track at different points as we move toward 2030. So, I mean, there are, from the FAO side, we're very concerned actually, because there was a recent CBD survey of capacities to respond to headline indicators, and 100% of countries said they needed support on Target 2, which is not a great sign. And then I think all countries said they weren't ready to report good data for Target 2 for the 7th national report at the start of 2026. So there's a lot of work to do, a lot of capacity building, and that's where I think we have to work in partnership. And I'm sure we'll say it again, but I encourage everybody to come to Restoration Day, because we'll be taking a deep dive on this and trying to see how we can support CBD parties collectively on their Target 2 ambitions. So I'm not sure whether I answered the question, but yeah, thanks.
That was great. Thank you, Julian. We can turn to our audience members if you have questions for any of the panelists.
She was you were first, right?
Sorry.
Yes, and then I go to you.
So sorry, I can speak in French. Someone can translate me. Yes, because my English is very, very bad. Ok, je suis Madame
des zones rurales vers les zones urbaines. Et s'il y a des efforts qui sont faits dans les zones rurales, et alors qu'elles se dépeuplent, il faudra suivre ce mouvement-là et tenir compte de ces migrations-là. Merci.
I can just very quickly respond to the first question about youth. I love questions about youth. I think I can only say that I'm a youth constituent for one more year, so I'll wear that badge very proudly for the last year. I want to give a shout out to my colleagues at the Youth and Landscapes Initiative, which is the youth group that works with the Global Landscapes Forum. So they have two very interesting programs that I think might be of interest to you. They have a small grants program, which is called the Restoration Stewards. And they use a small grants mechanism to support restoration stewards across various ecosystems, dryland ecosystems, forests, water, etc. I think a number of the restoration stewards are actually attending the conference this week. And the Restoration Stewards program then morphs into a GLFX chapter, which is a sort of loosely affiliated group to the GLF, but the idea is that they then work together within their community to discuss what best practices are happening, how restoration is successful, and what are the barriers that they're overcoming as a chapter. So it's really youth focused, and I think it's something to explore. I'd be happy to share some of the resources after the meeting.
Donc l'autre collègue panéliste a dit qu'il veut mentionner une initiative qui est faite sous la bannière de ce qu'on appelle Global Landscape Forum. C'est un forum qui se tient deux fois par année et ils ont même un chapitre pour l'Afrique. Et dans ça, ils ont un mouvement de jeunes dont certains sont représentés ici. C'est les stewards, en anglais, les stewards de la restauration, les fers de lance de la restauration. Et donc, ce mouvement-là est très actif sous ce forum, le GLF. D'accord? So now let me take my hat as AFR 100 to talk about Land Accelerator. Thank you, Chair. Donc nous, à AFR 100, on a un programme qui s'appelle Land Accelerator, qu'on fait avec WRI, avec les NEPAD et IUCN, d'autres partenaires. Et on mobilise les ressources. Peut-être que ça va être l'objet de la deuxième question. On mobilise les ressources et ensuite on fait un appel d'offres très transparent. Et chaque année, depuis les 5 dernières années, on a plus ou moins 1500 candidats, des jeunes Africains, femmes et hommes, qui postulent. Et parmi les 1500, on sélectionne 100. On les forme pendant 3 mois. Et il y a eu déjà des candidats de RDC qui ont été sélectionnés. Une fois qu'ils sont sélectionnés, ils suivent obligatoirement 3 mois de formation pour transformer leur passion de restauration des terres en entreprise avec un plan d'affaires bien clair. Et une fois qu'ils ont fait cette formation, on leur donne un début de $5,000 pour commencer leur investissement, leur start-up en matière de restauration. Very quickly, we have a land accelerator program under AFR 100 where every year we make a call for proposal, very open. In average, we have 1,500 young African applying. 100 are selected. Mandatory 3 months training on how to transform a restoration idea into business plan to make a return, to generate income, create jobs. And I'm mentioning that few DRC young people have already benefited from that program. Thank you.
Stick the one in the back.
Sorry, Ivan first.
Oh, Ivan.
And then her here, and then him there.
Okay. No.
Okay. It's not working.
Yes. Yes. Hi everyone. I'm Ivan Palmegiani, land use consultant at Climate Focus and coordinator of the Forest Declaration Assessment. Two of you have pointed out a very, very delicate point, that is the restoration of agricultural land. We know that over 80% of forests are cleared to make space to agriculture. Therefore, recovering to some extent that land is fundamental. But we know also from the experience at the European level, from the nature restoration law, that this can become extremely controversial. It poses huge opportunities, including the transformation of food system, but also risks. So the first question is, how do we think strategically around this to optimize, to maximize the opportunities, minimize the risk first? And second, how do we make politically digestible? That is not a suicide putting on a list, basically.
Good question. So Common Land does very often work with farmers and regenerative agriculture as an entry point to landscape restoration. And Europe, I think, is a typical case because most landowners are farmers. So it makes sense to use it as an entry point. I think one of the tasks that we have ahead is to really demonstrate, and I think there's some amazing work happening in Europe, really demonstrate how regenerative agriculture can stimulate both biodiversity, deliver entrepreneurship, business cases. We've been talking, there's youth migrating back to rural areas. And the question is, we need to do it long enough to really demonstrate that there's a case for investment. And if we take this wider landscape approach, then really, if all our activities are really nicely planned and interrelated, so they reinforce each other, what you really have is a case where you can argue that you're reducing the risk, you are investing in the future as opposed to creating a cost. And I think we need to shift, really think differently about financing these type of restorations at a very large scale. We've been working from the very beginning with a project in Spain, which is 1 million hectares. It's a fantastic initiative. And there's loads of entrepreneurship. So a whole range of diverse types of initiatives within, embedded and interrelated.
Yeah, really great question, Ivan. But I think I have huge respect for what our colleagues in the EU have done, because they've actually created a policy environment that not only tries to bend the curve on deforestation downwards through trying to reduce the deforestation that's driven by commodities that are coming into the EU, which is a very significant amount of commodities. And they're also brought into force nature restoration. So, it's quite incredible, isn't it? And, for FAO, there are some really difficult discussions around the EUDR, but I think it's fantastic, because we do know in reality that a lot of forest is lost to agriculture. And for me, for what I'm always telling people in FAO is that restoration and ecosystem restoration is a great solution to actually repair the production of degraded agricultural areas, so they can be, maybe we can get more intensity out of those, so we don't have to cut down the forest to keep the commodities flowing into Europe. So I think that's for me in FAO. That's a big part of our mandate, trying to really activate restoration of productive ecosystems. I think at the moment we're in this incredible political moment where we have the EUDR coming into implementation. We have the nature restoration law, and sure, there's going to be a lot of difficulties, but the political signals are there, and Yeah, and I think we really have to focus on restoring productive ecosystems, because for that's sort of a solution to both, right? It keeps us out of the forests, and it helps us bring those degraded productive areas back to be more productive. But Khalil, I know you wanted to say something on this.
I've already answered a question, so if anyone else wants to go, please. Okay. I don't think I have a very refined answer, Ivan, if I'm honest. Yeah, I think for me, when you ask the question of it being political, that the sort of how does it sort of pass the political appetite for something like that? Yeah, I think about the NBSAPs, and fundamentally they have to be transformative, and that's why when we talked about an NBSAP review, it actually should have been an NBSAP transformation. Yeah, because we have to start doing things fundamentally different. When I came and I registered, someone asked me, because I think the theme of the COP this year is how do we find peace with nature? And the truth is we haven't, right? We haven't found ways to actually be at peace with nature to bend the curve that we're talking about. And so I don't think we can necessarily fear that political backlash. We have to be aware of it, but we have to do things differently, and doing things differently means that there's going to be, we're going to be challenging the status quo. And that always comes with risk, and I think we just can't back away from that. So it's not a very refined answer, but it's a bit of a bullish answer, let's put it that way. So.
Thanks very much, Britta from Namibia, Namibia Nature Foundation. When talking restoration, and especially forest restoration, we often focus on the area coverage, but actually also what the European examples have demonstrated a lot, that the qualitative aspects of restoration are often neglected. So actually, no, it's not enough just to reforest, and I think you've mentioned that one in the beginning. So what approaches do we have to measure qualitative aspects, and how do we ensure that our restoration is effective in terms of biodiversity and not only land cover? Thank you.
I don't have the answer, but as I mentioned right in the beginning, that there is a need to move from the scale to impact monitoring, and that's where this comes in, the qualitative. I think there are a couple of things to unpack this. There are challenges to measure the quality, because what we are talking about is range of practices, assisted natural regeneration, agroforestry, soil and water conservation, and trying to have standardized quality assessment requires a lot of work and capacity, which is the drawback that colleagues have pointed out that countries are struggling with. There is need, and it could be developed, but it is going to be challenging to come up with standardized metrics for measuring. But having said that, there are already existing, tools and methods that could be applied. And an example that comes to my mind is the work we did actually with ECRAF a few years ago, which is called Trees on Farms. It's agroforestry practices in 6 countries. Looking at promoting agroforestry practices as part of the restoration commitments on the farms, and measuring the biodiversity outcomes. And we looked at the in situ, exitu indicators of how return of the bird species or certain types of natural vegetation, but it was so context specific that what we learned in Peru, we could not apply, for example, or we could not apply in Tanzania.
Yeah, thank you. I was just thinking whether there may be more efficient ways to monitor impact. So in other words, Peru, Tanzania may be very different, but do we need to monitor all of the projects in a particular ecosystem in Peru to determine impact? Or can we use one landscape as a surrogate for all the landscapes?
I was just going to mention it is a great question, because effectiveness is one of the qualifiers for Target 2. you know, that we have 30% of degraded ecosystems under effective restoration by 2030. And I think there's been a group of us, and well, more SCR actually, have contributed to what we're calling the Target 2 Resource Guide, which will launch on Restoration Day. And I understand it has quite a detailed section on approaches to that, on how we can really make sure that we're measuring something quantitatively, but also with that qualitative element to make sure that it's effective, right? That it's so yeah, more to come, and please do come on Restoration Day. Yeah.
Maybe just very quickly, and I agree with what you just said, but I also recognize the difficulties of monitoring impact. But there are very small things that we can do that already help. For example, in choosing indicators, instead of reporting on what has already happened, which most implementers already know, why not choose indicators that can predict, act as proxies towards the future? So we know that wearing a seatbelt saves lives, right? So I think there are a lot of indicators, and there's work done in this area that shows that certain indicators can tell us whether what we're doing is heading in the right trajectory. And that's already a step towards gaining more information.
Very quickly, I think that you will get out frustrated here because you ask a question on qualitative, and then we are talking about monitoring, very conceptual. In the AFR 100, and one of the criteria we have is really to promote first indigenous seeds, for instance, in restoration, because your country is mostly dry, and one of the qualitative approach we say is that it's not because an area is totally dry that it doesn't have restoration capacity. So we push a lot for dry lands, semi-arid areas that if you go back 100 years ago, there was maybe a forest here, or to try to bring back first the original seeds, indigenous seeds, not to be dogmatic also, that if there are none, to see the most suitable ones. And I think ICRAF is doing a very good job in creating and maintaining, expanding those gene banks, seed banks, to really look which restoration seeds can be effective for this area. This is a way to ensure quality also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Josué Aruna. I come from Democratic Republic of Congo, working with environmental civil society and the Congo Basin Conservation Society Network. I would like to congratulate AFERSA and the WR and whatever, but I have some suggestion. You are doing a good job on restoration, but the approach we would like to suggest as civil society, it seems like we are staying in the je peux dire en français, une approche ancienne de financement. C'est-à-dire, si nous voulons atteindre le target 2, nous devons aller vers des financements innovants. Donc, le plus souple et innovant. Parce que je suis parmi les bénéficiaires qui ont été formés par le programme qui venait de clôturer. J'ai eu le certificat. Le challenge, c'est quoi? La question de baser le financement sur les appels à projets. Vous êtes en train de rater la vraie cible des acteurs qui sont sur le terrain. Parce qu'il y a une différence entre le narratif d'écriture et l'application. Practical things on the ground is very different and narrative things to write a project. Ce que vous devez faire, c'est en identifiant les vrais acteurs. Parce que la logique actuelle, il semble qu'on est en train de construire une nouvelle génération qui ne travaille pas dans le secteur. Maintenant, nous, qui sommes les acteurs concrets sur le terrain, j'ai déjà raté 3 fois. J'applique les projets, c'est rejeté. J'applique les projets, c'est rejeté. J'applique les projets, c'est rejeté. Et c'est décourageant. Et là, le vrai acteur, vous arrivez, vous nous trouvez sur le terrain avec des actions concrètes, mais peut-être nous n'avons pas le langage de vos consultants qui évaluent les projets. C'est un défi énorme pour arriver à réaliser la vision, le target que nous voulons réaliser. Donc, en tant que société civile, ça c'est la voie que je donne à vous les donateurs qui est là-bas. Vous devez changer l'approche des financements, mettez un mécanisme qui soit innovant, souple et qui atteint les vrais acteurs qui sont identifiés sur le terrain. Thank you very much.
Okay. 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 This is a colleague from DRC, from civil society, and he's not asking a direct question. When he started speaking in English, I say to Shetan, I'm relieved I will not have to translate. Then he moved
planning for landscape restoration requires, because we've got multiple needs, multiple benefits. So thank you for that. Has it got one more? Okay.
Hi. My name is Sofia. I'm from Argentina. I have two short questions. One probably for Victoria, and the other one for whoever wants to pick it up. I was wondering how, in some countries like mine, inventories we lack inventories, or the inventories are not so complete. So I think that really difficults the restoration tasks. Well, for example, some local restoration activities that they want to put beautiful trees on grasslands, or grasslands with a wetlands. That's one question. And the other question is, you talk about reducing the drivers of biodiversity degradation. So I was wondering, how do you work with governments or the private sector that you know that they are fomenting or not doing much on land use change, but they also want to restore? So how, yeah, if there is a penalization or advice or something like that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Maybe just Nick? Yeah, I was just in the Biobanking in September, and I think you're very right. Societies that have systematically designed systems that hold some people back, very complex and very difficult to change. So I know that people in the Pavilions Club are thinking about ways of how to do it, and there's some initiatives, but it's going to take a multi-level approach from many different angles, involving many different peoples and time, to really see changes at that level. Because segregation is physical, it's in legislation, it's really ingrained, right? So, yeah, very difficult. And maybe also associated with your question, I think when you work at landscape level, there is the possibility or the opportunity to bring together multiple actors and really address those tensions. Often it may not be possible to bring all those actors that are, damaging, or maybe they don't want to come to the table, but it already brings the opportunity to discuss some of those issues and to examine those dynamics. And I think that's the first step, to be able to find ways in which you can address those. And in our experience, that takes a long time. So bringing all those stakeholders together, really realizing what other people are thinking and how they're thinking about it, and realizing that they actually depend also on the activities of other actors, is really a very important part of the process. And we recognize, but often it isn't recognized within the restoration world. So I really advocate for dedicating time to really understand those dynamics and finding ways in which they can be tackled. But it takes time. As you know, the physical aspects of restoration, putting trees on the ground, is in some cases the easiest part. But very difficult. But I think each landscape is different and requires different ways of tackling these problems.
Yes, on this first question on registries, we have come to realize that having, in addition to monitoring, having registries is key, not only to be able to include those very small doing restoration, like less than even 1 hectare. Usually we take into account big surfaces, but if you have a national registry or regional, you can take into account this, the small ones. So in AFR in Africa, we have started doing that work. It has a lot of hurdles, of course, government sharing, and those who are able who are not able to read or doesn't have a smartphone or app or but that work is needed to really go beyond the surface of what is known. So we are trying to do that effort to set up national registries for restoration. Definitely. Thank you.
Any questions?
Merci beaucoup, c'est juste un plaidoyer. Moi, je viens de la République démocratique du Congo et la particularité de la jeunesse qui lutte contre, qui protège les forêts ont des terres. La jeunesse de la RDC a la terre. C'est-à-dire pour la restauration des forêts, il y a une opportunité que la jeunesse présente, mais il n'a pas de moyens financiers. Il a besoin d'une formation. Bon, mon plaidoyer va vers M. Diakité et va vers M. Kumar. S'il peut vraiment avoir aussi une expérience, j'ai entendu, vous avez fait ça au Kenya, faites ça aussi en RDC. Nous sommes là et les jeunes sont prêts. Merci.
So Mrs. Prudence is doing advocacy work here that in DRC the youth have land because it's a huge country, but they lack training and they lack funding means. They lack financial means, and they are calling on AFR 100 Africa and IUCN to replicate those training, those capacity building work on restoration. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. There's a lag in this thing. Well, I want to first thank our panelists for providing us with so much insight into what's happening in landscape restoration today. And then I want to invite the chair of the Global Partnership, Anita Diedrichs, back to the podium.
We can do a final round because we still have 20 minutes. So we can do a final round and then I speak.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Okay, good. So let's just move to the issue then of resource mobilization, because I think that seems to be a constant problem across all of our activities. So Mamadou, with a program like AFR 100, how do you mobilize funding?
Thank you, Jim. When we set up AFR 100 collectively with all these organizations and more, we agreed on 4 pillars to bring African countries. This is the political mobilization. Build little by little a very strong monitoring system to be credible for investors, for donors. That what we are talking about, we can back it with data, information, satellite imagery, and all these. The third pillar is knowledge generation, communication, advocacy, and pillar is resource mobilization. We really focus on resource mobilization with different aspects. Yes, we have some donor countries that are already convinced that they are putting money on the table, like the German government. It is very well known through the IKI program, through different other financial vehicles. And we have also, and I always tell to partners, we are not afraid of setting up consortia if there is a need to go for bidding to do it. And also bring the private sector. This is really a big challenge, but also very rewarding when we manage to convince, let's say, first starting with the African private sector, those big now billionaires in Africa, to convince them to embrace sustainability as a whole, to invest on land restoration. And I think FAO did a study back in 2019-2020 that land restoration is actually a profitable business. That when you invest $1, €1, whatever, into land restoration, you can go up to between $17 return. So the land restoration is not only an ecological or conservation work, which is important, but it can be an investment vehicle also to generate revenue, income, profit, and other benefits. And it is working very well actually to bring new actors into the resource mobilization aspect of land restoration. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Maybe pass the mic to Vicky, because I know that she's very engaged in this whole issue of resource mobilization.
By accident. But yes, we have an event on Friday in the morning on just to talk about landscape restoration, landscape finance. Yeah, and I think in these discussions we talk a lot about the funding gap, how much money is needed, and how do we get it to the ground. But there's also, I think, one very important concern that we want to address on the 31st, which is about the type of finance that is required, particularly in landscapes that take an integrated approach. And we talk about landscape finance, and what we mean is it comprises all the financial resources that are required for implementing all activities and processes that are necessary to enable landscape restoration work. So it is thinking a bit broader. It's not just thinking about the typical type of interventions, but is, as we were just discussing earlier, about also finding the financial resources for all these processes that are required for bringing people together and really identifying a way forward with a level of consensus, with an agreement, with a shared vision of where they want to go. So we'll be talking about landscape finance then it's on the 31st. Yeah, and I'll stop here.
Great, thanks so much. We have just a few minutes left, but perhaps Chetan, Kaleo, and Julian can all speak to next steps for each of your initiatives, because we've got the firm, we've got the FLR implementation hub, and the Target 2 project.
Thanks. I'll be very brief, but I wanted to touch on the finance and the resource mobilization part. Of course, as Vicky said, you can have the entire session or event discussing that. Just three areas. One, of course, we talk about the funding gap, but the work we have done, and I presented the other day in the side event through Restoration Barometer, looking at the domestic allocations in 22 countries. There are already several departments have resources which could be repurposed to address some of this funding gap. We found out that 60% of the funding that went to what we measured about 200 million hectares around the area, which has been put under restoration, 60% of that funding came from actually domestic funding. 10% was only external funding. So it's important to look at that, how these could be repurposed. Funds sits in agriculture department, mining as well in some countries, infrastructure. If that could be repurposed, that could contribute to funding gap. The other part which builds on your question about what next, one important part of our work, as I said, is looking at developing investable projects, working with the farmers and working with the groups. What we have, as I mentioned earlier, is the mismatch of the ticket size. We often look at these projects which require about 100,000, 200,000. Investors can only invest million or above. That gap is there. How do we fill that? And that's where we require investable-ready projects, which has a right mix of, returns and risk. And that's one of the next steps that we are going to do in FLR Hub, working in all the 6 countries to develop these kind of investable projects. We have an ambition of at least having 10 to 12, and Anita will correct me on the numbers because she's involved from the WWF side, to have by the next 5 years these at least 12 to 15 investable projects, which can then be the model that could be replicated both within the landscapes and the countries as well as other places.
So in terms of the Target 2 pilots, I think the challenge that we have is we've now whet the appetite of the countries, and there's a little bit of an expectation of further support, which I think is not a bad thing. The pilots really set the stage in terms of supporting countries with reviewing their NBSAPs, exploring what their degradation baseline is and what their targets should be in terms of area under restoration. One of the major outcomes of the program has been this companion tool to the Target 2 resource manual, which Julian mentioned will be launched at Restoration Day. And that companion tool is really a self-assessment tool for countries to be able to look across the restoration process and actually self-assess. Well, where are we in terms of being ready? Have we made progress, or have we made little, not as much progress? And for us, in terms of the Target 2 pilot project, that's a fundamental opportunity for us to then say, okay, how can we provide technical support to these very key areas across the restoration process? And I won't say more because I think Julian can then speak to what potential next steps are for some of this work.
No, well, please join us on Restoration Day, 30th, Wednesday, right? Yes. Yeah, so what's coming next? I think, so we had a big workshop in Rome, actually, it was only a year ago, right? And we developed a Target 2 roadmap, and it brought us to COP16. And during that time, I think we've done a lot in partnership. We've built an indicator that's very inclusive. You can disaggregate it by all the qualifiers of Target 2. Here at the COP, we're all hoping that the whole set of indicators get adopted, and then basically it's implementation. And I think we have a lot of ideas and we have a lot of requests from CBD parties, from FAO member countries to really help them in setting a good target for Target 2, and then making sure they can monitor their progress on it toward 2030. So actually, I'm doing some resource mobilization myself at the moment to try and fill this gap, because all the capacity development surveys of CBD parties show that they actually are really going to struggle to provide good data for many of the headline indicators, and particularly headline indicator 2 and 2.1, which is a new area-based indicator. So a lot of work to do. But if you come to Restoration Day, you can engage in the discussions and learn a lot more. Thanks.
Anita.
Yes. Well, thank you very much for all the panel members for being here, and also for you for attending our event. So you saw that we still have a lot of challenges in relation to forest and landscape restoration ahead of us, but also it's clear that we have so much experience, and we have so much knowledge, and we have so much engagement. So we truly believe that Target 2 is going to be a target that soon we can report well, that we speak more about implementation, and that we already understand that the motion is moving, and that the things are in motion, and we're not starting now since Montreal. It always started a long time ago. So thank you for being here. So you heard that Wednesday is the Restoration Day. It started at 9 o'clock. It's going to be very busy, different than today. Come early, because it's going to start with a high-level panel, ministers. There's going to be food, different than today, I'm sorry. And then also Tuesday morning, there's going to be a breakfast at 8 o'clock in the Nature Positive Pavilion, where because today we have here Africa 100 talking a lot and being very engaged. And we're going to have Initiative 2020, that's the Latin American one, on 8 o'clock, breakfast, Nature Positive Pavilion. Also follow us in LinkedIn, where we are sharing every other things that are happening with our members. And again, thank you. Just to remind you, we stayed here and today's Sunday. So thank you. Well.
Okay, everyone, welcome. So I'm going to do something very non-traditional. I'm not asking you to take your seat. I'm asking you, please grab a snack. There's enough food here to feed a small school. Grab a drink. You are all heroes for being here on a Sunday night to talk about education. So if you drink, please help yourself. If you eat, please help yourself. And we'll convene in 5 minutes. You too. And you too.